everybody come together. No. Yeah. Everybody got opinions. Let's talk about it. Communication is key. Let's build around it. We do this for the people. The people founded it. Black love, stay strong. No way around it. We anti-genocide. We ride for the cause. Got love for our sisters and love for our dogs. Respect the young and elderly. You all been invited to be inspired. Come together. Better got violent. Gotta watch for the cops. Gotta watch for the ops. Gotta watch for the politicians that play with the odds. If you know, then you know. Plant the seed and it grows. Welcome to the show. This is what we know. 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 Yeah. This is what we know.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Another one on a Saturday night with your boy JT. Ooh-wee. Part two. Self-Emasculation. A strategic recalibration. Which one is it, y'all? Which one is it? Y'all already know what it is, man. All right, so for the people that's coming in, please don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to share. If you like this content, if you like all the things that's going on, you can also give us that Cash App. We also got it down here where you can hit the Cash App and the what's the other shit? I'm tripping. I'm fucking tripping out right now. We know it's the Cash App and the Super Cash. Go ahead and hit that right there, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. Let's get it. What up, black man? What's going on? Super chat. That's what the fuck it is. It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute. But you know, we definitely back on point with it, man. We got a lot of content over here for all the folks that are definitely on the side of Black Man Unfiltered. Definitely hit that super chat. If you on the What We Know side, hit the super chat. But also support my homeboy, Black Man Unfiltered, with the Cash App. Also, it's right up under me, right down up under me. It's scrolling. Hit that Cash App also, man. Just show us your support. And don't forget to hit the like. Share this content also, man. If you over there on the Facebook side, listen, hit that like button over there also. But if you want to come over here and definitely join in, go ahead. Go over here. Come over here to the Black Man Unfiltered. Come over here to the What We Know podcast. We enjoy that. We definitely enjoy to have you over here. For the folks that actually want to join the conversation, we have the link already in there. It's going to take a minute before I pull you guys up because I'm going to get this video started. I think we're going to have a couple of guys that normally come up here on the panel that'll be up here also to help us, mine this stuff out. Now, earlier this week, Tuesday, we had reviewed the video with the only person I like to call his name is Clifton Powell, because the rest of them guys is, oh man, just sitting at that table is just crazy. But I also want to get you guys' opinion on the things that you see also with what's going on, because it's bigger than what people can even imagine that this conversation is. We have had conversations with a bunch of beta guys that and men that are less than masculine men, having a lot to say about heterosexual relationships. And that's crazy. It's wild to me. You know, that's my stance on it. But I know we got other people that have a different angle on how they look at things also. But yeah, we're definitely about to get into that. What else been going on? We have, Anton Daniels have been blowing up he been blowing up the goddamn social media shit, man. Everybody's talking about Anton and that young lady Mika and his wife and, you know, what's going on with them. So they've been really, you know, a lot of people been getting traction on that also by following that. But I think this is, other than that, man, this is some real big content too. Have a lot of people talking about it, different angles on how they look at, you know, a lot of the things that's going on with that. But yeah, man, when you guys come in, absolutely hit that like button, share this content to wherever you need to share it to. Let everybody know that we are over here and we are having great conversations and great reviews. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and get started because I'm gonna take it back a little bit from where we were at. I think I'm gonna play. Let me see where we at right now. I guess I'll play about to the 10th. Let's just go right where we at, probably about 8 minutes in, and then we can go from there. And then, you know, if you want to come up here and give your commentary also, you can definitely do that. The link is at the bottom. But let me go ahead and get started with this. Let me bring this up here. All right, bring this up. Let's go with that right there. All right, let's play. Let's go.
Plan B, you know, because abortion shouldn't be used just so you can all go out and have a good time.
Right.
Okay, so damn, already I started with the abortion thing. I know me personally, I don't even like to have that conversation no more. It's a moot conversation. In my opinion, it's a dumb conversation to have. These women gonna do what they want to do. My concept would be basically, look, do what you're gonna do. I mean, all that my body, my choice shit, I don't care nothing about that shit. I just don't give a damn no more. Do what you're gonna do. Whatever comes from that, it comes from it. But let's go ahead. I'll let this play.
Because we walk away, you know, but women have to deal with the body, the changing your body. It's so much. I tell my girl all the time, I couldn't do it. Just having a menstrual cycle. I would say, God, can y'all let mine come like once a year? I can pay somebody once a year because I watch my girl go through the changes emotionally and not just physically, but it's a lot of shit women go through. So I think men, honestly, need to sit down and shut the fuck up.
Right.
It's a lot that we don't see because if you weren't raised that way, you don't know. It's like you listening to you guys trying to be good husbands. But the women gotta let us in and we can't tell them what to do. And I think this government has to step back and let women make choices for themselves.
Women are the first wonder of the world, despite what's said. It's the first wonder.
Exactly.
That's the only thing outside of God that I know that creates.
Yes.
First and foremost. The issues that we have are that the woman knows before we know whether or not life should be brought into earth, brought here, or if it should be aborted. They deserve to have that right for the simple fact of America does not allow us to run a system the way we should as a family. Men don't understand, you may be the leader, but you might not be the provider. Do you know how to lead if you are not the provider? In the midst of trying to figure it out, we coming from a whole bunch of systematic, it's been constructed for us to be the way that we are, to think that we are. That's not how it was
And
programmed.
then talk about that program I mentioned where they took they paid
black
to take
fathers
black
to
fathers
be
out of the
house.
home.
And then from there, me and
Right.
Cliff was talking
Right.
about that. When it started with the Section 8, women were able to take care of the kids without the man being in the house, which gave her the mindset that I can be the leader because I have to be the provider. And then after that, it was the crack epidemic, which guys started using or they was going to prison. Regardless, we stayed out of the house. And now it's social media. And the thing is, we were always here to protect the black women. And if you ever seen the movie Sparta, men were actually the leaders, but the leader knew how to lead because he still trusted the woman with the gift that God gave her, which was intuition and discernment. And if you knew how to treat your woman and she knew how to love and that stress was off her, it allowed y'all to operate as a family unit, to be able to trust her so she can be able to trust you. Once you realize how powerful that woman is, a lot of us run around, and even for myself, I struggle with being monogamous because I didn't understand the value of the woman. But once you put a woman next to God, would you play with God the same way? And if you knew what you possessed as powerful, I don't think that we would run around with the promiscuous mindset of thinking it's okay because we want to look at women the way that we are downplayed the thing of how they are.
So there's a lot of things that he said that was absolutely not true. He went and he talked about this whole thing with the Section 8. Section 8 is only for the rent. It was more than that. You had AD, they used to call it ADC. I know in Michigan they did. And it was state assistance pretty much. And it was at a point where in order for a lot of these households to get state assistance, they had to, because they had mom as the head of household, because for whatever reason, the man could have had a prison, he was an ex-con or something like that, or he didn't qualify. It was just a lot of things that was going on. Craziest part is that we don't have to come up with our own concept anymore. We have it's documented. And a lot of people, they're just saying a whole bunch of nothing when you can just go and you don't even have to read the books. You can just go and look at the documentaries real time. They talk about it so much. I've done shows on it. So they had said that the crack epidemic came after that. Didn't have anything to do with crack. It had something to do with drugs, because even before crack was there, you still had what was that? You had speed. You had cocaine was still there. People were smoking the marijuana. They were doing PCP. You had people doing all kind of things, man. You had and one of the biggest drugs that was out there before the crack took over was heroin. So there's always been a drug epidemic. And even before all of that, you had alcohol. So it was always something that was bringing the people through. The only way that we're talking about is just through the black experience, because you still had white folks that was going through the same thing. So when you had the incentive for them, the women, to say, hey, listen, if you want to get a house where, we can pay 80% of your, your rent, plus we can give you food coupons, plus we can, give you health care and all these different things. There's some requirements that it's going to take. You have to be, for one, and having either zero to, a little bit of pay. I think back then it was probably like, I can't even remember. Don't even give me, I'm not even going to put a dollar sign on it. But you have to literally be in destitute in order for you to get this type of help. And basically, when you had people that were that were married, that didn't keep people, black folks anyway, from being broke and poor. You still had families that was living in the ghettos, had families that was living in projects and all kind of things. The problem was that you end up having families, generations that was living off of it. That's basically what it was. So when you had these young men talking as if they were there, they're just getting secondhand or third party information, which it does nothing for this conversation right here. But I'm gonna keep on letting. I'm gonna let them go ahead and do their thing, man. Let's go.
Real quick though. I think that there's something I think that's really dope that you started with is around women being first close to God, right? Like, because
that's a fact.
And talking about creation, talking about creating, talking about, because I do think people talk about the human race all the time, and it started with blah 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 blah. It started in Africa, started in Africa with a black woman, right? And so I do think the closest you could get to power, the closest you could get to life creating circumstances, and is with the black woman.
First wonder, yes.
But also just want to ground us in, when we talk about reproductive justice, it's not just about birthing, right? It's not just about having a kid, and it's about, when we talk about bodily autonomy, it's about, we all want the right to control our bodies. I don't want nobody telling me what to do with my body, right? And that is a right that expands even beyond having a kid, right? And fostering that environment to be able to raise folks. And when we talked about like the village, right? And that it takes a village to raise a kid. It wasn't like, okay, all these people on the block got a responsibility. It was actually, you understood that kid that every decision that goes into raising that kid, teaching that kid how to move, teaching that kid how to communicate, it forms their future, but it also affects everybody in the village, right? And so everybody had a responsibility to make sure that person and the people that were raising that kid had what they needed, had the healthiest environment and things, to make sure that everyone is okay, that we all can live the life that we deserve, right? And so, I do want to also make sure that, I ain't got no kids, just so I can't talk about, the standpoint of a father, but there are fathers at this table. I also got 25 nephews and nieces. I'm unk over here, you know what I'm saying? I got unk strategy over here. But there's perspectives from all on this table from every angle of it, and I do want to go back to, and we can go wherever you wanted to go, whatever you wanted to say, but I do want to talk about that like you said, the government shouldn't be involved. Keeping in mind that this is a government that was steeped in what they call white supremacy. I like to call white delusion, right? You know what I'm saying? It was the same thing, right? And they
don't want to believe that they came from a black woman.
Yeah, and the definition.
Becky, you came from a black woman.
Well, the definition of masculinity, the definition of what we do with our bodies and how we define a government's role in that came from that corrupt standpoint, that corrupt perspective. So I 100% agree that the government shouldn't do anything about it. But where did you want to go with that?
Well, I think.
Well, let's start with this. If that was the case, if the government was not in to do their job and to govern, I can guarantee that we will be in mayhem. People in general want to be governed. They want their community to be governed. It makes no sense for what he just said. Especially, it's funny that these guys are just speaking and saying that the government needs to back off. Listen, I agree. I think that they probably would need to back off into the jurisdictional system when it comes down to family court. How about that? I guarantee they'll be having a whole different ball game on how they're talking. When it comes down to it, they're only saying it from one aspect. I asked somebody else if they had the government, if we just do away with the government, how would they see how would they see communities in the world? They didn't even know what to say because they never thought about it that way. They just be saying shit. They just You shut up, Mandrell. What's going on, man? I ain't seen you in a long time, homie. How you doing, my brother? But yeah, man, it's weird when you hear these guys just speaking. And I know sometimes we speak in jest, but man, they're not saying the right thing. I'm going to let them keep going, though. I'm going to let them keep cooking.
I think one of the things that I think helps, I believe, with women's right in terms of their sexual reproduction is the relationship that we have with the black man. I heard a psychiatrist when I was on one of the panels say that African-American men and women are suffering from 450 years of post-slavery PTSD.
Yes.
So one of the things that I love about this thing right here is that the next one I want to see is black men and black women sitting down together and talking about how do we learn to exist in peace. And I say that because I'm saying this, and a lot of times I have to catch myself. It's emotional. I grew up with a lot of violence around me. My father, when he drank, I seen him knock women. My father fight a baby. He was just off. He was mentally off from the oppression of this culture that broke him. And, so we were born, a lot of us were born into that. Our fathers, and we're trying to break those cycles. So somehow that ties into me to women's reproductive choices in terms of having a baby with a guy that's comes from a broken family. Now the baby coming in with a broken family and bam, 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 and the mother's asking the father for support and like, yo, I ain't asked you to have that motherfucking baby. That ain't shit. I don't even know if that's our mother. I mean, there's so many.
Nigga sound like Pinky for real. I can understand how he got that But seriously, man, the funniest part about that is that that responsibility, in my opinion, it should be on both. It should be on both. She picked that man. It ain't like she sat there and had sex with this dude, not knowing the type of character this guy was. Get the hell out of here. That's crazy to me, man. That's crazy. Let's keep going.
Levels to this that make women cower or not want to talk, or be the victim of one guy shot his baby mama and the kids the other day. It's so I think we got to attack that from not just right now in this racist culture that we're seeing with this administration, but also from a generational standpoint. For sure.
I don't have the historical information, man. That's why I'm a listener, man. I'm a great listener. But when I hear, from your generation, your perspective, and your perspective, and everybody's perspective in the sense that as we get into it, I feel like we let women down in that regard. We didn't stand on business. And
what you mean by that?
I just feel like we let depression wear us down. Fathers let depression wear them down and beat them down, take them out of the house. And therefore,
no, they forced them out of the house.
Forced them.
No, they had a program. They forced them out.
They
didn't leave the house.
I feel that. I understand that. I can't, but ain't nobody gonna make me leave my woman. I get that.
I guarantee somebody will make you leave your woman. That's what I mean. They're not, the nuances, they don't have enough nuances to say something like that. That's crazy. And then they speak as if these are, like we are just a monolith. We as men, we let women down. We let them down. Like, what do you mean? So it's men that let women down just like it's women that let men down. When you look at it on one side, like the conversations, and I said this earlier, the conversations that they're having is conversations that we worked out and we, as content creators already did. We've already talked like this, and it was a lot of arguing. It was a lot of people, calling each other names and all kind of crazy ass shit that was going on. So, and that was because we kept looking at it only on one side until we learned how to be able to have conversation where we can look at it from all different angles. So what this guy is saying is just, it's crazy to me, man. It's crazy. What's going on, Curtis Moore, man? Thank you for the $2, man. Appreciate it. He said, "What up, JT? Looks like I haven't missed much." No, man, we right here at the beginning of the show, bro. I'm just I'm going back a little bit back from what we talked about on Tuesdays, and then we get into the part where you had your boy Clifton and the Sugar Boy going back and forth with each other. But yeah, we just warming up right now, man. I appreciate you, man, for the $2, man. Salute to you, my guy. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's finish up with this. Let's let them cook.
I get it, but ain't nobody gonna make me leave my family.
I got you.
I get I understand that I could never fathom what went on back then.
I think you might be alluding to weak ass men allowing things that might be coming up. Like, like, oh, this seems like, I don't know exactly the historical presence of it either. But you know how you say like, oh, like, you stripping us.
So keep in mind already, right there at that round table, you have this Miss Andress Sugar Boy already talking about weak ass men. And what he was doing was talking about the men from back in the day. Have no idea of what the hell he's talking about, but he can just go out there and just spew some shit like that. But let's keep going.
From the house. Oftentimes, I'm a man who dates men. A lot of men are strong. So the way that you say you're not going to take nobody from my family, you're not going to strip me from my family, a lot of people don't walk with that. A lot of people don't have that. So, I mean, like, it is systematic, but I mean, at the same time, you part of like the few men who is not going to live their life like that.
I mean, I get a system that you live in a place that is just geared to tell you you ain't shit, you ain't shit, you ain't shit,
and it beats you down.
You ain't shit, you ain't shit.
Yeah.
And it beats your other counterpart down. So y'all come home to
madness,
beatness. Yeah. Nobody know how to heal anybody, right?
It's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of different influences that happen, whether it's drugs, right? We know that our community struggled with that for a long time.
But let's talk about them. Let's go back though. No. Let's go back and talk about the CIA putting the drugs in the neighborhood.
That's what I'm gonna say. We're in a country where drugs is probably the most highest profit of things that you want, right? But just speaking on fatherhood and being in the house and not being in the household. I think, it's a lot of pressures coming from each side, right?
Yeah.
I've looked at fathers who run in the household and had conversations with them and say, man, you've been on drugs since you was 12 years old, brother. Your brain doesn't have the capability of thinking correctly,
That's true.
right? You are afraid that you can't provide for your family, so you would rather leave, right? Not knowing that you have a woman who's willing to stay down with you and hold you down no matter what, right? So it's just, as a man who, even to this day, get nervous, right? Like, man, this shit is...
So do y'all see you see what they're painting? These are black men. And the picture that they're painting is black men ain't shit. They leave their family. They own drugs and all this. And the woman is the one that holds them down. That's crazy to me. And I can guarantee... well, I don't know at that table because it doesn't look like too many men mess with women. Now, that particular guy right there, they say he's married. But if you know anything about him, he played a thug gangster sugar boy in a series called P-Valley. And his love of interest was a... I guess they would call him a trans, but it was a man named Uncle Cliff that was dressed like women. He was more of a do they even call them drag queens anymore? But he dressed in women's clothes, wore eyelashes and wigs and weave and all of that shit. And that was his love interest. That was the guy he did plenty of what they call it, I guess you can call it love scenes with this man. But they say that he's married. Let's keep going though.
Blowing up, like, am I better off telling my baby and them like, are y'all good? No, of course not, right?
Right.
But you have to be honest about yourself and say, I'm fearful of certain things, and not necessarily a weakness, but necessarily it's like, I'm scared. right? That I can't provide.
Yeah.
And now I've either let someone else kind of tell me what I need to do, right? Rather than following my own intuition and having a relationship with my ancestors and the universe, and that can really guide you, or having that one-on-one with your lady. So many things that can pull people out of the house. Similar to the conversation is like, well, if I was enslaved, I wouldn't have done that. It's like, well, you really don't know. So it's like, it's so many different things that go into why people do things. And sometimes, yeah, you can name it to, it's like, oh, this person was being a coward, or this person was being, but a lot of it is fear, and a lot of it is because we're the minority. And because the pressure that comes from so many other people that don't look like us, it's a lot of pressure that makes you feel that way. And then you got the people that's in your community that oppress you, right?
Sure.
And so as men, we do it to women, right? As men, that's the tier.
Right.
We do it to women even more, right? We fall underneath that same thing. And so to your point, we got to strip that away, figure out what the issue is with that, have those conversations, understand that it's layers and layers of what it is, but also don't be like, you weak as hell.
Make sure that word not like that now.
No, I know. You wouldn't have been able to do it. You ain't been able to hold it down, but it's just like, man, it's so many, reasons why a man would leave a household. And then sometimes it's, us not holding them accountable and saying, hey, look, man, you need to get your shit together. Yeah. All right, you need to make sure you over there. Because now I'm sitting here playing spades with you and smoking. You ain't seeing your kid 3 blocks down the street in weeks.
Right.
So no accountability. So to your point, as you was talking to your driver, let's take accountability, but then also kind of give each other a little bit of grace and understanding, especially our OGs who went through a lot, especially our guys who are coming from Vietnam, who came home to nothing and lost everything and went out there and lost their mind, saw things we can never imagine, right?
Did everything for this place. And
did everything for this country just for them to take it away from you. And so now it's like, well, fuck everybody.
That's my entry point to this conversation. I think that because I went to college and I got a master's degree in human relations.
So he made a valid point. I can rock with that. It's like, it was kind of like what I was just saying. There's a lot of reasons why. There's a lot of nuances that come to it. The thing that I have, it's kind of like when they're talking, and we were kind of guilty of this too when we first started having these conversations, round tables and panels and stuff, where we would bring out all of the problems. It was kind of like we would just pulling all the shit out of the closet and was like, so where's the solution, right? Now we understand that the solution is further down the road. First and foremost, what we have to do is we have to break a lot of the nuances that we were taught. And I ain't talking about just personally, I'm just saying as far as the conversations that we have with one another. One of the things that I know for a fact that we have a problem with is that we don't respect each other's, we don't really respect each other's take or angle or opinion about something. I think we're better at it, but I'm pretty sure it gets really, really bad. And you're going to see what I'm saying. Once you start seeing when the rubber hits the road, you're going to understand at this table how it happens. And we've seen it so much where we already understand. I can tell you when it's going to happen. We can tell you right now, if you've been doing panels and you've been observing panels or been on panels long enough, you can tell where the contention is about to be heavily. The two people that's getting ready to go and go head up with each other, you can basically see it right now. Clifton, and I don't even know what the sugar, I just call him the sugar boy. We can see it. That's where the tension is. That's why when you hear the guys, like, this is probably my third time watching this. So I'm hearing how everyone at the table is kind of like the guys that was talking. It's kind of like they're trying to do damage control at the table. If you actually catch on to it, you might have to watch it a couple of times, but I see it. They see where the tension is. They understand it, and they're trying to stay as neutral or balanced as possible. But that shit ain't gonna last long. It never does. Let's keep going.
Really set with and grapple with power and domination when it comes to like gender discrimination and when it comes to discrimination against women. So for me in this conversation, thinking about
the thing I hate about this shit is that I hate that we have a table full of men. I understand this whole thing about uplifting our sisters and things like that, but not talking at the behest of the black man. This shit it's a really weird thing to me to see that we have guys doing this type of shit. It's crazy.
Like fatherhood, I can't help but to think about the way in which I was introduced into this conversation about women's progression and how there were critiques of black women that talked about how us as men don't start thinking about this shit until we start having kids. So we start to think about how we only think about women when it's tethered to a man. Like, hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so, little sister. Hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so. So it's really thinking about how us as men, in terms of accountability, we really don't even have a good transition from objectification to fatherhood because you've been a fucker for 20 years. And now you don't want to be a fucker no more. Now you want to be a father. Because we don't have that accountability to think about the like how we are taught to objectify women. And I know in our conversations it'd be like, hey, you can get respect from the homies based off how you get down on a bitch.
Yes. Yeah.
To be real, you can get capital, popularity, preference based off of how you're able to dominate and objectify other women. So then when I come into the conversation and I want to talk about progression of women, we start to have different, I'm gonna say pathology, different ways that stigma taps into it. And I think one of those is us being very critical about how we relate to women that's not related to us. Like, how do you respect women that's not your sister, that's not your mama, that's not your, you know what I'm saying, you feel me? Oh, even women you find unattractive. Like, how do you respect for those women? And I think that the conversation starts before we start thinking about fatherhood.
You see what I'm saying? So it's weird that they will put this out here. Like, listening to them, it seems like they talking about shit. The majority of men just go around and just start objectifying and disrespecting the majority of women. That shit is crazy to me. It ain't never been that. Now let me put it on this one. I would say early 90s. This would be one of those conversations, and I think they had the conversation, but it was only aimed towards music, right? So in the 90s, we had a shitload of music that started objectifying women. Even in you know like the mid to late 80s, it was a little bit like that too, but it wasn't a whole lot. It never got airplay, but we understood Two Live Crew, Too Short. We had Eazy-E, NWA, Ghetto Boys. Like, it was a lot that, and I think basically a lot of our music, it was objectifying women. But when you talk about it now in the early, not the early, but in the 2000s, you have to put women into this conversation with the men because they objectify themselves way more than men will. They consider themselves bitches. They talking about ass. Every time you see a IG or something, the first thing they show is they would cover their face up and they would show their ass. They would show their titties. They will look at themselves as bitches. They would talk to another woman as a bitch. You see them smacking on each other's ass, grinding on each other, having Valentine's Day, the way that they dress. So they would have to be considered in this conversation when it comes down to taking accountability. And the way that these guys is talking is as if the majority of men have this type of attitude. And I tend to and vehemently disagree with what they're saying. Let them cook.
It starts to me, start thinking about it in middle school, you know what I'm saying? But also in this conversation though, it's like, hey, so before you became a father, before you became a father, when did you think about the general welfare of women?
Well, I'm adopted, so I think that some of that has always been in my mind, just to what will make someone give their child up. Since I've always known since I was 7. Feel me? So what environment was she in? Did she feel protected? Did she feel wanted, cared for, seen? All the things. So early on, for me, I think for me, it's kind of gone to a place of just humanity of it all, just like a person. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it.
Right.
I want to feel how I feel. That's me. I want the same for everybody.
Yes.
I want you to live your life. I don't want nobody to take their life. But for the most part, if it makes you happy, go do your thing. That's me.
Right.
That's who I am. I understand that a lot of people are not like that. A lot of people also don't have my experience.
Yeah.
That has probably made me this way.
For sure.
My upbringing, you dig? Single parent household, only my mama. Watching my mama deal with men. A safety engineer at NASA, you know, surrounded by white men, telling her she don't know what she's doing. And she telling them, you gotta put the gloves on. You know what I mean? It's my perspective is from that's my earliest.
That's written.
I want to, because how in this moment, because we have, when we're talking about the government, we have abortion bans, Georgia, my home state, Texas, that's leading to women dying, you know, babies dying, people being less safe. And here we have folks.
Wait. See, this is where I know that this was set up. He keeps I kept trying to figure out how the hell they keep getting on this abortion. He's the one. He just contradicted himself too. When he said that abortions, it leads to women dying, did he say it leads to baby? Yes, baby. That's the purpose is to kill a baby. What are you talking about, bro? But every time they move, excuse me, every time they move away from that subject, he brings it in. Should nobody at that table be sitting there having big time conversations about abortion? That's why I said, me personally, just listening to it, it's very eerie feeling that I have because it is what it is. Why you can't get pregnant, my guy? You ain't got to worry about all of that. It's like they're all over the place, but now I see he keeps bringing this shit in. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit right there. Let's let him keep cooking, dog.
We've been hearing about folks being hung, lynched. We've been hearing about so many things this year that scare me as to how I got a big ass family, how all them people are gonna survive this time. And I'm thinking about, and I'm not thinking about protect black women like we've always heard it, like protect black women. Oh, that's my girlfriend, that's my, you know, don't hurt my mama, you know, don't talk about my mama, you know what I mean? But you know, when we talking earlier about a village, right, and how a village, everybody has a responsibility for each person and each responsibility in nourishing, creating that nourishing environment, making sure there's healthy food, you know, clean water, et cetera, et cetera. What are we doing right now to learn what women need, black women particularly, and play our part in that power building?
I have a question for you guys, because this is something I've been trying to explore, and then I got more on the journey of once I got married, which is like therapy, right? And self-discovery, right? Understanding that my wife had her own journey of therapy.
Thank you.
Being introduced to anger management, right?
Bro.
It's not because you punching holes in the wall, but it's because you just get certain triggers that you don't know how to handle, and you don't know how to. So I think for me, I'm going on a journey, and I'm curious if you all are going on this too, or eager to go on it, because I am learning how to be more enthusiastic about it. Because therapy saying, I don't feel like talking to somebody, I don't want to, you know. So just having that kind of, for me, that's where I'm at, and figuring out that's how I'm gonna make my wife feel safe.
Yes.
She wants to know that in any conversation, I ain't gonna just be like, all right, I gotta go outside and smoke real quick. Like, I ain't, you know, she wants to feel safe. And the more we can make them feel safe, And because you naturally, we all want to provide. Most men, you want to be the provider, you want to go out there and do the thing, but you forget about it ain't just monetarily, it ain't just hanging out with your son and your daughter. It's like, how do I have these conversations and actually know how to have them?
Yes.
Because sometimes you don't understand that. You don't get taught how to, deal with impulse control and all those type of things. I would be curious to know if any of you all had your own therapy journey and trying to figure out how to, obviously keep your spouse safe or anybody in your life to safe. I know we're particularly talking about the women in our lives. So.
He literally said just what I was about to talk. I don't care what's said. If you think you are okay, go to therapy. If you don't, I've been in therapy like 4 to 5 years, and it's bigger than, like Luke was saying, I'm going to stay in my house, but just because you stay in your house don't mean you're going to have a healthy environment, because you could stay for 20, 30 years for them kids, but if they saw anger and this, that, and the third, you can't be mad that they go out and do the same thing with what they saw. It is encouraged that if you take it self, you need to take it self. You need to have couples there. We as men, even wanting to be better, we only have the information that we've been given amongst each other, but we don't have different perspectives. It's okay to take perspectives from white people because they don't have the mindset of survival that we have. So when you hear different, you think different, you move different. You're more optimistic to know how to move within your household. It is my children. I don't care that they're only 9, 10, 7, 6. They have problems, and every black man at this table had problems. We had situations we couldn't talk to people about. Get your children in therapy. If you can't afford to do it, healthcare can cover it.
All right, FM Tampa Bay 303 said, this message is played out. Ain't no man alive that doesn't know what it is to be a good husband. We need more videos giving boys to sermon of, I guess it would have been the sermon of what a good wife looks like. I agree. That whole thing of happy wife, happy life type of thing is kind of, it's been played out a long time ago, but you can mistake that message also. You are absolutely right when you say what a good wife looks like. I think we need to know first and foremost at a younger age on what to look for. For instance, the way that courting was built before marriage was that it was the participation of the family, both sides. Courting is after you have did the vetting. It's when you start to date, and it's in it's baked into courting is baked into the dating part, but it's a participation with your community, right? So before you even get to that point, it goes to what Tampa Bay 303 was just saying. What a good wife looks like. Absolutely. And you learn from doctrine, the Bible, Quran, or whatever it is. This is one of the reasons why I always say that you have to believe in something that's higher than yourself. They're talking about therapy. One of the things, as a person that's been to therapy before, one of the things I do know about therapy is that it's a workshop. Therapy helps you navigate so many different avenues. However, before you even have therapy, there's this thing called it's kind of like an examination, right? It's like you have to do questionnaires. You have to be evaluated, right? You don't just jump your ass into therapy and they don't even know what the hell is going on. That shit is garbage. And it can be for whatever reason. People that go to therapy are not going to therapy when they're all screwed up. No, they need some goddamn medicine first. That's where the evaluation comes in. And then after the evaluation, that's when you have to have like your first 3 sessions, you're just going to be having conversation. And if you're not giving that therapist what they need to help you navigate, and you're just going there with lies or you're omitting things and shit like that, they're not going to be able to help you navigate. And the other thing, Tampa Bay 303, I'm sorry, 303, that they be messing up with too, is that they think that therapy cures people, heals people. That's why you hear so many of these damn women talk about some, I'm healed. No, you're not. No one is healed. It's just like when you go and you see athletes, right? Once an athlete is doing what they're supposed to do as being an athlete, they would never be 100% healed. They play hurt. That's basically how that shit goes. In therapy, it's to help you navigate a lot of the things that you're having problems with. But it takes an evaluation. You can't self-diagnose yourself when it comes down to that. So I tend to agree with what you just said there, brother. I got my man, Arpain, up here. Arpain, what's going on, my brother? How you doing, man?
What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, brother. Can
All
hear
right.
you loud and clear.
I see you diagnosing this table of destruction going on.
Yeah. I went back to a little bit further than where I said I was going to go because I needed to hear it a little bit more. And one of the things that I saw when they were at the round table, about 8 minutes in, it was a couple of the brothers were already, they seen where the tension was. And so what they were trying to do when you hear them speak, they were trying to basically implement damage control.
Okay.
So that's where I'm like, okay, that's how the tension, so the tension was already there between Clifton and Sugar Boy already. But the other brothers, they were aware enough to say, oh, shit. You know, they was telling Clifton, you're relevant. They were trying to tell the Sugar Boy that, you know, you're relevant, but you got to ease up on it. I was like, damn, they were already telling him this. So they were more aware than what I even gave them credit for at the beginning. But I'm going to let them cook a little more, man, then we can go ahead and rock with it.
Okay.
Get your children in therapy because they need to have that healthy outlet to have somebody. They don't always feel safe talking to mom and daddy, regardless of how well we are. They don't feel safe doing that.
I would say be careful about getting your therapy from white people. But
so I got another problem with that too. Listen, this is why so many kids be getting messed with. You should be telling your parents everything that you possibly can tell them. You should not trust anyone outside of your parents. That's where I'm like, no. When I can talk to them more better than I can talk to my parents. You got your goddamn, and you lying to me. I don't care. But one of the things, and I'm talking about as in a space of being, I was a kid before. And the message that both my mother and my father told me, you can come and talk to me about anything.
Right.
But they also said that does not mean I'm not going to promise you that I'm not going to be upset. What I can promise you is that it's still a safe space for you. Because I guarantee whatever you get into, whatever problems that you have with yourself, I can guarantee that ain't nobody going to be able to help you like I can help you. Mad and all, I'm still going to help you. You still going to be my baby. You know what I'm saying? So I disagree with that whole thing. When you can't talk to your parents, you go over there and talk to some other strangers. You out your damn mind.
No. I didn't say get it. Don't get it. I didn't say white therapists.
No, I know.
Listening to
Just
in general when they talk about.
Watch when you listening to them too. But what I do want to also say is that I think is really.
Yeah, he was right too. I kind of glossed over that, and I didn't want that. I want that to marinate also when he says you got to watch those damn therapists too. Hell yeah. I was on a panel last night, man, and we was talking about this thing right here, and they were absolutely right. Some of these therapists suck. They suck. They're not meant to be therapists. I've met some really good therapists, man, and I'm telling you, it's the work that you got to put in. Let me tell you, Arpain, that work you got to put in for that therapy, bro, it's you. All that, it's all you. It is not them. they're going to help you navigate, man. And I hate this whole thing where I'm healed because I went to therapy. That's not how this shit works.
Well, if I could add something to what you said, back to what the guy said.
Yeah.
That, your parents may not be a safe space for the kids to talk to. First of all, a therapist is not going to fix that.
Facts.
Fair, if your kids don't think you're a safe space, there's something more wrong than therapy can fix. That's number one. And number two, it's very dangerous to send your kids into therapy because you're not knowing what they're saying.
Yeah.
Right? You have no idea what they're saying, whether they're being fixed or which direction the therapist is sending them in. Because they can't even discuss that with you, right? That's one place where the parental control doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
They can't give you there's some kind of still client, patient, doctor privilege, even if it's a kid.
Absolutely.
So that's what I think. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I believe that's true. I don't think that the doctor's obligated to tell you everything the kid says.
Yeah, that client, what is it? The
patient doctor privilege, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm just saying I'm not an advocate against it. It's just that it has to be under the right kind of conditions where it might be useful.
Mm-hmm. I think it's more nuanced to that too, Payne, because they're minors. So
that's why I'm not 100% sure whether,
right.
But the way the world is right now, I would imagine that the doctor could withhold some information from you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, the point is you should have your kids, even if they have trouble telling you, like you said it right. Listen, you could tell me anything, but I'm not going to promise you that what I say back to you is something that you want to hear.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? You got to get them used to that. Every response it's not geared to make you feel good. It's for us to, like him said, mine out what the situation is. You might not like where it's at.
Yeah.
But at least it give you a perspective other than the one that's rolling around in your head.
Yep. Absolutely.
So that's where that's at.
Now there's there's another angle that I look and I considered also. I know from being an adult, seeing troubled children in troubled households, having friends that are counselors and therapists and things like that. And one of the things that is crazy is that the reality for a lot of kids is that they do have parents they can't say nothing to, right?
Yeah.
Their parents is the problem, right? That's where the social workers and all of that stuff, police officers get involved. Because I remember a friend of mine was a counselor in school, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a school. And they were telling me that the child was a troubled child, but the child was always willing to listen because they had their ear. They said, but the craziest part is that I can get this child together, talk to this child, have them, in a great space in their mind while they're with me. But guess what their reality is? They got to go back to that goddamn fucked up house.
Yep.
And that's the sad part about it. So there is, that nuance to it too.
Mm-hmm.
But you got anything else before we go?
No, go ahead.
All right.
Really important is that our safety doesn't, our responsibility in Black women's safety isn't on us to protect our partner generally. It's not just us that's going to have that responsibility.
For sure.
We have to realize that, honestly, statistically, the safety from a partner in America is that you're actually less safe from your partner generally. So the safety has to come from how you build an accountability outside of that relationship, outside of that family. What is that village you building, right?
Right.
And so I'm interested.
I'm listening. So I'm just gathering information. I have a lot.
Well, I'm saying both of
y'all.
Yeah, got you.
Did he actually say that the safety, and I hate the word partner, your spouse, the person you're with, that they're more unsafe with you than anybody? Did he say that?
Yes. He keeps coming back to that part. And I'm like, he must be reading off of cue cards, man, because I'm like, I see how this conversation, oh my God.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, he keeps painting this picture as if the majority of men are like savages.
Exactly.
And I'm like, What do you mean?
Exactly. I mean, you know, here's the problem. I have so much issues with this bullshit narrative. The overwhelming majority of men always defer to women.
Yes.
I mean, we don't, it's like, I don't care where you are, man. I mean, most women, I mean, it's never going to go to zero where a man might not be an apex predator.
Right, right.
But the vast majority of men don't hurt women.
Yeah.
We just don't.
That's crazy for him to paint that narrative. Right. He's painting a narrative that you like, dog. That does not, I don't know where you coming from, but this is some bullshit right here. He keeps coming back to it.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. So bullshit.
Yeah.
I know. Jump in there. How are y'all thinking beyond like I'm gonna protect my partner? Because that is, I think that there's a value in that. I think there's a value in I'm gonna protect my partner. Ain't nothing gonna happen to my partner. At the end of the day, though, when you have such big systems that are targeting you and doing their best to pull y'all apart, doing their best to divide y'all and pit y'all against each other, you can't depend on, and that's something that we're taught. Masculinity is how powerful we can be and how we can protect what we own and what we, you know what I'm saying? That is not what protection is. That's not what safety is. So I'm thinking about, you know, outside of that, how do y'all think about safety outside of just I'm the protector? You know what I'm saying? How do we build that?
The thing that pops into my head right now as we're having this conversation is the system is capitalism, and what that looks like is we're talking about therapy, which is, I think, is very important, but we don't think about the colonial aspect of therapy, which I mentioned in our conversation earlier, and how capitalism and this individualistic view of our responsibility as well is tied to
Either man, in order for us to let you up, bro, you gotta cam up, homie.
breaking up of our communities. You talked about a village. So when we're thinking about our families, like you as a father, I'm not a dad. I don't have any children. I don't plan on it.
Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. Because this is that part right there, our pain, where I was just saying that this is where they fucked up at. Why you got a woman sitting at the table when it's supposed to be all men? That's crazy to me. I don't care how they look at it. That's crazy. But I didn't hear what she was saying, but let me go back a little bit.
Just what I was about to talk. I don't care what's said. If you think you are okay, go to therapy. If you don't, I've been in therapy like 4 to 5 years, and it's bigger than, like Luke was saying, I'm going to stay in my house. But
is how powerful we can be and how we can protect what we own and what we, you know what I'm saying? That is not what protection is. That's not what safety is. So I'm thinking about, you know, outside of that, how do y'all think about safety outside of just I'm the protector? You know what I'm saying? How do we build that?
The thing that pops into my head right now as we're having this conversation is the system is capitalism, and what that looks like is we're talking about therapy, which is, I think, is very important, but we don't think about the colonial aspect of therapy, which I mentioned in our conversation earlier, and how capitalism and this individualistic view of our responsibility as well is tied to breaking up of our communities. You talked about a village. So when we're thinking about our families, like you as a father, I'm not a dad. I don't have any children. I don't plan on it. When people think, okay, I have a family and I'm raising my children, it's like mom, dad, kids, and we forget like that is a lot of pressure, and it's not supposed to be that way. Right. I think it's supposed to be a community of people that are helping each other, and we have not created that community. It's just like, I'm over here with my family here, I'm over there with my family there, and there's no communication. And I think that's ultimately something that's really important is
so this is the thing too, she speaks like a woman. Women are communal that way. They all work on the same shit when they in the community. That's how she said. No, somebody say that they got their family. They do. No, that's how men work. This is my family. You are my fucking family. You my son. They would tell somebody that you don't have as much authority over my kid than I do. I don't care if we right next door to each other. If you got a problem with the kid, you bring that shit to me. Now, there was a time where because people knew each other, those other adults are getting your ass. We don't have that type of community anymore. But when they're talking about everybody gathers their shit together and we all supposed to be doing this communal thing, I just don't agree with that shit right there.
They're all communists, man. Listen, the point really is, back in the day, in my day, you're right. There seemed to be a most close-knit community because people. I used to live on a block called Commonwealth Avenue. It was a meaning to the name, right? Most of the people who lived on that block were certain middle-class folks of the same kind of wealth.
Yep.
We were all Christians. We all shared the same kind of values. And so even though we had our intact families, it was those values that tied us together on the block. Anybody come on a block talking shit, we were all together against them, but we still raised our own families.
Absolutely.
Right. And if you saw my kid doing something, it was, we didn't ask you to go beat my kid's ass. But you did tell. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Or you say, hey, man, get out of the street. You could tell that to any kid that's not even yours. Hey, what are you doing? Stop doing that shit,
Absolutely.
So what he's talking about is a lot different than that. It might sound the same, but he's talking about you could almost offload your responsibility to the village.
Right.
And nobody's that's not, that's bullshit.
That's where you would have women talking like that. That's where you would have women as a community talking like that.
Unfortunately, too many matriarchal men talk like that too.
That's where we hit, and this is where it's starting to show that. I'm like, this is how y'all, because look, they all shaking their head for him.
Exactly. I couldn't even be in good faith talking to this dude because he's a girl.
Yeah, it's like, come on, we already know that you're a woman, man. Like I said earlier in the show, I was saying, it was certain things that they were talking about. I said, yeah, we would have to induct the women into it because it was what they were talking about. It took women and men to have a common form of accountability, right? I picked you, you picked me, we are in this together type of thing. But they kept talking, they'll say some of the things about the women, but they'll say that it's the man's fault. You're like, no, she got to have that accountability also, just like we got to have that accountability. We have no problem with having that type of a conversation. But there's nuances to all of this stuff. Let me get this super chat right quick, my girl. What's going on? El Cheapo is in the building. Hit your boy with $5. I really appreciate you. She say, happy Saturday, big head.
Big head.
Yeah, happy Saturday to you, big head. Yeah, now she got me smiling over here, man. Girl got me smiling, calling me big head. I like that.
I don't know when Kevin Samuels came up with that shit. Hey, Mr. Big Head, you get a call out of the blue from honey.
Yeah, what you doing, big head?
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right, man. Let's let him cook. Let's let him cook a little more.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Being able to come together and create from there, create the community where everyone has a responsibility to themselves and each other.
Our natural ways have been dismantled.
Real quick,
I think that's the
do you
that's
have
the problem.
examples of what that looks like in your life?
Give me a more specific question. Sorry.
If it's not, you think about it, but just like what that protection, what that looks like. That you talked about colonial effect on therapy.
Yeah.
Now I know that, to me, I'm like, hell yeah, talk about the colonial therapy.
Like,
but I also don't. I know that a lot of people don't know what the hell that means, right?
I'm saying, like, when you think about therapy and when you're going,
And I'm not asking you necessarily about that. I'm asking you generally what that protection and that outside help and so it looks like in your life.
like growing up, I'll use my life as an example. Obviously, I grew up with both my parents, my mom and my dad. From the outside, it would look very traditional, but my mom was the one that was really holding everything down. My dad was very supportive with me when it came to providing monetarily. He also was the one that had a more formal education, so he was able to help me when I needed help with schoolwork. But when it came to my care, it was my mom that was there. And then I noticed the way that he behaved, or like his behavior around women, and how he was with my mom, how he was with his sisters and his mother, and how he was with me. So I'm, as a trans person, and as being his daughter and his little girl at the time, he treated me with such care, and it was the complete antithesis in the way that he treated my mother and the way that he treated his sister. So it was interesting to see him treat my mom like shit, and then be like, no, but my sister's like, I'll kill somebody if someone mess with my sister. I'll kill somebody if someone mess with my mother. I'm like, why don't you bring that same energy to my mother?
So branch off of that. Oh wait.
Yo, can you stop
I mean,
for a second on this?
Yeah.
One of the things, I'm gonna be real quick.
No, you good.
I really hate about these guys when they talk about their fathers. He'll come out and say he was a provider, and he was a good provider and all this kind of stuff, but it was my mother who gave me all the care, right? Well, you know, what he's saying is that the fact that his father created an environment for her to thrive in doesn't really matter. There was a person there that was the caregiver, but the fact that he had an environment to thrive in was secondary to that. This is bullshit.
Absolutely bullshit, because
that's absolute bullshit. So he has a problem. Well, the fact that I think the guy's a transvestite says that there was some dysfunction in the family, you know, and he's blaming.
You just told your age right there. I did.
Come on. I mean, I don't see why we can't call him. He's a transvestite.
Yeah. Hey, I'm with all of them, all the names. Yeah.
You know, so I'm just saying, man, you know, there's something other fundamentally wrong when a person has that kind of gender dysphoria that he'll grow a beard.
Yeah, and it should be like I said, this is not the table that should be for. No, you should be with the ones that are like you, the ones that got the, you know, the hormonal transplants and all of that stuff, the ones that are saying, like I call them, dropouts. You dropped out of womanhood. So there's something wrong with that. I don't care what nobody say. There's something wrong with that. Now, there's definitely something wrong with, look at how she painted her dad.
Right.
He taught me how to read, taught me how to, you know, gave me all the tools.
When I was a girl, and he said when I was a girl, he was all this great stuff.
Yeah. So he took care of me, but then to paint the picture and say, well, you know, he loved me. He loved his sisters. He loved every other woman except for my mother. And I think the problem that I have is that you're only looking at it at one side. And for you to bring that part of it out, my whole thing would have been, why not just say it? My mother and my father, as parents, they had the synergy to mold me and my brothers and sisters or whatever. It was a synergy. And they had issues with each other. They're not painting it like that. We already know. You've been married. I've been married. We've been in relationships. We already know that the relationship is as difficult as we make it together, right? That's just basically what it is.
That's right.
And that relationship is a sacred thing between that woman and that man. It should be sacred. They don't treat it like that.
No.
You know,
this whole panel is biased to say that all the problems in relationships are based on the men not being straight. I mean, when I say straight, you know, on their point.
Yeah.
And they every one of these men couch that shit with the flaw in the man, with the woman as a baseline of some kind of purity and shit. And it's a disingenuous conversation that they're having.
Right. Right.
You know, but it started out that way because if I was doing a review of this, I would say it's flawed from the beginning because it's sponsored by a woman.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I said it's just the landscape was already bad. The landscape was already bad.
It's OD flawed.
So let me give a shout out to my man Braxton. What's going on, Braxton, man? I appreciate you, bro. If you want to come up, man, you are absolutely welcome. The matter of fact, BMU, if you in there, man, can you put the link into the
I can put the link there.
I'm talking about paste it into the unless you on his but go ahead, put it in a whatchamacallit again. But BMU should be able to, if you got some time, BMU, paste it into the You know what I'm talking about.
Pin it to the top of the chat.
At the top of the chat, yeah.
Right.
All right. So let's go ahead. Let's rock this one more time.
So when in my process, like in my transition, and when I started thinking about how I wanted to show up as a man in this world, it was like I wanted to borrow that softness that he embodied when he was interacting with other women in his family, but not the way that he treated my mother, and what that partner violence looked like, and why. So I started to question what was his view of my mother, because clearly he didn't see her as family. Not really. He saw her as an incubator that gave birth to his child that he now loves and cares for. And then he has his sisters and his mother that he also cares for and wants to protect. But all the women that he would be engaged sexually with were just that. There were things that I would get pleasure, and they can make me a meal, and that was that.
Personally, I grew up with all women. Like, single parent home, had no grandparents except my grandmother, no grandfather. Both had passed away before I was born. Father wasn't around, and taking care of everybody. So I've always conceded power to women. That's been my nature. My nature and my nurture is because that's all that was there. So for my journey, I was in autobiographies trying to figure out where's a man and who could teach me how to do it. What does it look like?
That shit is wild as hell. That says a lot about his mama. It says a lot about his aunties. It says a lot about everybody. No man was in. And I guarantee it was a bunch of fucking kids. Somebody was fucking.
Yeah, no doubt. But listen, I could relate to the guy though, from the standpoint that was when my mom passed away. I moved in with my paternal aunt, his sister, my father's sister. And while he had to work 16 hours a day, but the house was full because they had a lot of daughters. Mm-hmm. And so when we moved into the house, there was a lot of aunts there. They had a lot of daughters that were kids. My grandfather was one of those old stoic dudes. He was there. He was the patriarch of the house, but he didn't say much.
Yeah.
And my grandmother she ran everything, okay? Because all the daughters cleaved around her. And the only person that could keep her quiet was my grandfather. Other than that, her voice was throughout the whole fucking thing, man. I'm telling you. And so with a lot of women. So when I went to college, I swear one of the things that I wanted to do was get out of that house because I wanted to be around men.
Right.
But I craved that. I'm not so sure that's going to be his answer. I crave being around. That's why I joined the frat. Mm-hmm. That's why I went. I said, shit, man. I wanted to get out of the house, be around men who are professionals. And going into the frat, even though everybody wants to demonize it, gave me the opportunity to be around men of all stripes.
Right.
Professional, educated, dentists, doctors, lawyers, family men, all that shit. Some fuck ups, just like anything else. And so that's what I wanted to do. And I was successful in doing it.
Absolutely.
And so, I kind of hear where he's coming from. But go ahead.
All right, we let him cook some.
No, but here's the one thing: that whole matriarchy shit. No, I never really wanted to defer to women like that.
Right. So that was what I was saying when he said I conceded my power to women.
Yeah,
that
part I had to get that straight. That part I didn't agree with.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That part, I know where he's coming from, but I didn't agree with that part.
Right. All right, here we go.
I'm looking to Sammy Davis Jr. and Sidney Poitier, and anybody's got an autobiography about whatever, Bill Cosby, only to get that dream shattered. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of men who've grown up in those environments are trying to figure out how to hold themselves accountable while also holding themselves hostage. Mm-hmm. Right? I was trying to take up for my father not being there. I was trying to take up for my grandfather's not being there. Overcompensating and not necessarily knowing exactly what my place and my position was. So I think I can't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of black men just don't know when they say be a man, what does that mean? Yeah. And not even what does that mean? That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman. That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman. What is her back? So I think a lot of it is double dutching. It's like, how do I give myself enough grace while also pushing myself and challenging myself to learn and listen and hear. And like I said, like even there's not a single sane
perspective. It's all different.
It's all different. We're all figuring it out, you know. And I think that's, like I say, it's like how much grace can we give ourselves? How can we hold ourselves accountable without the guilt and the shame kicking in? Because guilt and shame will do a whole lot. Guilt and shame will freeze you up. Guilt
and shame will make you better. What the fuck is he talking about, bro? That's bullshit. Guilt and shame, that's why the shit exists. Don't do some shit that you gonna be guilty of. It fucks you up because he keeps trying to hide that shit. It was something else that he said. It's something else that he said.
If you could recognize that you're doing something that's shameful, that's knowledge.
That's knowledge.
I'm doing some shit, man. This is shameful shit. You know, I mean, if you could recognize that it's shameful, then why are you still doing that shit, motherfucker?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Come on.
While in the same token shaming somebody. They would shame somebody. If you found out that a man was messing around with kids, you gonna shame him. You find out that your woman was messing around with you with your best friend, you gonna shame her. That shit is crazy. For them to sit back and act like the shit is like kryptonite. No, it is a mechanism built there for your ass to understand that I'm doing something I ain't got no business doing. For him to go back to what he was just saying about this women telling men to be men. First and foremost, I don't even know why y'all listen to that bullshit.
You can't even tell us what a woman is. And you gonna tell me how to be a man?
Right. No, being a man is a journey. What I seen as a boy growing up as a man, me personally, there was nothing to distort me from my journey into manhood, right? But I've seen other men because if you just leave them alone and let them do what they do, they're going to eventually be men. Does not mean that they're going to be like this a perfect person or nothing. It's just they're going to be men, flawed and all. Right. But what happens is that there's something in our journey that will cause static. And it will fuck up the natural flow of us becoming a man from being a boy. When you mess them up that way, that's what happens. The same thing with women. There's something to distort them from them naturally becoming a woman. Period. No matter, even if it's a promiscuous woman, they're still women. But when you start seeing women that don't want to be women and want people to accept that, you like, well, that don't make any fucking sense to me, right? Because something happened to you and we get shamed. All them niggas are sitting there talking about they don't want to, shame is like, it's like a cancer. But if you go out there and if it was somebody sitting on that table and saying, why do y'all have that woman sitting here with us? They're going to shame you. Everybody on that table going to be, they're going to come off on you.
Oh, like I said, you're absolutely, one of the things that I think is going now is, as we grew up back in the day, right, in my old day, you didn't really have to think much. When you was a kid, you went to school, you went to, up to 8th grade, then you went to junior high, then you went to high school. And peer pressure and just interacting with other kids who are looking towards getting to 18, 16, 16, prom, graduation. So it was just a few choices. Back then we had vocation, we had college, we had work.
Yep.
And we had some marriages. Okay. And these were like buckets that you fit yourself in. And there was always a percentage of kids who didn't fall into any of those buckets. They went to jail, they went into crime, but it wasn't the majority, right? Everybody kind of knew what their script was. You have a script for college. You have a script for a mechanic. You have a script for marriage. You know what I'm saying? You have a script to just go to work because your father has a business or whatever. And so it was a lot simpler then because it was kind of scripted for you. You just had to fit yourself in a bucket.
Put yourself in it. Yep.
You know, and so now, with all the stimuli and all this, it seems to get a little bit more complicated, but the script is somewhat always written. It's still written for a lot of people. They just don't want to follow it.
Right. Oh yeah, because they have this they adopted this whole thing that we can all be free and we can just do whatever we want to do and be fairies if we want. Man, get the hell out of here. Big Ruck 77 says they sound scared to be men. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, let's finish letting this guy cook. All right.
Shame will keep you from actually sitting in a space that actually is safe. You don't know that it's safe because
That's another thing. That's another thing, Arpain. That safe space shit. I cringe when I hear men say it.
This is my safe space. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? I wonder if I ever used that term.
No, as a matter of fact, you didn't use it. Somebody said it, and you was the one that said, what the fuck is safe space? What the fuck are we talking about? We talking. Safe space. You know what? They just adopt so much from these women. Well, I just be like, oh man, that's cringe. That shit is cringe.
Actually, this panel is going to be the gift that keeps giving.
Yeah. Absolutely.
This is
absolutely
no doubt about it.
That's safe shit, man. If you don't get your ass out of here.
So used to, putting on, it's just, I think it's that, it's having space to even do this. Yeah. This is village.
Yeah, and right? Accountability, like you said, giving yourself that grace, and then understanding when it's like, all right, tighten up.
All
right, it's time to, and then educating yourself. Yeah. A lot of us, we don't remember to read, right? Y'all remember them posters that they used to say read? And you got your celebrity on there, and you don't even see them posters no more. Right? You don't even see things to really push each other. Right? Educate. So the more we can kind of educate ourselves, and like you said, to your point, to the village, right? Understanding that it's there, it's obtainable, right? I just shot a movie in Nickerson Gardens, and I'm like, yo, all these kids in the project still got villages that we are taking away. You try to get away from it's tough times in the black neighborhood. It's like, man, these kids still out here playing. Yeah. They still out here having a good time, right? And understanding like why or what that is for certain communities and why it's necessary for them. They don't got nobody else. So they got to send their kids outside to say, hey, can you watch my kid today for a second? I got to go to work, whatever. Yeah. So sometimes you get above yourself and think, I don't need nobody. I done made enough money. I can pay for this nanny over here. Mm-hmm. Rather than being like, oh, nah, Luke, you want your kid to come hang out with my kid today? And then we go do this, All right, cool, we hang out. Remembering that it's all there and it's obtainable, but sometimes we push it away ourselves too, you know?
Something that I really do think about.
So he did say something that I kind of agree with. And you would think that he's a little bit older, but when it was way easier for my parents to be able to trust another adult with watching me. I started being at home by myself when I was 8. I started cooking full course meals at 10. Even at 8, we didn't even have a microwave. So I was still using the oven and, toaster oven and stuff like that at 8. But by the time I got 10, man, I was sitting there frying chicken. I was sitting, my parents, and the thing was that they kind of instilled it, me, because I used to be at home by myself and I was the only child at one time.
Yeah.
So they instilled that in me where it was just like, because I wanted to cook. Especially and I can eat what I wanted to eat too. Yeah, we got this here, we got that there, and I got a chance to eat. And so once I got to be a teenager, what the thing was that they didn't have to work. My parents can go on a trip for a weekend. Shit, if they want to for a whole week. And I'm 14 years old. Let me tell you what they ain't got to do. Tell somebody to go over there and check and see because by that time it was 4 of us. Check and see, because everything even when they was gone, things still, ran as if they were there. Now, of course, it was, I used to sneak some girls in and shit like that. But for the most part, I was a good kid because, there was nothing that stood in the middle of my growth in becoming a teenager. Right. So by the time I got 16, 17 years old, man, it was just like I was grown. I barely saw my parents because I worked. I went to school. I had track. I had, band. I had a lot of shit going on. And my parents used to just be like, call me. And we ain't had no cell phones or nothing. Call me and let me know where you at. When I'm at work, I'll call them, let them know I'm here at work because they want to know, keep tabs on me. That's the only thing I had to do is just let them know where I was at. But when you talking about the village, my grandmother, you know, at times if they was going to be gone longer than expected, or if they were working and got new jobs or something, or an extra job, I used to have to go over my grandmother's house when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't gonna keep me in that damn house for 2 days and I ain't seen a damn parent. That house gonna be fucked up. I don't care how, you know, you 8 years old. I don't care how, you know, a kid seems like they got it together. No. After a couple of moments, when I find out they ain't gonna be here for a minute, I'm gonna be mischievous. But so I kind of agree with what he had to say. You got anything to add to that?
No, that was cool.
Okay, let's let him cook.
I'm thinking about power, right? Because I think we misunderstand power. We've been taught all types of false definitions and notions of power, and a lot of the time, the way that we understand power is really abuse. Right? It's like we bully each other. We abuse our power over each other and say things that we're not supposed to. We bully or abuse our power over women. We abuse our power over kids. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time, that's what we see. And
I got a question. I got a question, Arpain.
Yeah.
Based off of what he was saying, have you ever bullied anyone?
No. No, not really. Not really, because I used to get bullied.
Right.
You know, right. I mean, never very intensely, and nothing that you couldn't handle. Every so often, I got into fights when I got tired.
Right.
You know, but when I was young, man, I had real bad eyesight, so I had thick glasses. So Mr. Four Eyes and nicknames like Blind and shit. Every so often, you gotta say, fuck you, man. I mean, you had to be a little tough because I had to fight with no glasses on and shit. I was like taekwondo training, it'd be able to blindfold. I might as well put the blindfold on. And this is if I can hear where the punches are coming from and shit. So yeah, man. But I never was really a bully, man, because I understood, but that wasn't my thing.
Yeah. I've never been a bully. Very seldom have I ever been bullied. I think because the type of kid I was fairly quiet. You know what I'm saying? So I was one of those kids where I got along with I even got along with the bully. You know what I'm saying? It was just, and it was times in my life because I made people laugh so much. I was just one of those kids where it was just like, it was very few people that didn't like me. And if they didn't like me, that means that they was a problem child, because I was quiet. But once I got used to you, I was just, so I never even experienced, I've experienced somebody trying to bully me and we get into it and stuff like that. But I've always had, even if somebody tried to bully me, it's always going to be somebody else that's going to take up for me, even when I can take up for myself. So, I was a little skinny kid at one time with a big old afro and shit. So big buck teeth and everybody just liked me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bullying back then had a different transformative kind of effect.
Yes.
A lot of kids who used to be bullies or bullied, they actually turned out okay. They were able to navigate life a lot better than people give them credit for.
Yeah.
I had a cousin that used to, a female cousin. She was unmerciful, man, on me.
Yeah.
Right. She calls me all the time now. You know what I'm saying? But my point really is that she was older, but she was relentless, man.
Yeah,
relentless and all kinds of shit, man.
You be like, why are you messing with me today?
There's 100 of us, motherfucker. Why you we're pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, when you pass through it, right? She had to mature, and then the shit that she used to do just started to bounce off my back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Said you had it again. And it didn't last that long. Once I went to college, all that shit stopped.
Yeah. I think it's just a moment where you go through that, and then once college, it like I said, it's certain things, man, that it just helps you to just get into, from being an adolescent to being a preteen, teenager, and then being grown. And then for the rest of your life, you're fucking grown.
See, here's the thing with one of these guys, I don't think they're going to talk about this. The thing I think men should get from being in a female-dominated kind of environment is not whether you acquiesce and defer to them. You should have learned enough to know how to navigate through that chaos.
Yes.
That's the key, right? You got to learn how to navigate. This is woman shit, and women are going to be women, and it's not like they're all bad, but when they act within their nature, they always expect you to be in their nature too. And that's where we get it. We can't act like women.
Right.
If we do, then we're out of nature, and then we get all fucked up.
And the craziest thing about that, Airplane, is that women actually appreciate men being the polar opposite of them. Like any woman I'm in a relationship with, we joke about the shit, right? Like they know me, they find out that watch me say this. They'll mess with me in front of their friends. They say, watch what he say. And they'll say some old out of pocket shit. And they laugh about it because it'd be, I'm a man. What the fuck are you talking about? And they like when we say that because they want us. If I sit there and argue with a woman and we going back and forth, they don't like that. You could be a girlfriend of them and they done dried up. But when you get a chance, when you can sit back and sometimes you got to say no to their ass and you stand on certain things, you got boundaries, they like that shit. So, and if they don't, you don't need to be with them.
We went to a family thing with my daughter. She's in her 20s. And a couple of my other girl cousins, they know I'm conservative. And they started talking about, they told my daughter, don't worry about getting married. That shit will come. I told them, I said, don't tell my daughter that shit. Both of you fucking kids, both of y'all are married.
Right.
You're going to tell my daughter she don't have to worry about it. You're both married. I said, why are you telling her that? I said, that tells me you don't respect your husbands enough. Because you're saying that, why would you be married? You're covered, but you're going to tell my daughter to stay uncovered?
Right.
I said, don't tell her that shit. Right up front. And we, kind of joked about it. We don't know family thing, but yeah, I said, well, you got to be careful what you say.
Mm-hmm.
That's
wild to give that message.
Guys correct women when they say stupid shit.
Yeah. They do what these dudes doing at the table.
Exactly. Internalize it. Yeah, I must have done something wrong, so I deserve this bullshit this lady's telling me.
Right.
Anyway,
right.
This damn panel. It's hard to get through any full conversation because each one of them is saying some shit that you got to react to.
Right. Hey, Big Ruck 77, he said Gen X were the latchkey kids. Absolutely. The original latchkey kids. No doubt about it, bro. No doubt about it.
And Angry Man won't let you forget it.
Not at all. He won't let you forget it at all.
He won't let you forget it.
And I agree with Big Ruck when he say bullies are a necessary evil. Absolutely. Absolutely. They are a necessary evil. It's ways that you can get rid of their ass. Big Ant came out here with the 10 ball. With the 10 ball. I appreciate you, Big Ant. He said, what up, JT? And shout out to the Kung Fu Pay. Faye would say he had to blindfold himself. Which way he go? That's crazy. That's crazy. My man Cellulite is in the building. He says, salute. Salute back to you, my homie. What did you say, Braxton? Braxton say, I'm one of them, but in case there's other bullies, in case other bullies came out at the sideway out of pure dislike and hatred, etc. Oh, okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah. Still can happen as a grown up. Yep, glad I was taught how to treat and view others. Absolutely, I appreciate that, man. Most definitely, most definitely. All right, man, we gonna go ahead and let these cats talk some more of this dumbass shit, and hopefully we can get further.
Yeah. Hey, you got the hands on the button. Let's see what you say.
All right, let's go.
Just a simple question. When we're thinking about, I think with the opposite of abuse, when we think about love, and love can be powerful. Love can be extremely powerful. What does it mean to love Black women? And I want y'all to think about, because you know you was talking about what did you say? Accountability. Holding ourselves accountable while holding ourselves hostage.
Trying to hold ourselves accountable without holding ourselves hostage.
Talking about parents and all type, you know. So I'm just we can tie all of that shit in. It's not a limited conversation, but you know, just thinking about just first to introduce it into like what does it mean to love black women.
Well, I mean, I got a perspective about love. One perspective about love. I think that love is uncontrollable. I think it's spontaneous. I think in its rarest form, you cannot contain it. And I think that's the first part. I think it doesn't. It belongs to everybody, and how it's received and how it's received is not up to you.
Oh no! I tried to hold it. I couldn't hold it. I had to pause that shit, man. Well, he sound like a little girl, man. He sound like a little 12-year-old. What are we talking about, bro?
You don't think love is uncontrollable, man?
Are you serious? This is not how men talk about this shit. Oh my God. I tried. Black man, BMU, I tried to keep my hand off that pause button. Pause. But this dude just comes smiling, talking about some damn love is uncontrollable and the lilies and cotton candy. And come on, man. Take that damn onesie off, my guy.
Okay, but let him finish the whole thought.
I'm gonna let him. I just had to tell people we do not condone this type of talk over here at the PMU channel. Let's let him keep going.
It's how you give it is up to you, you know. But I think it's first there, understanding what the power of love really is, because I think everybody has their perspective of what love is in my household. You know, what love is with my woman.
Right.
You know, as opposed to what does love mean to her? Mm-hmm. What does that mean to you? I'll tell you what it means to me. You tell me what it means to you, and let's find our way to middle ground of some sort. I think it's there. It's just trying to understand what that is, because everybody throws that shit around. It's popular. Right. Makes a lot of money. It's nice. Everybody wants it. Everybody's fighting for a variation of it.
Right.
It's trying to understand what that is. And I just think that love is not a thing that we can control. It just is first.
I see this head nod going. I like that. Go ahead. I like it.
I'm going to combine like a couple of different topics, and it won't be in any chronological order, so just bear with me. Mm-hmm. One thing that Conscious will talk about is pandering, and me as a black gay man, for me, love shows up as different. There's no sex attached to my care for black women. So I would say for me as a child, one of the strongest women that were within my life was my grandmother. She was someone who she loved me with everything. She was someone who made sure that whenever I walk into a room, know that, you know, I'm not trying to sound cocky or nothing, but eyes will be on you. People will be listening to you. Whatever you want to be in your life, you can be, whether that be a president, a CEO, whether you own your own business, whether you be a millionaire, anything you want to do, you can do. And with that, my grandmother was someone, she was a banker. You know, she was someone who, she helped her community. All the people from Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, North Little Rock, Arkansas, she knew all the millionaires. She knew all the business owners. She told people yes, no. She ran her bank. She ran her branch. She had people pull guns out on her and trying to rob her. That same woman who left work, she was someone who raised 2 strong sons. My father's a federal investigator. My uncle, my late uncle, he was a manager of the VA for the suicide unit. She was someone who raised strong black men. And the same black men that she supported, the same black man that she fed that was also her husband, also be the same people that put their thumb on their motherfucking head. Mm-hmm. You know? Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say is someone who can be so strong, we also live where we're in a community where traditionally, once a white man took his thumb off of us, a lot of us put our thumb on the woman. Yes. Mm-hmm. So one thing that you talked about as far as like your dad and how you treated your mother, I feel like one privilege it is to not be gay. Not gonna lie, I love being gay. Like, you know, like whether it's not a choice, it's not a choice. But in my life, what I feel is, you know, it was karma for the straight men, and also like to reject.
That part right there. That's the what him being gay is karma for the straight man. What the? That's why we say that we just need heterosexual men. If we're gonna figure out this whole thing of how we need to navigate and as a whole, there's no other people that should sit at the table with us other than men. They should be from every age, bracket. You should have the 60-year-olds and above talking to the 40s and the 50s, talking to the 30s, talking to the 20s, and have us some damn teenagers out here so they can actually hear it. We can't do it right now because we don't know what the fuck, what type of man we got in front of us, bro.
I don't disagree. I just think we can't formalize how information flows down other than from generation to generation the way it's supposed to, but we have broken generations. One of the things I want to say, though, based on what this guy said, I don't really think there was ever a time when the black man in America, the black American, foundational black American man, or the ADOS black American man, ever put his finger on the black woman, the thumb on the black woman. We both have been under the oppression of the white man to a certain point to where we had some civil rights, right? And then when we started to split was when they gave the deal to the ladies saying, well, when the deal with civil rights saying if you make over a certain threshold, you're not going to get benefits.
Right.
Right. And that's the correct way of saying it. And then we say the women kicked the men out of the house. The truth of the matter is it was an economic decision.
Yeah.
Right. So they made an economic decision, not just to kick the men out of the house, because some of the men agreed to leave. What I would say is, and the one thing I think is true, that it's very difficult for anybody to deal with a man who can't make ends meet.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers are miserable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We got to concede that. And that's not a black man thing. That's a man thing.
That's a man thing.
Can't live up to his obligation. He's probably miserable to live with.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
One, because he's not mobile. He can't he don't have a car. He don't even have a money. You know how they used to say he didn't have money for a pack of cigarettes. He didn't have money.
So what I'm saying is, so if you give somebody a deal where I'll give you just a little bit more than the guy who's making minimum wage, but you don't have to deal with all the pressure of having somebody who's depressed. They're going to make that deal.
Absolutely.
But here's the thing, and we don't talk about it enough. A lot of black women didn't buy that.
Yeah, it was a gang of them. They was working 2 and 3 jobs.
Yeah, a lot of black women didn't care about the wealth. They had even though we were struggling, they struggled with their man. But the point I'm getting back to, what he said, that when the white man stopped putting his thumb on us, we started putting our thumb
on the black women.
When?
Yeah.
When did the black man become the oppressor of the black woman? It wasn't the greatest generation.
That's what I was saying. That's that secondhand information, that third party information that he got, because he ain't even old enough to even know anything about that shit. That's why he's talking about
generation. It wasn't the Jim Crow era,
right?
It was, it was. We had the most intact families, ending with the baby boom.
Yeah.
Right. So when did the black man decided to put the thumb on the black woman? And
for what reason? What reason would that be?
Yeah, so let's just bullshit together. I mean, not to say that they didn't have rough times with some black men, but we never subjugated our black women. We still feel guilty enough we didn't protect them enough from slavery.
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember bullshit talk, man.
Hey, Payne, you remember that wave not too long ago when you had women that was on damn social media told us some black men wasn't shit back then. They let the women get raped by the master.
Yeah,
It's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. So I mean, when these tropes that keep permeating, and then when the Black Girl Magic situation came up in the 2013 or 12,
Yeah.
Black women pretty much forgot about their sons, their husbands, their fathers, and all of that shit. It's just about us.
Yeah. Black girl magic. Even the ones that even had daughters, they was still like, fuck my son.
Yeah. So I mean, what are you talking about?
That's crazy, man.
And you're gay, you know. And this motherfucker here, this specific guy, I have an issue with.
Yeah.
Because if he's a bottom, then he's taking all the energy of men in his ass, right? If he's a bottom. And if he's a top, he probably relishes breaking men into the gator.
Yeah. But this is the thing that I would say. Just listening to his speech, the way he talked, he don't even like men.
Yeah.
Like, nigga, you shouldn't even be gay.
No, he like
you don't even like men.
He like either being the buck or the bucky or the bucker.
Right.
I mean, come on. He shouldn't be around the table.
He's definitely a misandrous. That's crazy. He should not. Right. I'd rather have a broad.
Yeah, like neither one of them should be on the table, man.
That landscape is so bad. It's something that's so wrong with this table, bro. It's like, are you serious? This table is raggedy as shit. Come on, man. And then you gonna put a damn 70-year-old in the middle of this shit. He don't know how to respond to this shit.
No, see, that's the only way I would disagree. I think he belongs at the table. Because without it, there'd be something missing. Right? It's something missing because baby boomers are still alive. Whether you think they're irrelevant or not, they're still alive.
So I just think that he needs to be with guys that can edify him, man. We talking about
no, but that's a different story. You're right, but that's
but you're saying as far as like the balance, you talk about the little bit of balance that they can have. You definitely need to stick his ass right, because after that, it would have just
Okay, so you're right though. The fact that these guys are not edifying him is the issue.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to find another table. These fucking guys should be edifying him. The fact that they don't edify him is really fucked up.
It is fucked up. They like, fuck you, you old, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You old bastard, man. You shouldn't even be alive. You know, you'd be better off you just die at the table.
At the table. We just pick you up, move you out the way, and finish our conversation and shit.
That's right. You just put a towel over your head and let's keep going. God damn. Shit. I gotta have a special table with special guys so I can talk. Get the fuck out of here.
They sure wasn't trying to get in. He tried to get in, but he like, God damn. I'm trying to agree with y'all, and then he trying to pull out all the stops, and they still won't listen to his ass. It's gonna get worse. And if you guys, I'm talking to the chat. If you guys haven't seen this yet, it's about to get bad. It's about to get really bad. And Pinky about to show up. All right, you got anything else, man?
No, man, let's go.
All right, let's keep going.
What patriarchy and masculinity look like, because I had to choose how I'm going to live my life. So you know how you were talking about how your dad, he was real good with his mom, he was real good with his sisters.
And me as a child.
Yes. A lot of men, they just live based off of the moral code. You don't even know what your own motherfucking morals are. Right. A lot of you just want to have children because that's what you're taught to. You didn't get no education. You're not saying you have to get education. You have no craft. You have no skill. So all you can do is really just have fun and have children. Nigga, fuck you. And then another thing that I want to say is too, a lot of people, you know, when I said like, you know, having accolades and things like this, a lot of my friends, and especially
I tried to stop. I tried to keep from stopping.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Say what you gotta say, man.
What? Oh my God, man. Nigga, fuck you. You just want to have sex and nigga, you having sex. Yeah, it's just in other men.
Yeah.
You're not qualified to talk.
At least the other men who are having sex, some of them actually want to have families. You're having sex just for pure recreation. There's no life given with his sex. His shit is
none.
Pure Sodom and fucking Gomorrah. Pure Sodom and Gomorrah, and he's the one who's righteous, and the rest of the men who might have a kid or two are the ones who are off. I mean, come on. I couldn't even sit around the table and listen to this guy.
Like, that's all you having sex for is recreation, nigga.
That's it.
And the only thing that can come out of that having sex is what? A damn HBP or a goddamn, you know what I'm saying? You get somebody goddamn syphilis or something. I don't know. Come on, man. You ain't talking about nigga, fuck you.
Yeah.
Women don't think this nigga speaking for them.
The kind of sex he has is the kind of sex he has is a sin.
It's definitely a sin, and it's disgusting.
It's a sin. It's what you call it. It's a fornication plus.
Yeah. God damn. An abomination.
You know.
Damn. And he talking about some men having sex for fun with women. Yes.
And then, think about it. You think about, you having these kids just because you fucking this. Guess what? It might be a small percentage, but some of those fucking kids who were born out of those kind of unions have become world leaders.
Yes, they have. As a matter of fact, didn't one guy become a goddamn president?
And you sit down here talking all this bullshit.
Oh my God. The only thing you get out of that is an enema. Let's keep going.
This is
he sounds, man,
I'm gonna give the lady
hates,
credit.
man.
I'm gonna give the lady credit because everybody's stepping on this thing.
Yes.
Everybody's stepping on it. Whatever publicity she's getting out of it is all good for her.
Yeah, I could just imagine when she looks at her, how many ats she got. There's a lot of people on this one right here. You right. Yeah, she did something on point with this right here. I got to give her that type of credit. At least she got the credit for that one right there, no doubt. Her and the dude with the braids, he's also, I guess that's his wife or something.
Oh, okay.
He's doing this with. So yeah.
Yep.
Shout out to them. Most definitely. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We're moving to Houston. I have such a respect because, like, in Arkansas, a lot of people had kids by the time that they were my age. I'm 26. Majority of my friends, like, they're between 29 to 30 to 40, beautiful women, well into the careers, clocking 200,000 plus. My allyship to them is supporting them whenever we're out. Like, I am a protector. There's a big kind of like conversation about like, gay men don't want to be treated as like poodles or whatever. Realistically, I'm 6'2", I'm 200 pounds, 215. Like, it's like, if a motherfucker step up to my friends, I'm going to defend them. I feel like my presence as a black gay man is to use how
many times he gonna say as a black gay man? That's the thing that I'm saying. We know that you're black and gay. You don't have to say that shit no more. As a black gay man, as a black gay man, as a black gay man, so damn what? Okay, we get the goddamn picture, man. Damn. Shit. I'm proud to be gay. Okay, shit.
Jeez.
Disgusting.
My masculinity, me being a man, is to not only allow myself, vertical, promotion within life. I don't know how to coin that the right way, but also bring up my sisters with me. And that can be whether it's education, go and get that education, whether it's in careers, because black women are the smartest group in America. They're also the most underpaid. If you want that money, ask for it. Whenever you go to that interview, let them know what you want.
We gotta stop that bullshit too, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, you can keep going, but we gotta stop.
No, that part right there. This is my whole thing with that whole argument. Why are we having that argument? Other than even when you hear women saying it, it's like so let's just play your game and say that it is true. What purpose are you saying this for? Other than nah. We're better than y'all, black men.
Yeah, I don't even want to concede that shit for that. I was just show me the receipts. Show me the receipts that you're the smartest when your fucking kids can't read.
We already came with it, right? We already came with those, right? That shit. That's what I'm saying when they're talking. When these guys are talking, man, they just saying shit third party, second hand.
When you're being the most foreclosed on, and the jobs that you're picking are the jobs that are on the lower end of the route, the thing that get eliminated first.
Right.
They got the most debt. They got the most this and that. How smart really are you? Right? I mean, come on. I just, I don't even want to disparage them. The point really is you fucking need men.
Right.
You need men in your life to take that chaos you have and put some order to it. And why are you going to go down with the ship before you realize that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. These women are making this conscious choice with feminism and all this shit to be assholes until it's too late.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And you know what? And men are deciding, you know what? I'm done.
And I'm talking about in droves, man. I'm talking about in droves, they're saying it.
Droves. I'm done. I'd rather find a woman who's this, or I'd rather just pay for it every so often when I get my shit off. I want anything but you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're doing this shit to themselves. And
with the help of and with the help of the sugar boy. These are not your friends, ladies. These guys are not your fucking friends. They're sitting back and they're helping to perpetuate lies to you. All the way down to your demise. All the way down to your demise. So what he said was absolutely not true, first and foremost. That shit was some bullshit.
It's bullshit.
That shit was some bullshit.
Even with all the education, they still don't make more than men.
Yeah. All of that.
On the average.
And the only thing it shows is that you need men. And why would anybody want to argue that? That's the conversation trap right there. Because I heard somebody say, so you saying, like one guy was saying, he said all of this. He was like, he asked one woman, he said, so if you are the smartest, then why do you guys have the dumbest children, right? All these different things. Mm-hmm. So they were going back and forth, and she walked right into it. He said, so what's the purpose of you saying that you're the smartest when you got the dumbest kids? She said, we don't. He said, no, you do. And he showed her the stats or whatever. And at the end of the day, he was like, the only bragging rights the only things that you're using the bragging for is to show that you don't need men. When we're proving to you that you do need us. She said, no, we don't. We don't need men. And all the men said, well, hey, that's it. You just admitted it. We ain't got nothing else to talk about. So if you saying that you don't need men, why are you even having conversations with men? Why are you even having arguments? You don't have to. You already said, we don't need y'all. I'm doing my thing. I'm a boss bitch and all that shit. So don't get into the conversations because men are talking about, the woes of the relationships, trying to be and niggas ain't even talking about their relationships. These motherfuckers are arguing about dating. Very few panels I've been on where people were talking about relationships while they're in them.
Right.
They keep talking about the dating and they talking about shit about going to restaurants, eating. And then when they do talk about relationships, the only thing these motherfuckers are talking about are paid is chores.
Yeah.
Washing and cooking and eating. I'm like, what the fuck?
This is so funny, and I think men need to fix this, right?
Yeah.
We really don't need our women just cook and clean for us.
And not at all.
That's like a euphemism, right? He said, I need you to cook it. No. If we're together and I buy a home for you, I want you to buy a house for you. I want you to make it into a home.
Yes.
That's what I want you to do. I want you to make it into a safe space for us so we can raise our kids.
Yep.
And all that shit. I'm not asking you to do anything more. I mean, it's almost common sense. I don't know any man. Well, there probably have been. But if we're both working 80 hours, 70 hours, 50 hours a week, both of us, we travel to work, come home to keep our house and home together. What makes you think I'm going to just let you be the one cooking and cleaning?
Facts.
That's not even true. Like, we'll figure out a couple of days a week where we both, and the kids when they learn, we all clean this motherfucker together.
Yep.
And you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to just put it on you. I mean, I don't like to cook myself. So,
That me too.
To cook for me. I was cooking to get laid when I was in college.
Absolutely.
You know,
all of that shit about chores. I was like, all y'all arguing about is fucking chores.
Yeah,
that's
man,
not this shit. And the craziest part, when you get a woman and she has the domesticated qualities, even if she ain't the best cook or whatever, she does some things. I know women that, man, they be having some of the dopest things to put their food into and stuff like that. Like, especially a woman that wants to make sure that her man has food, even if she has to go buy it.
Right.
But he does the same thing. Babe, I want some pizza tonight. You know what I'm saying? He'll call up and be like, you want pizza? Because I got a taste for pizza. She'd be like, cool. Most of if she like pizza too, she gonna be like, hell yeah, because I didn't know what I wanted to cook. I got this stuff out of the freezer and stuff, but it's not, I've never, if they arguing over this shit, crazy, man, I'm like, y'all motherfuckers don't need to be in a relationship.
I mean, like I said, I've been married for a long time, so I learned, my wife, though, one thing about her, man, my fucking wife is like MacGyver. You ever saw that show?
Yeah, he turned anything.
My wife is I gotta do shit around the house just so I can keep a man card.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? My wife
come home, she done did all kind of sweet shit with
honey, I fixed this. I did it by myself. You know what I'm saying?
And the shit look great. You be like, damn.
My wife is like MacGyver, man. She got some shit for everything.
You got to go out there and break her engine down, put it back up so you can stay up with her.
It's not that complicated before a lot of other stuff. But I got to say, well, I'm going to do this so I can say, yeah, did I do it right?
You said she like MacGyver. Look, that's, what's the white lady name? She is out. She's awesome, man. The one that her and Snoop had to look.
Martha.
Man, she be doing. I just find myself sometimes just looking at the shit. You know how you get caught up. You just turn the channel and then you look at it. And I just, for about an hour and a half, I was just looking at her do some shit. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
You like. Her mind works so awesome, man. And it's a lot of women that's like that, man.
You know what? And she went to jail for a man.
Yep.
She was already a multi-millionaire, and she went to jail for a man.
And look, you know what was the craziest part about her going to jail? She made something good out of that.
That's right. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. This shit has no layers, man. Women, I mean, she went to jail for insider trading for a man, covering for a man.
Yep, absolutely.
You're unbelievable.
Anyway, Martha Stewart is in prison. But this is the thing. I know many of women, dog, that are awesome. Like when they say a woman can multiply some shit for you, that's not a lie. But the problem that we have is not the women that can do that. It's the women that don't think that is feasible for them to be in their space as a woman, a wife. They want to be partners. And it's like, you got too much other shit that you can be doing other than arguing about being a fucking partner of a man. You don't want, no, trust me. And especially you got so many women that are single and have probably been single for a very long time in their adult years where every once in a while I hear them say, I'm tired of doing this shit on my own.
Oh, yeah.
I'm tired of, you know what I'm saying? I do want somebody that can actually relieve me, especially if this is the crazy part, when the kids are gone. It's worse for them when the kids are gone because they don't have nobody to be a mother to anymore, and it's just them. And they got to deal with that shit.
But see, they still take solace in the fact that they have kids. The ones who are in trouble are the ones who get to those ages with no kids.
Yeah. It's something different.
They're the ones who are in real trouble, who get to those ages with no kids.
Yeah.
And it's going to be so many of those women out there, blew their whole biology over some bullshit.
Yep.
And then they're 50, right? And, when friends get tied up with their own families, and you just there, you and your fucking Christmas tree and your cat. And they'll say men are the same. Men handle being alone a lot better than women.
Yeah.
Anyway, what else we got going on?
Oh, we still got, because this is when it's about to get heated, because Mr. Clifton is about to speak his truth.
And the same thing as far as like a job, how you can switch.
I hear you.
That's another one, man. I don't think I've ever said my truth.
Nina,
That's
I
another
would
one.
never, I wouldn't, our
Where
pain.
did we get this shit from, man? This
Man.
old women shit, transvestite shit, right?
Yeah.
My truth and my safe space, my partner, all this shit, man.
That's another way of saying that there's no lie. It's just my truth.
My truth. You know, it don't have to have no facts along with it. As long as it's my truth, it's okay.
Absolutely. Can you are you able to see the video that I have right there?
No, I see it.
Oh, okay. All right. I gotta go use the bathroom right quick. So if you
All
need to pause it, are you able to pause it also? You should if you
yeah,
can
I mean,
see it.
yeah, man. When we play when you get back, are you going to play it?
Yeah, I'm about to play it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can pause it.
Okay.
But y'all, the job is
right
no
back.
different than a man.
Okay.
And you know how we're talking about like the moral basis of, I don't want to lose my track. The moral basis of people not knowing themselves and having babies. A lot of men don't got shit to contribute. If you can't even commit marriage to a motherfucking woman, what makes you think that she wants to commit to having a baby? That 9 to 10 months, that can fuck up that whole baby's life.
Not being supported.
Yeah, you can't.
In the same way that she was talking about, you know, asking for that promotion and things like that, because that also, when we're when we're seen as having some more control or power over in a work environment, you know, people aren't going to abuse us as much. People aren't going to, supposedly, right? Where are we advocating? You know what I'm saying? In the same way of like not being prepared for fatherhood. Where are we advocating for those Black women in the job, in the workplace, and making sure that they are seen in the way that they should be and empowered in the way that they should, in the same way that in fatherhood and outside of fatherhood, when you know that your homie is gonna have thinking about having kids, when you know that your brother or whoever is thinking about having kids, how are you empowering the mother that or who could be the mother, and how are you holding your brother or your homie accountable?
You know, well, I mean, I'm listening. First of all, in the workspace, women in the workforce, most corporate jobs, they make provisions for women who are of childbearing ages. They got milking rooms and all of that kind of shit. Accommodations, they call it accommodations for women of child rearing ages, so they can continue to work and have the amenities of taking care of babies by aspirating aspirating milk or whatever it is and putting it in refrigerators and all of that kind of shit. They got these safe spaces that are set up by society for women. And guess who made that shit happen? Not just women begging for it. You know, men had to acquiesce to that. And so if you're going to be a father, if you're married to the woman that you are having a baby, why do you first of all, you created a safe space for that pregnancy to begin with. So I'm trying to figure out, what kind of fucking men are you talking about? What kind of extra safe space do you have? Do you need? You know, listen, I don't know if this guy said he doesn't have any children. I remember him saying he doesn't have any children. So he doesn't have any children. So I think the questions he's asking is from a position of ignorance. When my wife was pregnant, it wasn't a second I didn't know what was going on with her. You know what I'm saying? And I'm exaggerating, but she was under constant surveillance. You know, I wasn't letting her do some of the shit that she just thought was normal to do. Well, we had to go through a lot of stuff, man, for her to have the 2 kids that we have. So what are you talking about? What kind of men are you talking about? You know, you're acting like that. This conversation from some of these guys is acting like the average man is a fucking savage. It's not true. It's just not true. And if you're talking about having kids within wedlock, especially, it's not true. You know, and I mean, I'm going to give some deference to some of the guys who have kids out of wedlock, but are still with the mother of the children. Because I got a few of those people in my family. And these guys are crazy about their children. You know, I mean, they take care of them. You know, they take care of, I got a couple of cousins who are stepdads. They got all this shit going on. So this whole notion that some extra added thing for men is required because we're just so dog shit evil that women have to be protected from the average black man is bullshit. Just absolute bullshit, man. It really is. You know, there's some bad apples. There might even be a lot of bad apples, even enough to make a certain difference. But you're preaching to the choir because most men are not like what you guys are describing. They're just not. And it should just piss me off to listen to these guys, man. And this guy don't even have any kids.
And what does that even mean?
The same conversation I can say, like, hey, you need to ask for it 150, 200, 175. Be the same conversation, like, you know, like, what's he doing?
Right.
You know, like, and it's like, it might be a conversation. I think also with certain conversations, it doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or whatever, you're still a man. Whenever a woman wants to open up and talk to you about certain things, that's when you want to talk about it. Like, you can't be overbearing, because with patriarchy, with masculinity, it's kind of like you trying to talk about something you want to talk about and shouldn't even want to talk about that. That's you exerting your masculinity over somebody.
Listen, you know, if you're a man, you exert your masculinity all the time. If I want to talk to my wife about something, she doesn't have to always want to talk about it. If it needs to be discussed, we're going to discuss it. What are you talking about? You know, she has the ability to talk to me about shit I might not be in the mood for either, if it's important. I'm not gonna say shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear your femininity right now. Wait till I'm in the mood. I'm not gonna do that. So if we got to talk about something I think is important to talk about, I'm not exerting my masculinity. We're talking because, you know what? We need to talk. So what are you saying? What the fuck do you know about a male-female relationship? You know, the gay guys telling men, exert your masculinity. We're masculine all the time. There's no terms, there's no switch when we're not masculine. You know, there's nothing wrong with being masculine. It's not a bad characteristic. It's a natural one. It's natural to men who want to be men.
So, like, whenever my friends talk about their dating,
let me play the soy boy said something. Let me just go back a little bit. And maybe you could catch it.
A lot of people, you know, when I said, like, you know, having accolades and things like this, a lot of my friends, and especially with moving to Houston, I have such a respect because, like, in Arkansas, a lot of people had kids by the time that they were my age. I'm 26. Majority of my friends, like, they're between 29 to 30 to 40, you know, beautiful women, well into the careers.
I gotta go back a little further. Okay, I hope I didn't go back too far.
Sometimes we push it away ourselves too, you know?
Something that I really do think about when we're thinking about power, right? Because I think we misunderstand power. We've been taught all types of false definitions and notions of power. And a lot of the time, the way that we understand power is really abuse. Right? It's like we bully each other. We abuse our power over each other and say things that we're not supposed to. We bully or abuse our power over women. We abuse our power over kids. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time, that's what we see. And I want to know just you know, a simple question. When we're thinking about, I think with the opposite of abuse, when we think about love, and love can be powerful, love can be extremely powerful. What does it mean to love Black women? And I want y'all to think about, because you know, you was talking about what did you say? Accountability. Holding ourselves accountable while holding ourselves hostage.
Trying to hold ourselves accountable without holding ourselves hostage.
Talking about parents and all type, you know. So I'm just we can tie all of that shit in. It's not a limited conversation, but you know, just thinking about just first to introduce it into, like, what does it mean to love Black women?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got a perspective about love.
Maybe I went back too far.
One perspective about love.
You could go, you can go up, because I think, that's you can go up some more. I think that's it right there.
you what you need, or is he just a placeholder until that right man comes? So sometimes it would be different. It just depends.
Yeah.
Because you got to be the person to say it.
Yeah, I would say too.
You got to go ahead now. I want to see what you're gonna say.
No, go ahead.
And placeholder might not be the right thing. It might not be the right thing to say, but
You know, I was just
So if you will, you want me
70 years
to
old.
bring it back?
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
you-
go
whole
put that.
another era than any of you Negroes is talking.
things, that's when you want to talk.
In a work environment, you know,
Yeah,
people aren't
I
gonna
think that's
abuse
good.
us as much.
Yeah.
People aren't gonna supposedly, right? Where are we advocating? You know what I'm saying? In the same way of like not being prepared for fatherhood. Where are we advocating for those Black women in the job, in the workplace,
But then the gay guy comes
and making
up
sure
after.
that they are seen in the way that they should be and empowered in the way that they should, in the same way that in fatherhood and outside of fatherhood, when you know that your homie is gonna have thinking about having kids, when you know that your brother or whoever is thinking about having kids, how are you empowering the mother that, or who could be the mother, and how are you holding your brother or your homie accountable? And what does that even mean?
The same conversation I can say like, hey, you need to ask for it 150, 200, 175, be the same conversation like, you know, like, what's he doing?
Right.
You know, like, and it's like, it might be a conversation. I think also with certain conversations, it doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or whatever, you're still a man. Whenever a woman wants to open up and talk to you about certain things, that's when you want to talk about it. Like, you can't be overbearing, because with patriarchy, with masculinity, it's kind of like you trying to talk about something you want to talk about and shouldn't even want to talk about that. That's you exerting your masculinity over somebody. So
Well, I wanted to stop right there. You know, first of all, because this is why I said when you were gone, I said, first of all, men don't turn masculinity on and off.
Right.
It's on all the time for men who are just naturally wired that way. And I said, well, listen, if I want to talk to my woman about something, even if she's not in the mood, if we need to talk about it, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm not exerting my masculinity, right? I'm not going to just let shit slide until she's in the mood to talk.
That'll never happen. She ain't gonna never be in the mood to talk about what you gonna talk about.
What's this guy talking about? You know, if we have an uncomfortable conversation that we need to have, I'm not being overbearing. We got to talk about this shit. If it ain't important, then I'm not going to even try to push it.
Absolutely.
Right? So listen, you're overbearing, you're masculine. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about, soy boy? I mean, what's he talking about?
This is why I say that these guys are not deemed to be in these conversations with us, because this is that everything is, fluid. You can't say because we're being men, and like you just said, if we need to talk about this, and I think that we need to talk about this right now and don't let this go, that's what it's supposed to be. But he looks at things as partner.
Right.
People like him talking to and women. Listen, y'all should never listen to these guys, ever. Not them. They're dropouts, and I have no idea. My whole thing is this: women, and if you need, I would rather women talk to each other. And even with that shit, sometimes that shit can be really fucked up. But I would rather them talk to each other than to be talking to a fucking dropout.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because even with that, we can create, literally this is my thing. When a woman really wants to be, get some things together and work things out with the man, they're going to listen to him. They're going to listen to him. Right. They're going to listen to him. Even emotions. One of the things about us being men that can get us to a point where we know the type of man that we are for that woman is some things that we have to do where she don't want to do it, and we have to be able to push that, right?
Right.
Just like what you were just saying. No, we have to have this conversation because she knows when you're speaking on some shit that is the things that you're not going to be, everything is just going to be, right. we gotta. So when you do speak, she'll be like, oh, no. If he's saying that this needs to happen, I trust that this needs to happen because he don't really say too much of shit.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly right, because I'm not going to the well all the time.
Right.
So if I got to go here and I'm doing this shit now, and I haven't done this in like maybe even years, we got to talk. I don't care about you. And here's the other thing. My wife absolutely knows if she needs to talk to me about something, the door's open.
Yeah.
Right. So it's reciprocated. I'm not going to say, listen, just take your shit out of there. I don't want to hear it. I'm not going to do that to her. Because the danger is that whatever she has to tell me, I might never hear it again.
Yeah.
So these guys don't know what the
I don't know what the fuck they talking about. So there was a guy that used to be on, him and his wife that used to be on here. You know who what is her name? Her husband name is Driscoll.
No.
And her name is, she goes by the name of Family Values.
I never seen Family Values before my time.
When I tell you, so they have a lot of kids together and not together.
Family?
So it's a lot. Yeah, it's a blended family, man, but they dope. So it was they were talking, and Driscoll had said, he said, man, my wife do things she was doing. He's like, when we first, was really, really going through our thing, he said she did things to really deem me to be the husband I was supposed to be for her, right? And that's her being that woman. And they would talk about flawed shit, right? It was shit where he was like, I had to step up, like, because she was saying some things where I needed to correct them. Right. And it was other things where she didn't want to be able to take care of it. And I knew that I had to take care of it. But basically what he was saying was that her flaws was what edified me to be the man that I needed to be for her. It made me grow up and be that man I needed to be for her. And and basically what he was saying was that, man, you got to go through some shit.
Oh, yeah.
You got to go. And what's going to happen is that it's going to deem you. It wasn't like she was telling him, be a man. She probably was crying and probably was, frantic and shit. And he had to figure out, okay, what the fuck I need to do in order for me to make this shit. Because we are we fix shit. Yeah. And that's a part of, I'm going to tell you, with me, it don't matter where it is. I still work at other places, right? And one of the things people like about me is because I'm resourceful and I'm smart as shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to things. So a lot of things, there be people that's supposed to be in positions that's higher than mine, but I'm the go-to guy.
Right.
Because I've been doing the shit for I done had my 10,000 hours worth of shit and my shit. Yeah. I'm more of but I don't complain. I don't, what I'm saying? I just act like a man. I'm very neutral in my feelings when some shit is happening. They be like, why is this not happening? And blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to fix, and I just fix it. Yeah. Then I go on about my business. Most men would do that. Most men in their relationship with the woman, we just be trying to, how they used to say, when you're talking to your woman and she get mad because you trying to just fix shit, but she don't want you to fix nothing. She don't want you to just fix it. I'm like, that's them goddamn talking points again. You know what I'm saying? Let me interrupt this shit right here, man, and introduce my man Mont in the building. What's going on, Mont? What's going on, boy?
What up, yo? What up?
Hey,
what's going on, bro?
You was searching for a place to go, huh, bro?
I'm real mixy, man. I just be bouncing from podcast to podcast, man.
No doubt, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm chilling, man. This is like basketball to me, man. It's like, yo, I'm trying to go get a run. It's just exciting. I like it, man. I just like, fucking with the guys. It's like playing a pickup game.
That's right.
Have you seen these guys at this round table? Who hasn't? Have you been on? Have you talked about?
I actually think I hate this round table, and honestly, after talking about it, I feel like I'm upset that we even kind of like everybody reviewing it. Because I think it's giving it kind of like airtime and all that type of stuff, and I think it was just something that we should have just all ignored. Like, y'all put all of these performative guys, these actors and singers, and y'all put them all on this panel, and they was all going to say this PR politically correct talk, and y'all going to feed it to us, and I don't think none of us should have watched it.
It goes back to what Arpay was just saying. It kind of goes in the side of what you were saying, Arpay. You said, "Oh, girl was smart for doing that shit right there." You said, "God damn." When you said it, when you called it, that's what I was saying. I said, "Damn." it's when I look at it, I said, damn, this is Hollywood meets podcast. These cats, the way that they're talking, it's like we had these conversations 5 years ago, bro. This shit that they doing right here, I said, damn. So you see it the same way I see it when I was just like, come on, man, this shit is so elementary right here. We done had these, and we, this shit is crazy.
So let me ask Mont, though. Let me ask you, because I don't disagree with what you said. The only problem is that things don't get ignored, and some things just can't stand without any opposition. Mm-hmm. So how do you weigh the fact that you might be right that we should just ignore it, but we know social media being such as it is, some people might be absorbing this shit. Yeah. And if there weren't panels of men who say, like, listen, this guy's talking some shit, this guy shouldn't even be at the table, and all this kind of stuff. You don't think there's a counterbalance to what you said?
With this, no. Okay. I think with this in particular, I think this is one of those things that's kind of like the same old, like I'm pretty sure if somebody on the other side of the aisle could guess what we're going to say about everything, right? They can guess that we're going to say, oh, it's a transgender. Like, that's not even a man, right? They could guess that. They're going to guess that it's some bunch of homosexual men on there. Like, they could guess that we're going to have a problem with that, right?
Yeah, okay, that's the easy one. But some of the other stuff that said is also should be unsaid. But yeah. I hear where you're coming from.
I think that it would have been more powerful for us to ignore this one, right? I only think that because I don't know who produced this. I don't know like where it came from, but I feel like they got a ton of views and they got a ton of viewership. They got a ton of everybody's talking about it, right? And I just think this is something that if it would have died down, we should have just ignored it and kept doing the work that we're doing by having these conversations anyway, right? But we having it from with a different perspective.
But this is like the gift that keeps giving. From the standpoint we're getting all of these crazy conversations all at once from around the table, right? Each one of these men, if they're gay or not, they acquiesce to playing some kind of gay role on TV or putting on a dress. I don't believe in it's just acting. Like I said, I could never marry an actress who does sex scenes. I don't give a shit what nobody says, right? If a guy's grabbing my honey's tits, he's grabbing her titties. There's no acting.
Yeah.
Right. So if a man's kissing another man, you could tell me it's for the script or not. You got to be kind of wired that way.
Yeah. I'm not. I don't. If you do that in a movie, it is what it is. Like you
it is what it is. Yeah. So but they said a few things other than the easy low hanging fruit about gay, and one of the guys is a full tranny. They're saying stuff about masculinity, marriage, childbearing, and they overall have black men in a bad light on this round table.
Mm-hmm. All they did was say things that they said everything that women want to hear.
Yes.
And even the things that they tried, that whenever they said something that women didn't want to hear, they tried to make it so that they covered it up with stuff that women want to hear. Which I don't stuff like that make me sick. Because black women and we need to listen to them. Like, I think we need to hear them, right? I don't like when they say we need to listen to them. It sounds like it says we need to do it. It sounds like it says everything that they're saying to us is true, and we need to do what they're telling us to do. We should hear them and hear their perspectives, but there's often times where they need help processing that. Even my lady, right? Of course, I'm gonna hear everything she says, but some of the things that she does say, I have to kind of help her with it and be like, you know what? You think you need a vacation because you feel this way. And I have to tell you that you don't need a vacation. We need to find out what the problem is, right? Mm. But I'm here for that, right? But these guys, it wasn't giving me that energy. They was giving me that energy. Yo, look, shut up, a black woman speaking. She needs to talk. Okay, got it. I hear you. I'm going to do what you just said that you need. Like, no, I'm not. Yeah.
Because they're gonna be lost in limbo anyway. You said you needed this. Now they're gonna lead your ass all the way to the end of your relationship. What the fuck is you talking about? So I agree exactly with what you're saying on that part, bro. Most definitely. Let's hear this shit again, because I want to get to the part where
the fight. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, like, whenever my friends talk about their dating, majority of my friends are introverts. They're real kind of like to themselves. They don't like to talk about their business. When they do open up, that's when I ask, like, hey, like, you know, you have X, Y, and Z. Is he providing you what you need? Or is he just a placeholder until that right man comes? So sometimes it will be different. It just depends.
Yeah.
Because you got to be the person to say it.
Yeah, I would say too.
You got to go ahead. No, I want to see what you're going to say.
No, I'll go ahead.
And placeholder might not be the right thing. It might not be the right thing to say, but.
You know, I was just talking about, I'm 70 years old. So I come from a whole nother era than any of you Negroes is talking about. And what I've learned, and I'm not saying I'm right, I think everybody is right. Because there's so many levels to this. But most of this was laid on our parents' parents.
Yeah.
My father was born in 1915 and his parents were slaves. Well, his grandparents were slaves. So what I've learned is it's not your mother's fault, it's not your father's fault, it's not your fault. We were born into 450 years of post-slavery PTSD. I am 69, be 70 in March. I've just learned how to love. Our parents didn't know how to love. Their parents didn't know how to love. And if I could say anybody maybe had an edge, it was the women. That's why I celebrate Black women. I live with a psychiatrist, forensics.
All right, before you get to grandizing that shit right there, what do you guys think so far about what he just said?
Well, if I could go first, right? He's only like 2 or 3 years older than me. And I can honestly say I knew how to love when I was like 18 years old. You know, it wasn't proper. You know, I didn't know all the things I should have known, but I didn't have any problem with relationships as a young man. So, I mean, it's all, I know my father knew how to love because when my mother died, he halfway went crazy. He didn't know what to do. So shit, he had to give me and my brother to his sister because he couldn't take care of us because he was working 20 hours a day, you know, and he didn't get remarried until eight years or so later. So we had intact families. And so his experience is different than mine, but we're in the same generation, right? You know, so I can't dispel what he said, but I never, as old as I am, and my grandfather came here in the early, on my father's side, like 1899, something like that. Early, got married early. And we never talked about slavery. We never talked about, oh, woe is me or Jim Crow and all that. We just, as a family, just made our way out of the dirt to where, you know, our family was able to thrive in better areas. It was always there, but we didn't say our whole existence is because the white man held us down. You know, so that's probably some of the reason why I got the attitude I have today, because I lived around everybody. We all had the same. We lived around the same kind of people: Harlem, South Bronx, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah,
you know, it's just the mentality of the people around you. Our family never felt like victims. We always try to pull each other out of it. You know, so I'm not going to dispel how he feels about it, but I can't stand when I hear people in the modern day talk like the albatross is still around their necks.
Yeah.
That you be informed by the past, but that doesn't have to be your future. As long as you're informed by the past and you know what the mistakes were made, you navigate the future. And that's for the young people to decide. I'm not going to decide that for my daughters, and I can only give them the path. The future is theirs, it's not mine. But don't use the past as an albatross around your neck. And too many of us do that shit. I can't stand it.
Yeah. I agree. I think when it comes to like, I don't know, like I don't even know if he know how to love now, right? If you tell him you never knew how to love, who just told you how to love? And what did they tell you? I need to know. Because you might not, from my perspective, you still might not know how to love, even though you think you figured it out. So I would be curious of like, okay, what is love to you? How do you love somebody? How do you love a woman? Because who told you? You know, if you felt like you've never knew how to love a woman. So yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, that's kind of how I look at it. It goes back to, I was privy pain to see and be around my great grandparents. My great grandfather, he was born in 1909, and I seen pictures of. They had down his basement, man. They had like a piano, old piano. They had a little bar, but they had pictures behind the bar, right? Mm-hmm. And I just seen all these pictures of cotton fields, and you'll see like things of cotton, like the little stem with the cotton on it and stuff like that. Right. And I seen pictures of people that were probably in the the late 1800s, mid 1800s, and stuff like that. And it was crazy to me because I seen pictures of his parents. I didn't see pictures of my great grandmother's parents, but they told us the story. And it goes to what you were just saying. I've never heard them talk about slavery. I've never heard them talk about the atrocities that they had to deal with. Even with my grandmother, they spoke on it, but they didn't speak on it where they were like, we just fucked up right now. They spoke on it as like giving us information, right? Mm-hmm. Segregation, Jim Crow, all these different things. It was just information that they was giving us. They was like, remember, like, especially when you get the great uncles or the great uncles and aunties that was still living during that time. This was in the 80s.
Right.
And when they remember when blah, 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 but they were laughing at shit and they was talking about certain moments and shit. When I hear it now, when people was like, PTSD and all this crazy ass shit. I say, well, when did that shit skip all the way over to us? When did that PTSD? Because I never had it. My parents, they never had it. You know what I'm saying? My aunties and uncles, and I've been around thousands of family members. When did the only time I started hearing this shit was like in the motherfucking in the 70s and the 80s is when I started hearing motherfuckers talking about this. And this was post goddamn Black Panthers. Right? So but with saying that is this. Men knew how to love back then. Nigga, that's why we had all them goddamn love songs. That's why we had a bunch of fucking kids. And the families were huge as fuck. I remember going from I live in Detroit, going down south and going to Mississippi or Tennessee, how big those family unions used to be. Mm-hmm. And everybody is partying it up. And everybody, could nobody touch them grills but the elders. They were the ones that's doing the barbecue. That's why I said motherfuckers be arguing over chores. Get the fuck out of here, man. I seen it with my own eyes. The shit you hear people talking about now, my guy, it wasn't as bad as they say it was. It was fucked up, but we can't sit back and talk about it like we were there.
That's what I'm telling you.
That's what's fucked up to me. I'm like, nah, I done got some, I got some information and I heard it from all kind of people. But when you talking about, just like going back to what Mom was saying about my man Clifton, bro, you 70.
Yeah. 70.
You're 70. You mean to tell me you didn't know how to love? You listened to that shit. You know about the OJs when they was talking about and we cried together. They were all that shit that they was talking about was catering to women. Even when you hear the songs where niggas was trying to, it's a song from David Ruffin where he was saying that it's a woman that had so much of a hold on him that he had to muster up all the strength to walk away from her. Because she was so out cold with her love, but he didn't need to be with her because she was toxic. And he said, so I got to walk away. That was what niggas was talking about. This shit right here is bullshit. Even when he's been, and I'm just thinking that he's just saying it because he's just trying to be on this.
You don't think
I don't believe it.
Okay.
No. Let me say this. I can't say I don't believe it because this is him.
But that you don't believe that he believes what he's saying. Is he just making?
I don't believe he believes what he's saying. No, hell no, bro. I think that he's trying to come to a consensus because of all the relationships he's probably been in. And I think he just recently, the wife that he had of 20-something years, they had got a divorce or some shit. I got to look it up. But you know how it goes when we lose something that we love. We'll blame ourselves for that shit, bro. Men would blame themselves for that shit. They'll sit back, man, let me tell you something. Don't do what I did, young blood, because I lost a good woman. Men would tell you that. And what do they say how they lost her? Because they was fucking with other women. I was out there messing around with other women and drinking and gambling. You're like, nigga, come on, bro. You can't tell a nigga not to do what he does because you was fucked up. You didn't tell the woman, you lied. Can we just say that shit? All that other shit you going on, bro. No, you just lied, my nigga, and you got caught in your lie. Next time, don't lie to her. Just tell her what the fuck it is.
Is this right before is this right before the argument?
Yeah, this right before. We about to get to it. It's about to happen right here. Well, as soon as he said that shit about I didn't know how to love, he triggered the little sugar boy. And here we go. Here we go.
Detective, gangster, loving Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer, who's just been patient with me to teach me how to love. But in closing on this, because I don't want to get too deep, I called my buddy, man. I said, I'm fucking up, bro, really bad. I'm fucking up. So I never been monogamous. So I don't even fucking know
what age did you become monogamous?
Today. No, but let me just say what it is.
Good to know.
And we don't talk about this. We don't talk about dopamine being in a pleasant center of the brain like we talked about oxytocin is the hormone. It's called the cuddle hormone. So a lot of times.
Fuck all that shit. Listen, this is where I think we got it fucked up at too, Pain. My niggas sit back and think that monogamy is the motherfucking answer. It's not the answer. Telling the truth is the answer. That monogamy shit, don't blame it on that shit, man. Monogamy is young compared to polygamy. It's very young to that. Don't blame that shit on that. You blame it on what the fuck it was. You lied instead of telling her what it was, my guy. That's where we be fucking up at. That's why polygamy has such a bad fucking connotation to it. Because motherfuckers will sit there and put that with cheating. That's not the same. That's what I never was monogamous. No, you never was a nigga that told the truth, nigga.
Right.
Because they'd go for that shit. They was going for it. Women was going for it for a very long time. Mm-hmm. It's way older. Polygamy is way older than monogamy all day. It'll wrap just all the way around that motherfucker 4 times, dog. He's a liar. Just say it. Quit at it. It's like motherfuckers be sitting there and blaming God. God know my heart. Get the fuck out of here. Quit blaming everything on God.
And on top of that, he put it on his generation too. Like the old heads that I know, they not 70 still fucking around like that, right? Like that's him. Like it ain't like, oh, we wasn't taught. No, it ain't we nothing. That's you. You fucked up. Cool, admit it. It's like I'm a fucked up individual. Just say that.
For sure. Most motherfuckers, man, listen, once you start getting to, I just put it to you this way. Once you start getting into your 50s, you start losing family members left and right. That's when you start losing a lot of loved ones, right? By the time you 70, bro, you looking to be a widow if you married. Or the widower. One or the other. You know, we spoke about this before, Arpain, and I told people, I said, when you're talking about a marriage that's a successful marriage, what do you get out of it? If you're looking for it, just what I get out of it? Death. That's successful. That's why it's successful. Because you did it till death did you part.
Right.
Now, if you're looking for it for what it's actually built for, it's community building. That's what the difference is. That's why we have to look at it in a way where it is a tool for us, for other people, not just for us. I was a recipient of my mother, my father going, all the way until somebody died, and it was my father that died. But guess what happened when he died? He had boys. And guess what we had to do? Take care of my mother. My mother about to be in her 80s. She's 70-some years old right now. What's she gonna try to do? Go out there and date again? That ain't how they talk no more. By the time you in that age right there, it has to be something else that comes with that in fulfillment, right? Because they ain't out here trying to have sex all damn day. That's why it's so fucked up with Clifton, because he's talking to young brothers where he should be imparting way more of his wisdom through his experiences. But what he led with was all of his negative proclivities. You should not be 70 years old telling these motherfuckers, I'm 70 years old now. I just learned how to love a woman.
Yeah.
That shit sound crazy to me, man.
Yeah. That's he's not giving them any wisdom with that. Not at all.
Yeah.
If he would have said, yeah, man, I'm 70 and I'm still fucking up.
There you go.
But
yeah. And that's it. Don't blame that shit on not having monogamy in your system and all that shit, man. That's bullshit. You lied. You lied, my guy, and you was a cheater. And because guess what? You got to lead with this too, nigga. You been having money for a minute now. You know what I'm saying? You've been over there and you've been in those spaces with some of the baddest goddamn women that's out there. At 70, nigga, you still can get you a 25-year-old. How about that? That's how he need to come with this. But the landscape is fucked up over here. Because he ain't talking to a bunch of motherfucking men. Ain't none of these niggas thorough in their manhood. None of them. So it's kind of like you kind of fuck it up right there. But if y'all got nothing else, man, I'm going to go ahead and let this go.
We're just talking in generalities. And that's why I think what you said about counseling, because a counselor is going to get inside of this from a real, not even white people perspective, just from a scientific perspective, unless science is not wrong and the brain is not made what it is. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her for even being with me, and I said it in my podcast, and I'm going to say this and stop. I called one of my partners who was brilliant. He said, when you hurt somebody, where you leave them is where they stay. So I think our parents, our grandparents, our uncles, the people that raised us, those men who treated the women outside the house nice, but then put the thumb on the grandmama and put the thumb on the girlfriend or whoever, they are all, it all comes from out of all of that. And I think that's it. What makes me excited that we're going to bring the women and the uncles and we need to bring them all in here. But go ahead, what are you going to say?
The one thing that I just want to talk about in Luke, make sure I say the name right, crop this part out. Okay. What Luke brought up was like accountability. Like, yes, we can talk about, what our families did to us, all this, all that. But eventually, and I know white people try and say this, and I really don't like that, but eventually it comes a point where you have to decide, how do I want to live my life? I haven't talked to my daddy in 6 years. I don't give a fuck about what my family has gone through. I know where I will go. So it's like, you can only say that for so long. Black women are tired and, kind of like putting onto them like, hey, you didn't do this entirely, because everybody in here, several people have talked about going to counseling. Have that upon yourself. Stop waiting for a woman to tell you what you need to do. Take that upon yourself.
Let me address that real quickly. For me, I didn't know fucking how to love.
Can I say one more thing? No, I have to say this, because another thing that happens is, too, you live your life for so long, and I'm not meaning no disrespect by this.
Right, just say it, bro.
But when you hit your 60s and your 70s, I want to be right.
Okay, but
I want to live my life right.
All right, so it's building up to that, but this is the thing. When he sat back and said, I haven't talked to my daddy in 6 years, and I don't give a fuck. That right there, I was like, well, fuck. This is what we about to witness. This nigga think that Clifton Powell is his goddamn daddy. Cause he's about to get all this shit off his chest on a man that he probably just met or recently met or whatever. But he's sitting here, think about what he said. He was talking about him not being able to talk to his daddy or not talking to his daddy for 6 years. But then he also said, Black women are tired. This is where it gets to a point where I just be like, these motherfuckers really are trying to take Black women's spot. They think that they're women. There was nothing called for him to even start bringing women up. You were just talking about yourself and your daddy, and then in the midst of that, you said, black women are tired. They don't need you as their spokesperson, homie. You trying to take their spot. You trying to take their spot. This is where it gets to a point where now my daddy is sitting here right across the table from me. This is why the shit got where it got to. Let's go.
Someone to take care of me and protect me, and that's what a lot of women have issues with.
Because I'm living it right the fuck now.
As I said,
listen to
I said 60s and 70s.
Let me say this.
You'll overtalk me.
I'm gonna fucking overtalk you
I'm
because
good,
you're talking out
but
of
you're
line.
not gonna disrespect
You don't know
me.
what the fuck you talking
Oh, I
about.
am.
I just
I
learned
do.
to love it.
I do.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Oh, I do.
Because you can't
I
finish
do.
shit.
I
You
do.
don't know it, nigga.
I do.
And you know what's really fucked up about this? Look at this still part right here. You got all these motherfuckers trying to coddle this sugar boy, and then you got a woman, and maybe I'm out of pocket because she might be the director. You know what I'm saying? That comes over to the table to de-escalate. All these, it's supposed to be men at this table. They could have just de-escalated the shit. But this shit gets to a point, you're like, damn, this is that bullshit we talk about. So when mine say, man, this shit is crazy as fuck. These niggas might be acting. This might be a play. I gotta be like, God damn, perhaps. That's crazy, because Pinky showed up and Pinky was like, say it again.
I mean, yo, listen, you know what? It's men around the table, right? These two fucking guys on opposite sides. You know, most men are gonna let them scream at each other for a while before they step in.
Yeah.
There's nothing else happening. It's not like they were next to each other, they were gonna go to blows.
Right.
So I wanted to hear a little bit more about the soy. First of all, the soy boy started to raise his voice first. Right? He starts, you ain't gonna overtalk me.
He said, don't overtalk me. Pinky came up and said, nigga.
I mean, listen, I'm starting to see what Monk is saying. We're giving it a lot of power. But I think I'm having fun kind of dissecting what the hell is going on. But it is giving them power. And I think the lady is probably the one who produced this whole thing. She probably handpicked each one of these guys.
Yeah.
You know? And if there was a guy who was a conservative or who was 100% heterosexual, he probably got explained off the list.
What did they say the purpose was for this conversation? Like, was it a stated purpose?
The truth, the women are the truth, or some shit like that. The title of this thing was
"Listen to Black Women" or something like that.
Black men tell the truth. Yeah, black men lick women's ass or some shit like that.
Yeah, it was like pander to black women. Basically, that's basically where it came from.
That's what the title was.
And then the platform was Sister Song with, and so it's the guy with the braids right there at the end of the table. And I don't know, this lady looks like she's the that's over on the right side. She looks like she's the director, but it's another woman. As soon as it said, when I looked at the platform, I said, oh shit, this is it said Sister Song. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, this is it. So it's catering to I guess to black women.
Yeah.
So to say,
it's a tribute from black men to black women, some shit like that.
Yeah,
the title says it all. Something, you know.
Yeah, so it's kind of like what that was. My whole point of looking at this again, I can say this, was just to dissect it. You know what I'm saying? I seen the play already, because I'm like, I ain't never seen a raggedy ass a round table like this. Even the platforms, like I've never, like we ended up, I don't even know. We have we had a show where we had some LGBT guys that come up, and they were talking just like the little sugar boy. I mean, they were just talking so disrespectful, bro. And they got to talking about what slavery, then they went from slavery to how black women is being treated bad by black men, the same way that he's talking. But the problem was that they was on a platform full of men And it was bad. It did not turn out good. I don't even think, even if you look at it, you can barely hear everybody talking, including myself on there. So it was kind of like that. When I seen it, I said, oh yeah, they like 10 years too late. The way that they have it, but it goes to what you were saying, I've never seen a raggedy ass round table like this. This shit is raggedy as hell. You got a woman on there, you got a gay boy on there, you got 2 guys on there that be doing love scenes with trans and gay men. Like, what we doing over here? What is this shit all about? And I don't know what that dude. So the guy with the hat on, he's the one that's leading the conversations. He's coming up with all of the topics and all of that stuff. I have no idea who he is. He's some type of director, movie maker, or some shit like that. And then you got the biggest, probably the most of all of them established, and that's the OG. Mm-hmm. He's the most established. The other is 2 guys that played on The Chi, and that's Luke James. So Luke James is probably one that is most known. Most people still don't know his name. Mm-hmm. So they just know that he played either on The Chi or they know him because of his music. Amazing singer. Oh, he out cold with it. Mm. Singing, yeah, most definitely. But the table, nevertheless, the table is raggedy as shit. And it was set up this way. That's the crazy part about it. It was set up this way. So I do know that my man with the braids, he's a huge content creator. Because I looked him up and I was like, okay, so people do know who he is. And I think it's him and his wife. They both got they things that they do together, and they got things that they do separately also. So I do know that much about them. So yeah, I kind of agree with you when you say this shit was set up. But our pain he led to that earlier in the show when he said, "Oh girl, she knew," because everybody is stepping on this. I was like, damn. When I looked it up, I was like, God damn, there's a lot of people that's looking at this right here. But going back to this, what we see, you see how everybody is tending to the sugar boy. It's crazy. Hold on, let me see if I can do it again. Now, Luke James is like, he like, God damn, he just, he's standing his own little hookup. I'm good. Right there. That's crazy. That's wild. To see that right there. And it was mad disrespectful, in my opinion. It was disrespectful. Most definitely. But let's keep going.
What the fuck fuck out of here. I'm living. You can't tell me what the fuck I'm living, nigga. I'm living it right now. You cannot fix no shit that you don't even know is happening.
I think there's a misunderstanding.
No, but he's generalized. You can't. Listen, bro. Let me stop. This is what it is. Let's get to the truth of this shit. You can't fix no shit unless you meet somebody who is on another level to help you elevate to understand. I'm not indicting anybody. I'm telling you what the shit is. You can't fix some shit that you don't know about, bro. Yeah. You can't. And then you get there at 69 or 70 and say, I thought I was being loved all this time. That's what our parents have gone through, and that's why we all so fucked up right now.
You asked, how do we love black women? Yeah. That's right here. Trust black women and listen to black women because they know more than we do what it is that they need.
That's the title of this, Trust Black Women.
No, but that was some bullshit, but who's even trying to deliver that message is some bullshit too. No, you's a fucking mole. Yeah. You a dropout. You actually is a woman. Now you ain't a black woman, but you a fucking woman. And you're saying trust black women. That's crazy to me. That's wild to me. The one that's supposed to be in, I have a problem. I think I have a problem with this, man, where people say, well, who is supposed to be, they talk about leading women and men are supposed to be the leaders and we supposed to be this and that. My biggest problem is that we're supposed to be doing that as fathers to our daughters. And that's where I think that part right there is where it's been lost. Before you get around another man, at some point you have to be close at some point to your dad. And if you ain't got your dad there, you got to have at least a grandfather there. If you ain't got a grandfather there, you got to have an uncle. I don't, it's enough of us men that, and we surround women all the goddamn time. Have you guys ever seen in a community or somewhat of a community like the projects or whatever, and you just see a bunch of women and children, and you be like, where all the men at? Them niggas are there. They're right there. But they only using the women for what? Fucking. We be thinking that it be those communities like those projects and shit like that. All you see is children and children and women. And you be like, well, where the fuck is the man here? Where they at? They right there. They just ain't in that bullshit. You see those teenagers, those teenage boys, what they do? They got their motherfucking cell phones, laughing and giggling while the girls out here, the women out here fighting and shit like that. And it's all fun and games until somebody end up getting stabbed or shot. The men are right there because they be having 5 and 6 children. You ain't like, well, where the fuck is the man? They there. They just ain't dealing with that bullshit. They screw them and then they gone. And then you see them arguing over who's the goddamn baby daddy. But that's a different type of culture. That's not our whole culture. But it goes to what we was just saying. And when you hear somebody was just saying that might be what, Clifton, he may have experienced that whole part where he didn't understand what love actually was. Arpan, you were saying that, kind of countering what I was saying when I was like, nigga, you old as fuck.
But let me ask you something, though, and we can go on with this. Now, this guy Clifton, right? He's been in acting for, 50 years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been there for a minute. He's been in there for a very long time.
Okay, so I'm trying to put it together, right? He's got all these demons, but it ain't because he's from the hood. He's been out of the hood for a while.
Very long time.
Right. So the things his relationships it has nothing to do with slavery and all this other bullshit. He made a lot of bad choices, period. Yeah. So the way he is, that's why even the soy boy kind of peeped it a little bit. I mean, when you get to 70 years old, some of your excuses have to go away.
Absolutely.
They just have to go away. I mean, I'm like in the shape I'm in now, I don't put that on anybody because I'm where I'm at based on the choices I've made. I could just say for my life, I made more good ones than bad ones, but all my choices weren't good, or else I wouldn't be a fat bastard.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? But I can own that, right? I got some equipment I can go ahead and work out on for more, before it's too late. But the fact is, I mean, I don't see why people can't just be honest about some of that stuff. I don't have any illusions, Right? Maybe, I'm going to blame it on my wife because she still looks at me like I was a young, handsome man when we got married. If she looked at me with a little bit more disgust, maybe I would have done something about it. So it's her fault.
She still rub on your head and be like, shit, I feel you. You like, fuck it. I got a woman that like it.
It's all her fault. That's funny, man. Anyway.
All right, let's keep going then.
I think that's true either. There's a lot of black women who don't know how to love.
I'm not talking about what they know how to love. I'm saying what they need as far as the reproductive.
I get that.
That's what we're talking about right now. Also, if we're going to use our privilege and power as men in society, how do we show up and be accountable? Like you said, the way to be accountable is to dismantle patriarchy. Because patriarchy makes it so that men have the power and women do not.
But you can't get there unless you listen to him. We got to go, and you may not agree. We got to go to therapy. I should be in therapy right now. My girl should be in therapy. We all come from generations and generations, and you can't motherfucker sit here and tell me when I'm going through at 70, I just realized, but listen to what I'm saying. We good, bro. It's not gonna get out of control. This is real shit. I know. Bro, this is real shit. I'm telling you, you can't love a queen. Some of these girls out here in Queens because their daddies wasn't there. If your daddy ain't there from 12 to 25, you going down a rabbit hole. Promiscuity, drugs. Gotta read more. Gotta stop getting so fucking defensive and read more, because I read. I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I'm living it. Until you meet a real motherfucking queen who had to figure out her trauma, you can't even learn how to love a black woman.
So here's one thing.
That's what we gotta start.
Here's one thing with the, because I think I agree that you can't wait until you know.
You gotta hold yourself accountable.
So
if you figure it out.
Hold on. Because here's
if you figure it out, bro.
But you gotta let other people talk. Hold on.
That's why I can't do this, bro.
I got you.
I'm on.
You can't.
Come on, man.
When you try to shit your nigga, dog.
Before you go, Mom, how much did you see? Did you see the whole thing at some point on some other panel, or you just?
No, I mean, we reviewed it on a few other panels, but I didn't listen to a ton of it because it's like once I hear, I can pretty much pick up on like what y'all here to do, and everything that y'all going to say is going to be inside of a box, and I pretty much know what that box is, so I don't really, so I can't say that I pay attention too much when I hear them talk. I hear everything inside of that box they trying to stay in. It's like they going to keep it. Everybody on there is going to keep it like the guy with the dreads. He going to keep it 100 because he believe everything he's saying. Yeah. Clifton, he going to keep it 60, right? He going to say 60% of the stuff that he kind of think. And the 40% is going to be, all right, well, let me throw this little let me put this the pillows around it, and say, oh, we got to go to therapy. We all got to go to therapy. You just saying stuff that maybe somebody just told him all this stuff and he like, oh yeah, like, but this, like when he said dismantle the patriarchy, like, why are you letting them say that dumb shit? Like, right. You know that you're not one of these niggas. Like, you know that you're not one of them. But you're trying to fit in. You're trying to be like one of these modern guys, like dismantle the patriarchy. Like what type? Oh.
He was supposed to be the one that said, "Fool, is you out your goddamn mind?" And then he give him some motherfucking, he could give him a little history. You know what I'm saying? But I guess he just don't know anything about. But we don't know because it still goes to the point where I'm just like, nah, he just trying to fit in right now.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, go ahead.
You know what I think with Clifton? I think Clifton has been shamed in so much, and probably by like the decisions that he's made in his life and with women or whatever, his wife, whatever, right? That he's trying to get back so hard that he's going through this process of maybe I got to become a completely different person, and what everybody is saying to me, maybe it makes sense, and I should do what everybody is saying to me, right? I think he's in a position where it's like, I've made so many fuck ups that I'm trying it your way now. Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's his position and why he's like so, kind of acquiescing to all this bullshit.
I'm kind of like, I'm right there where you at when it comes down to that, because that's why I always maintain with that. I said he's sitting at the wrong table. That's why I was saying that he was sitting at the wrong table, because he's a little further behind, and I can understand that. When you had dudes, man, trust me, man, I done seen some niggas straight up cry like little bitches, bro, and they were the one that was wrong, right? And it be a lot of these motherfuckers that's either in my generation X or in the boomers, right? And especially in the boomers, bro. That's why they had them goddamn songs. When a nigga fucked up and they got caught, and the women that they like, I didn't want her to catch me type shit, right? Like, not her. Mm-hmm. And when she like, I'm done, I don't want to have it, and she leave him, oh, this nigga is trying. He like, can I get the OJs and can I get Smokey to help me get this woman back? And he'd go and he would find everything that he can get to try to bring that woman back, because he like, he wasn't, you know how they say, you're not sorry that that you cheated on me. You're sorry that you got caught, right? And he like, damn, yeah, but no, I fucked up. I'm gonna be a changed man. Blah blah blah. Now we're talking about a man that has, this nigga got access, bro. Because even though he may not be like a super rich man, this nigga always had money. For at least 50 years, he been having some form of money, right? His hustle has been impeccable. I ain't gonna even lie about that. Mm-hmm. So he's always had access to women. He's saying it. He's like, man, I cheated on my woman and I'm trying to get her back. He did the goddamn Judge Mathis thing. He was just talking, yeah. And then I looked up, the one thing where, his wife filed for divorce and shit. And I was like, oh shit, after 28 years or some shit. Mm-hmm. Hey man, that's some hard ass shit for a motherfucker that's used to being with that type of a woman. And he didn't think that he was gonna get caught in the manner he get caught. When we get caught, nigga, you get caught with it, it throws you off, right? That's why it's like, nigga, just say you lied, right? Don't blame it on monogamy. Don't blame it on, the lack of monogamy or polygamy or polyamory or whatever the fuck. If you want to have a bunch of women at the status that you at right now, you could have done that and women could have been like, okay with it. Yeah. But he didn't know how to manage that shit. Well, he didn't know how to tell the truth. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it was a fear of losing her. But go ahead, Arpain.
No, it's funny. I don't want to segue into that. But it's exactly what you're talking about, Cam Newton. He's telling those women, listen, I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to be monogamous.
Right.
And every fucking woman in the internet is trying to change this goddamn man. Mm-hmm. I'm putting together something for that one for my channel.
Okay. Most definitely.
I mean, because but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I mean, he's living.
That'd be dope. Like
that. So, and he told the truth. And it's less problem when he's telling the truth.
Yes, absolutely. Man.
Bruce? What the fuck?
Hey, bruh. What's going on? What?
You're kind of late, aren't you? You're kind of late for him.
Yo.
What's going on, Taruz, man?
Nothing, man. Yo, I just did my first stream and it already got struck.
What the hell did you do? What you do?
I was breaking down that Tucker Carlson, Mike Huckabee interview.
Oh.
And I called Mike Huckabee a foreign agent, titled that, and I was breaking. Oh yeah, man.
And they was like, cut, slap.
Yeah. But I was like multi-streaming, so it's still on like Twitch and Facebook and all that shit. But YouTube struck that boy quick.
Would they give you a week?
No, I just got a warning, thankfully. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It'll take a year to get that thing off, though.
Yeah. Y'all good, though, man?
Oh, yeah, most definitely, man. How you been, bro?
Man, I'm good. Payne, good seeing you, man. How you doing?
What's going on?
It's been a minute, man.
Mark, nice to see you, man.
We're over here watching this. Have you seen this panel? And who hasn't? Have you seen any of this panel with these guys?
You talk with regards to what, like the Cam Newton and
no, this panel right here that we have up on the video with these men talking about, trust all women or some shit like that.
I've seen some of the highlights going around, but I like to just listen to it.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and play it. Arpain.
Yeah.
Give me 2 minutes, bro. So you got the controls if you need to pause it or whatever.
Yeah, you going shit. I was the one who need a break. But go ahead, man.
No. Just give me not even 2 minutes. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I got it.
The arguments are important. Yeah. This is how black men talk to each other. So I want to make sure. This is what I want to make sure we're framing properly, because at a lot of the time we think, because you're talking about your privilege and your power and how you use it. A lot of time we've been taught our power is how we control a situation, and we try to control that situation by dominating it, by shutting other people down, by overpowering them. And I think that is something that, I mean, monogamy, just to be real, is not the end all be all. That's not the best. It's the only way. It's not the only way to live, and it's not just men or women. It's literally, there are other ways to be. And so some people value monogamy more. That doesn't mean that you have sin and you dead and you evil if you haven't been. But the problem is,
anybody, you guys could just scream out if you want me to stop it somewhere. Yeah, I don't disagree with what he said about monogamy. It's a choice.
Most of the time, the way that we're living is by telling somebody that we are monogamous when we're not. Hold on. That's lying.
But let's hold on, bro.
So that's dishonesty.
We can't talk about monogamy. No, we gotta talk. No, we gotta talk about
you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Hold on.
Men are not. First of all, this is not our culture. In Africa, it's polygamy.
No.
Men
It's
are
not
not monogamous biologically, is it?
Some people do believe that monogamy is the most healthy thing.
97% of married men cheat, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
85% of married women cheat. Nobody is being monogamous.
We've also been taught to lie, and we've also been taught to dominate and control. So I think there are other perspectives here that are valuable in holding that stuff accountable, because we were talking about how to hold each other accountable in this.
Can I add something to that?
You know, the stat he threw out there, I'm not so sure that that's true.
It's not. It doesn't even make it. It's not even fathomable to even attempt to think that it makes sense to believe that stat. Like,
yeah,
I don't care what nobody says. You didn't ask enough people.
Yeah,
you think
exactly.
you did, but you didn't ask enough people. And how many people do you think are going to tell you the truth?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, this is entirely high, but I mean, I know it's closer between men and women, are close statistic wise, but a lot of the studies say it's like what, in the 30s percentile or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is, you say it's high, but 90, 85.
He threw it out there without a disclaimer. Also, like, he didn't say, like, you know, some studies suggest that this many percentage of women or men cheat, right? Or married couples cheat. He just said 85% were like, you can't say that. You, like, without giving a disclaimer. For one, letting people know it was a study done by who did it, right? It's like, give people some information before you start throwing out stuff like.
Absolutely.
But it's a lot of people think when they hear studies show, they believe that to be a fact. As soon as you say that, I got to study. A lot of people who aren't very intelligent, they like, okay, you got to study. This is a fact. They don't challenge it. They don't question it. Nothing like that.
Right.
So you study from where, who was polled, when, right? Like, what was it controlled for economics? Like, so many things go into that. Agreed.
Absolutely. So, all right, let's go.
In talking about trusting Black women and loving Black women, how do we hold each other accountable in that? How do we make promises that we can keep? How do we say that, you know, make sure that we're surrounding each other with people who are going to check us when we're wrong, right? And how do we know that who knows what's right and what's wrong in that, right?
I think it's
even what I read, a lot of the time what we read is wrong. A lot of the time the books that they give us to educate ourselves are wrong. So I do want to hear more perspectives on literally how to hold ourselves accountable in that. How do we're talking about trusting Black women, how do we trust Black women, right? You know what I'm saying? And what does that trust accountable to? What books, because a lot of the books that we're given in school are lies that tell us the opposite of how to trust Black women. That tell us the opposite of how to hold each other accountable and make sure that we understand what is right and wrong and what each other's perspectives are.
Can we just explore? Forget about these guys on the panel. I mean, how do you phrase the question whether we, as a Black men, do we trust Black women? I mean, what does that really mean? The general man, does he trust Black women?
Doesn't mean anything.
How do we answer a question like that? I mean, we might trust our woman, because they've done something to earn that trust. So how do you ask a question that general? Do you trust Black women? If you ask me to trust a Black woman just because she's a Black woman, I'd say, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I trust my wife because we've been through it. She's done enough for me to trust her. So I mean, even the premise of that whole thing, trust, what do you mean trust Black women?
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to say they're all bad at you. I don't even trust all Black men just off rip, right? I mean, what does that mean? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe I'm missing something. What am I missing?
I think these dudes, when they're talking about, I guess, not being monogamous like that, I want to take it in good faith. I want to take it in good faith, Payne. The issue is that I have to take it, you know me, Payne, I got to take that then to the logical step of what does that look like? And so when I try to think of something functional like polymorous or polygamy, however you want to describe it, when we think about it, that requires a masculine man multiplier, right? the more women you have under your umbrella,
right,
the more thus like a power level, right? The more you, the individual, have to increase your masculinity to account for the fact that you now have to split how many different ways of your heart, your relationship, whatever, with how many different women you think you can handle. Also, that many individual conscious women trying to handle you plus them all at once. You see what I mean? And so a lot of these guys will say these things, but then once you start asking them, what does that look like? All of a sudden, boy, that responsibility will make people turn around quick, Pain.
I hear you. Martin, you got something on that? Or just in the way you understand what these guys are talking about. Trust black.
Yeah, that's what I said, like it's that performative thing, because like if somebody says, ask me if you trust black women, I'll be like, what are you talking about? Like, do you trust black men? What are you talking about? What does that mean? What type of question is that? Why are you asking me broad? I'm not one of those people who get into like all of that broad question stuff. That's like asking me, do you think black women are beautiful? Of course, some black women are beautiful, and some of them are ugly, and some of them are okay looking, and some white women are beautiful, and some of them are ugly, and some of them are okay looking, and so on for every race, right? It's like saying, oh, do you think like black men are amazing? Like, nah, some people are. Like, what are you trying to get me to say? Like, what do you like the participation trophy stuff? I hate it. Like, I think I'm a great person. I think I'm a great man, and I'll articulate to you why I think I'm a great man. I don't think everybody is. I think if everybody's a great man, then nobody's a great man. You know, it's like, so I never got into that all that blanket statement, like participation trophy stuff. That's for people who don't want to achieve anything. They prefer to just like everybody to kind of like, you know, it makes it easier for everybody if nobody's special, you know.
Right.
Nobody got to work hard.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
no,
I'm
finished.
The whole point really, man, is for me, when I heard what you were saying, Tarus, about the sexual part of it, but these guys are talking from a point of view that if men don't black men don't trust black women, then there's some kind of flaw within us. And you know, and that, I mean, just the premise of that kind of it makes this whole conversation a bad one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this conversation, this narrative has been around since I was a kid, man. I'm freaking 38 now. There's always somebody talking about, man, the women don't understand the men, black men don't understand the black women, yada, 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 for generations. All right, for freaking generations now. Like, if you go back far enough, Pain, this country's been going to shit since 1776. Okay? Every generation in any topic, they'll tell you, man, it ain't like it was back in the day. Yo, it was, man, that's not how we moved back in my day. Like, come on, bro.
Oh, well, let's hope we got some time left, man.
So I love the energy of, you know, I'm not afraid of the argument. I'm not afraid of the fight. But it does have to be, but I do want to make sure that we take it to a place where we come out here more powerful than we did when we came.
I think we got to listen to Luke. Listen, I think we got to listen to Luke. He's talking about therapy. This is what he's saying. We got to get your t-shirt. In order for us to trust black women, we got to fix ourselves. They got to go fix themselves, and it starts with black people don't like to go to counseling. Okay, they need to go to fucking therapy. That's it.
Jay brought that up, and I agree that we must talk, but I do also understand the value in us talking, our perspective.
We got that part, but how do we find solutions?
Well, the only thing is we're not gonna get to a solution because there is still something on the table. There's still something on the table, and we gotta.
What's on the table?
Your point of view, his point of view.
What's on the table to me is how do we as black men?
You said listen to Luke.
No, but I'm just interjecting, bro. Y'all said interject.
Well, inject.
Listen, I'm saying, how do we help black women? I'm telling you,
Well, first we gotta help ourselves.
Right.
But I'm go to no black women if we can't figure out if we can't figure out what love really means, what love looks like to us, what love has been to us, what have we been taught about love?
We come from generations of no love.
Right.
So we gotta go back to
patriarchy come with accountability?
No, I think we gotta go back to
the definition of patriarchy is when we have systems of domination for men. Right now, I think we're not doing a good job of naming the system that literally incentivizes us to be on some fuck shit, or incentivizes us to always want to be dominated in power.
Patriarchy celebrates the man.
But I think in our conversation right now as black people, a lot of times when you hear the word patriarchy, you think about the word patriarchy, you think about how we're taught in Christianity to be patriarchs. So a lot of us have a hard time thinking about leadership and thinking about how that leadership comes out in fucked up ways. I.e., I want to be a patriarch like Father Abraham, therefore patriarchy is good. Patriarchy is not good. The system of domination for women is not good. But a lot of us buy into that.
So I got a question I want to ask you. How do we unlearn that? I think we unlearn that by listening to what he's saying.
Right there, he said patriarchy is a system of domination for women. Is that what patriarchy is?
Hell no.
They just be telling themselves shit and just like building on a faulty foundation, and then of course you're gonna have a fucked up thoughts if like your foundation is wrong. Like
absolutely.
Let me look up the actual technical definition of patriarchy so I'll make sure I'm being fair. Webster's.
I got it right here. I was looking it up.
Okay.
Patriarchy is a social system where men hold primary power, dominating roles in political leadership, moral authority, social privilege, and control of property. Rooted in historical institutionalized inequality, it defines rigid gender roles associating men with authority and women with domesticity, whatever, and impacts both genders by enforcing strict, often harmful norms regarding masculinity and femininity.
Yeah, that's the.
He pretty much nailed it. Yeah, he pretty much nailed it.
Hold on one second.
And what he was saying, he wasn't saying that I think JT knows this too. There's a lot of different forms of this matriarch patriarch thing. Like, especially like, for example, in the black community, it's a lot of matriarch society because it's headed by like, our grandma or a black older woman, right? Or you look at different species, different intelligent species like orcas. They're a matriarch society. They're ran by a matriarch. You get what I mean? A lot of organization. And so the problem is that with the patriarch as it's designed with Christianity, it's designed specifically to have men at a higher tier than women. So it's not patriarchy as a whole, it's our specific version of it.
Yeah, like I understand that. Like if somebody says like, "Hey, the way that we handle our patriarchy, I don't like it," right? I get it. Yeah. Because it's not necessarily always the system. Like dictators aren't always bad. Like would dictator be bad if Jesus was your dictator? No, right? That'd be a pretty decent dictator. So like the idea that like, oh, it's just the patriarchy, it sounds crazy. Like it's so many issues we have as a society, and you just point to patriarchy. It's crazy. Like, if it's not patriarchy, like, do you want a matriarchy? That's not happening. Fuck no, not for me. Hell no.
And not for most men.
You can have that at different levels, right? You have patriarchy and matriarchies at different levels of society all the time.
Well, in the black community, it's more gynocentric than anything else, right? When we have it, it still is ran by patriarchy because at the end of the day, it is male-centric authority.
Norms, yeah.
So that's where it goes. So what's weird is to have a table full of men saying to just get rid of patriarchy. And it tells me that they don't understand what patriarchy actually is. We definitely understand it because, like I said before, these guys are 10 years behind. We've had these arguments already. Like they would have real big arguments if they had it how we have it here, right? Motherfucker, just show up. All you gotta do is just show up on a when we talking about certain shit and it's on and popping. They have it more controlled where they invited whoever they needed to invite. But if they had motherfuckers that had come up and they was talking the shit that they was talking, all that should have been over with. You know what I'm saying? We done had it when we have our arguments and things like that, we end up getting to a point where we start breaking things down, right? We done been on panels. All of us probably been on panels for over 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? And really hashing things out. They haven't done that. That's why I say you got Hollywood meets, the podcast now. They all trying to do podcast shit. They behind right now in their thinking. This is where we have the problem at. Look what y'all just did. Let's look up patriarchy. That's what we do now, right? Because we be right in front of them motherfucking computer, and they're not. They just saying
exactly right. They
just doing third party bullshit. They just saying whatever it is they saying. But when we have these conversations, they be man, we done had some painful fucking conversations with one another. But guess what we end up doing? Researching. Okay. If a person have a point, we'd be like, all right, we'll argue that motherfucker till the cows come home. But at some point, we'll sit back and say, okay, we got to find a fucking, a middle ground when we talking about this shit. Mm-hmm. If not, then we won't talk to each other again. You know what I'm saying? So this shit right here, it goes to what Mott said earlier, where it's like, this shit seems so damn put together like Hollywood. Like everybody on this motherfucker is basically a goddamn actor. Mm-hmm. And they
looking for a role.
Right. So when they did what they did, we've been in this space for a very long time, dog. We pretty much know we ain't letting nothing slide. When motherfucker put some bullshit out here, that shit is about to hit the motherfucking, it's about to hit that internet like crazy. And everybody's gonna we can go and look up all the shit. These motherfuckers been talked about for a week, man, at least 20 million times. And everybody got something to say about it. Now, I do know that they asked Clifton after that table that they had, his take on it, because he's the one that's been highlighted. You go on TikTok, they fucking him up. They giving him the blues right now on TikTok, because we already understand it. We know what TikTok is all about. So that's why we be like, man, TikTok full of shit.
Taru's still here?
No, Taru's still here. Yeah, he's still here.
Where did you get your definition from, by the way?
I just Googled it.
You know what source is it coming from?
It's coming from 5 total sources: CNN.
Oh God, yeah, I thought it sounded crazy.
CEO.
So
Plain International UK, American Journal of Student Research, Women's Media Center.
Yeah. I knew it sounded crazy to me. So I found it on Oxford. I think it sounds much more reasonable. So Oxford says a system of society or government in which, oh no, that's that one. That's talking about a family. A system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. That sounds a lot.
Sounds worse than the one I said.
I don't know. I thought yours sounded like it just implied a ton of other
straight up. Yeah, the women excluded from this shit. Like that's what yours sounded.
No. So yours was. I heard the name. I heard the word domination or something like that. I'm like, God damn, like what? But like this one just says, largely men have power, women are largely excluded for the most part, is what it says. Which I don't think that's how our country works. So maybe we don't even have an actual patriarchy, because I don't think women are largely excluded from anything. I don't think women are largely excluded from anything. We just had a woman run for president.
But like I would agree, like 2026, yeah, it's not, or like most of that's gone, but
yeah, it's about where we at, not what we was.
Yeah, but we still got traces of that we still got to address. I'm not saying you're gonna get rid of all of it, but I mean you got to remember, too, like one system, by the way. To rely on one system is completely unreliable, because if you haven't noticed, just for example, we tried to rely strictly on capitalism, and we're at this version where now we're about to get replaced by robots. Mm-hmm. Right? So late stage capitalism, bro, without that mixture of socialism like those Western European countries got, it's screwing us. Right? It's almost as if multiple systems need to come into play. And I think that's the broader point.
I think things just need to make sense. Like,
and they don't right now. Right now, we have a strict patriarchal system in America. You got to remember, this country was literally founded off of not even just white men, a very specific group of white men having all the power in this country. And even still, most of that power is still regulated and focused into that same demographic.
Yeah.
Right. And so right now, under this very patriotic patriarchal system, we are $39 trillion in debt.
Mm-hmm.
We have people literally dying due to medical debt of crappy health insurance. I know every last one of you, especially JT. JT's in Detroit. I'm in Cleveland, so I know you know this. We got potholes in our federal highways. That's still ain't
no doubt. No doubt.
We still got places in the country. We still got places in the country with lead water. We got bridges crumbling.
Yeah.
Right. We have right now, Mont, our patriarchal system has us living in a third world country. So the women are looking at what we have done collectively, like right now, going,
yeah. Well, you know, it sounds like very immature. Typically, when I hear that argument of like, it sounds like because if I took my kids and I said, hey, figure out what the problem is with our country, like my daughter would say, oh, the boys run it. Right, like, and she's 5. I mean, my daughter's 7. Whatever, she's 7, right? So like, oh, the boys are the problem. Like, no, it's the particular people in charge. It's not because they have penises, right? Like, it's just like common sense to like not just be like, oh, let's just switch the boys out with girls or something like that.
But isn't that also a very vague way of looking at things?
No, it's not.
Just clown these guys for doing the same thing.
It's absolutely not. It's the way to look at it.
Like it really is, especially when again, like there's you see, here's the thing, Mont. I'm going to give you specific examples, and just like now, you had to go back to the broadness. So I'm going to give you another specific example.
Mm-hmm.
Men routinely state that women are way too emotional for leadership roles, and yet our current president likes to tweet in all caps at 3:00 in the morning like a pissed off teenager. When Vladimir Putin violated another ceasefire deal with Ukraine, he tweeted, or my bad, Truth Social, because he has his own social media app. He truthed in all caps, Vlad, stop. And by the way, in Trump's first term, JT and Payne should remember this, Donald Trump's tweets and Truth Social posts are official White House communications. So in an official White House document, if you imagine what that looks like, Mont, you're going to see all caps, Vlad, stop. You see a guy who literally just told a woman who's a journalist asking journalist type questions, you don't smile enough. By the way, you say men will say women are too emotional, Mont. Men are the ones who've dropped nukes. Men are the ones who have constantly getting us into wars. And by the way, people, including a lot of us masculine men, are tired of the excuses because we're fixing our own problems. Right, Mont? Like,
I think it would be better for the conversation if I get to respond to each point when you kind of
go ahead.
As far as like Trump being emotional and all that type of stuff, it's very possible that he could be an emotional man, right? But it's also very possible that like I don't know who actually is running his social media, and I don't know if this is all strategic. I don't know if it's all strategic to keep his persona. Like I don't know what's going on up there, right? A lot of the stuff I see is just it's so crazy. I just don't pay attention. Even like back when him and Elon Musk was going through that, I just couldn't believe that like 2 of the most successful men on earth are like doing this thing that almost like a stupid 17-year-olds would be doing on the internet. So I just think everything is tactical, and I'm like, what are y'all trying to teach? What are y'all trying to either distract us from? Or like, what are y'all doing? Like, what is this supposed? I think it's something deeper. I don't think that everything is like on a whim or a cuff or like off the cuff. I think it's something deeper. So I don't really buy into like that these are. I think our country has always been a little bit more tactical than that when it comes to like, I don't know. I believe in all of the that there are people pulling strings, and like how much of this stuff is happening that they just aren't under control of. I don't know.
And see, Mont, this is where I have to respectfully stop you because once again you went vague. Mont, respectfully, we live in America where all the wealthy people can do everything out in the open in our face because it's legal. Okay, stop telling me about people. See, this is why a lot of people get fed up with this idea of, well, boys will be boys or men are the more strategic ones. Because instead of acknowledging reality, we come up with these conspiracies like the deep state and crap like that. Oh, there's somebody pulling the strings.
Hold on, one second.
Hold on. It can't be, for example, was it out in the open or behind the curtains when Jeff Bezos shut down an entire Italian city for a fucking wedding? Was that behind the curtains or was that out in the open?
I don't know anything about that, but I guess I'll humor you and say that it was out in the open.
Okay, yeah, so that's out in the open, and Jeff Bezos is one of the wealthiest people in the world, right?
Yeah.
Would you humor me and say he's one of the masters of the universe?
I would assume that he's a string puller.
Yeah. He's starting to rival the Department of Defense. Oh, my bad, Mont. The Department of War and employing the most Americans in the country. That's how powerful Jeff Bezos is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your example, by the way, to go back to your Elon Musk example. Do you not realize you literally just gave the argument against the patriarchy because you have two grown-ass billionaires throwing hissy fits on social media accusing each other of being in the Epstein files? Mont, is that sign of strategic or being emotional?
It would be a sign of being emotional.
Okay.
If it was, hold on. I said it would be a sign of being emotional if we could guarantee that it was real and it was an emotional fit and it wasn't actual like, yo, let's do the spectacle.
Okay, but you don't know if it's a spectacle or not. And by the way, you know why I'm inclined to not believe it's a spectacle? Because that black eye Elon Musk was walking around with wasn't fake. That was a real one, wasn't it, JT? That was a real black eye Elon Musk was walking around with, wasn't it, Payne?
Yeah,
somebody pushed his ass.
You know what though? The roots. What I've just found out is they added an extra seat at this fucking table for you. I know that much. Junior, gotta take a. I gotta.
They added a what? They added a what?
They just added another seat at this table for you in this panel. Listen,
no, I'm not big like them dudes. You gotta put Mont up there. Mont belong up there. He keep going back to the kiddie pool.
I got a question.
I want to swim with the sharks, bro.
I got a serious question for you. Are you making a case that you think the United States would be better off under some fucking women running this place?
I literally said earlier on, I'm making the case that we should have a mixture, that we can try different things. I literally did not say anything about let's get rid of it and try something completely.
That's why I asked the question.
Our pain. Before we get too far off of his statements, I do want to rebut them. You know.
Okay.
And the reason that I wanted to stop you at particular points is because you would say key things, and I didn't want them to get kind of buried. So like when you say like this is why we have to live in reality, I think that the idea that what you see on social media is reality, I just think that's ridiculous. We have no idea why people tweet certain things and who's tweeting those things and if it was a plan or not, right? I understand the idea of like, oh, I just take things at face value and I believe what I see, but I don't necessarily because I'm wiser than that.
Okay, so by this point, one, because now I need to correct you. I never just believe anything on social media. These are written by journalists. Like for example, Mont, specifically against your claim, Elon Musk claimed on social media, even though we already knew it, he claimed on social media that Trump was in the Epstein files. The evidence, Mont, says what? Is that true or false?
Like the paperwork from the Epstein files?
Bro, is it true or false?
Well, just confirm what I just said, please, and then I'm gonna answer your
Epstein
question.
files that they claimed they was going to release. Is it true or false that Trump's name is in them?
I hear that he's in them.
You haven't bothered looking?
I haven't. No.
Right. You see, so here's the problem. You're going to push back on things and you haven't even done the basic research. You see what I mean? So it's like,
when did I bring up the Epstein files?
Well, you brought up Elon Musk, so I brought up an example of why they was beefing. Like, remember when you said they was acting like 17-year-olds? I just gave you context of why they was acting like 17-year-olds. Because they were accusing each other of being in the Epstein files.
I remember that.
Yeah. Come on, follow the bouncing ball here, Mont. Okay. So now let's go this again. Social media, Elon Musk claimed Trump was in the Epstein files. Evidence says what? Was that claim true or false?
From what I hear, it's true.
Right. And if you decided to actually sit in front of the computer and do research instead of just speculating, what do you think you would find?
I think that I would probably confirm what I hear.
Okay.
But like, what if I speculated about?
Right. So social media is a form to get the news out. It's a form to get anything out. By the way, we use social media all the time to come up with topics on the panel. JT, do we not?
Yeah.
Tarus, what do you think you're doing?
I'm literally arguing R. Payne's original question, which was, am I trying to get rid of the patriarchy? No, I'm saying that we need multiple systems. Multiple systems.
Well, in regards to me, like I'd like to know, what point do you feel like you're making?
Bro, I've only been responding to the questions you've asked, but I've been mainly like R. Payne is the one who's been asking me like real questions. Respect.
Okay, because you brought up the Epstein files and you said, oh, since you don't know what's in the Epstein files, you can't even have this conversation because you haven't researched. And I didn't bring up the Epstein files. I never said that I was interested in them. I never said anything like that. All I said was pretty much an objective thing that we can't believe everything that we see.
Mont, let's go through this again. Did you not bring up the fact that you had no idea that it was annoying, your words, you had no idea why Elon and Trump were acting like 17-year-olds?
I had no idea why they were acting like 17-year-olds. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, you said that's not productive unless there's some sort of strategic behind it. But you said them acting like 17-year-olds like that is not good.
It seemed weird. It seemed weird, and I just didn't buy it. Yeah.
Mont, why do you think they were acting like that toward one another?
I have no idea.
I literally just told you it's because they were accusing each other of being in the Epstein files.
No, so you're saying why do I think they were acting like that, right? They were saying you're in the Epstein files and you're in the Epstein. Like I read, like I remember that part, right? But you're saying that that's the reason that they were acting like 17-year-olds is because they were both in the files, and
because they were sniping. Because they were sniping back and forth with each other. You got to remember when they was arguing with each other, Mont. They was going through. Elon was still technically a government employee with Doge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. He was already getting in trouble with taking our SS information. That big balls kid or whatever. You remember that, Payne? Whatever that kid's name is. It's just 19 years old, Mont. That's who we got in charge of our SS data, right? It was 19-year-old kid, right? And because it wasn't going the way they wanted to, they started sniping back and forth with each other because Trump doesn't like being embarrassed, and Elon Musk was constantly embarrassing him.
See that Trump doesn't like being embarrassed.
That's why they started beefing with each other in public. The very thing you said that I agree with, that's not productive. They shouldn't be acting like 17-year-olds.
Well, I don't remember saying that it wasn't productive, but yeah,
Okay, but
common sense is
it's
not productive.
unless it's your words, unless it's strategic, that's not good. It's not a good image. You agree
Those are
with
not
that?
my words, brother. You just those
Man,
are
run the
all
tape
your
back.
words.
Run the tape back. Just
I
run
mean,
the
we
tape.
could. Those were not my words.
Okay, man.
Jesus
We can definitely run it back.
My man, 100
Anyway,
Watts in the building, man. What's going on with you?
The overall point is real quick, and I'll land it here. The overall point is we got to stop acting like men can't be emotional to women. Women can be in leadership roles, right? We can have a mixture. We don't need to throw everything out, Payne.
I mean, I agree that men can be emotional. I think everybody would agree that some men can be emotional. My belief is that women are, in general, more emotional than men typically. I think that men have a different type of bandwidth for leadership. I think that men have more potential when it comes to controlling their emotions. I think that like I said, I know extremely emotional men, but on average, like just the women who, even when I do these panels, right? I mean, Tarus, I think you are more of an emotional guy, right?
Yeah.
I see you a lot of times. You kind of wear your
I'm animated.
not your sleeve, but yeah, there are emotional men, but even when I'm on these panels and I study the women, I study everybody, and it's just on average, like the guys are just much more, like less likely to be flustered by small things and stuff like that. Even though some of the guys is bad too, some of the guys is absolutely bad, but I tend to think that that's from being around women.
So, Mont, I'll ask you one question for my pushback, and then we'll let other people get in.
Yeah.
Who's more likely to pull up on somebody over a live stream in real life, a man or a woman?
I would say a man.
And if we went and looked that up, what do you think we would find?
As far as be more
men
specific.
probably being more violent toward, things dealing with the panel and probably pulling up.
Yeah, absolutely. I would.
And that's because men are notorious in this country, unfortunately, Mont, for not having the ability to actually control our emotions like that.
Yeah. So I think the mistake that you're making is that's assuming that all violence is out of emotion. So, for example, let's say you said, I would concede to that. If you said something about my daughter and I said, "Yo, Taruz, I respect you, but please, don't never mention my daughter again," and you mention my daughter again, and I'm like, "Okay, Taruz, I got to see you about that."
Right.
Doesn't mean that I'm emotional. It means that you violated something, and there's consequences. I tell it to my son.
But that aggression, that aggression that you feel to want to get physical, that's emotion, Mont. Yes.
If it was aggressive. So, for example, right, I teach my son this all the time, right? When my son gets punished, I tell him like, "Yo, you did A, B happens." I try my hardest to like not even show any type of emotion, right? Like you did that. This is what happens. I think oftentimes boys don't listen to their moms because they're too emotional. Like for example, like when my son's mom gets frustrated easily with him. So like she'll call me and be like, "Yo, take care of him for me," and stuff like that. But I think
what's his age?
My son is 8.
Okay.
But I think that him seeing her get so emotional and frustrated for whatever reason, it makes it worse for him. It makes it makes him more likely to. It makes boys more likely to not, either follow their leadership or want to listen to them. So I make sure that like whenever I'm like, "Yo, you do this, this is the consequence. Nothing to talk about. It's not nothing to be emotional about. Consequence is the consequence. I don't think that me enacting consequences on another man is me being emotional, me showing I'm angry and like, no, you did something. Like if a guy put his hands on me in person, like it don't mean I'm only gonna hit you because I'm angry. Like, no, I'm gonna hit you because I gotta hit you. It is what it is.
Would you say that flight? I'm sorry. I just want to ask one question. Would you say that fight or flight is an emotion as well?
You can make the argument. I would have to look into that more.
Okay.
Respectfully.
I apologize. Y'all go ahead. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Well,
But also, real quick.
It's a level of that. It's a level of emotion that's in there. But what are we saying? Are we letting our emotions lead us? Because that's the biggest issue. Are we? When it comes down to us being emotional, I mean, we human beings. Human beings are emotional. But the question would be: is our decision making overwhelmed with being over emotional? Right. That's basically what it is, because everything has a sense of emotions to it. If not, I get it. This is why when they say even being as stoic as possible, you still have some emotions to it. But what you do is that you have your emotions in check. And what overwhelms that is logic, right? It's logic, is being able to see that there's consequences with every action, all these different things that comes down to it. So when we say emotion, we're actually saying that your actions are being led overwhelmingly because of how you feel. And that's what the biggest issue is, because everything has some form of emotion in it. It's some level.
Can I add
How does y'all go?
A man who does something as dangerous as fight or delete somebody without emotion is a psychopath or a sociopath, and that's even worse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, emotions are part of being a human being. So we can't put negativity to it when you make an action. It's whether you control it when you need to control them. That's how I look at it. So men, we're prone to emotions as men. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing to be protected about. It's just whether it controls us or not.
And
you know,
Mark, we got to remember. Oh, my bad, Payne.
No, I'm done. I mean, I just wanted to say that because that's all I wanted to put in.
And Mark, we got to remember a lot of our emotional regulation, regardless of gender, is going to come down how we were raised and learned behavior. So I don't mean to assume, but I'm making an assumption in a good way. It seems you was raised by either both parents or at least one of them that were pretty calm, and they didn't run around with their head cut off, right?
No, I'm an outlier.
Was it chaotic?
My mom she just was a mom. She was a mom. She was emotional. Sometimes she wasn't like she wasn't like a crazy ghetto mom. Like, no.
Okay, so she didn't have that 8 personality kind of stereotype.
No, but when she got mad, she got mad.
Right. So a lot of the times, though, like when you describe that your son gets kind of like almost stressed out when his mom comes around, and that's probably because when she's stressed out, she don't know how to regulate that too, and it's probably because it's learned behavior. You get what I mean? So it's not net, because you got to remember there's plenty of moms out there who the boys run straight to over their dad, right? You know what I mean? So again, that's nuanced.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, as far as them running straight to their mom, I don't think it's because they're calmer or like, I think typically it's their mom. So, a lot of boys spend a lot more time with their mom and stuff like that. So, I understand that. But in terms, like, even when it comes to female leadership, right? And this is completely anecdotal, right? But I was just talking to a woman and she was telling me, I was just talking about, like, hey, who was your in life, like who were your favorite coaches and stuff like that in your sport? And she said, my favorite coaches were men, and the ones that I hated the most were the female ones. She said that for whatever reason, they were not nice. They just weren't good. And I was talking to her about working also. And I said, yo, you better not say that out loud. You get canceled. She said, you know what? I prefer white men as leadership in work, right? She said, like, women they've always been horrible to me. And she said, she said black women and just women in general have always been horrible. But she said white male leadership in work has always been good to me. I was like, yo, don't say that out loud. Them girls ain't gonna let you like so. And that's just anecdotal. That means, that's not sure what we can take from that. But
it's just their experience, man. We all got them, right?
What's going on?
Loss was good, man.
What's happening, man? Listen, I heard y'all talking about women in leadership. I'd like to offer an alternative narrative to the situation. I don't have a problem with women in leadership because I think women can be leaders as well. But here's the problem. The problem is not with the women's leadership. It's the people that's around them. For some strange reason, people don't like to hold women accountable the same way they hold men accountable. They let women slide with things. So if you let women slide with things, that makes judgment and correction a different type of animal. So it's the thing that people like to lie to women, to coddle them, to make them feel better, that type of thing. And a lot of women around other women, they won't come out and tell them straight up to their face and say, hey, look, that's wrong. Guys don't have a problem with telling each other that stuff is wrong, almost to the point where, it can elevate to fisticuffs. But in most cases, what I've noticed with research and experience, that people don't always tell women the truth. And it's hard for women to lead where they don't have the truth at hand for them to make better judgment calls. So I think it's not so much as that women can't be leaders. I just don't trust the people that's around them to give them the objective information they need to make the proper calls. So I think if we look at it that way, then I think it's more of the people on the outside that's the issue rather than the women themselves. I mean, here's the thing. It's saying that just because somebody is a certain gender means that they can't make decisions. But my thing is this: for some strange reason, we have this preoccupation with making sure that we don't hold women to the same level of standard of accountability as we do men. Women don't like to tell each other the truth all the time, and men like to lie to women all the time to get what they want to get out of them. So if everybody around them is lying, then how could they make a judgment call that's rooted in wisdom and in truth when you're surrounded by lies? So I think I offer that up as an objective to make sure that we level set the conversation properly.
Yeah, I agree. For your point, Loss, looking at that from like that perspective, that comes down to the fact that we as men, or if you look at CEOs, managers, what do we make sure we do? To your point, we try to make sure we put the best team around us, right?
Right.
Women got to do that, and that's equal opportunity. And that's equal opportunity means no, we don't lower the standard for women. We know, you and I know, the intelligence level, when we're talking about intelligence, it's the same, which means the standard of critique and that S-tier knowledge of how you operate must stay the same as well. I agree. So that requires us keeping the same standard regardless, Lost.
100 watts left. Hey, listen, my problem with I agree with what it says, but it's not just the accountability. Just I think last Monday I did a live here about whether Black women, in particular, make good leaders. Can we trust them to be good leaders? And I didn't have to try. I got a list of 25 women that just all fumbled the bag in some of the best, biggest leadership positions. All liberal Democrats, all liberals, and they all fumbled the bag. Crime, all kinds of stuff, and nobody's holding them accountable until the law comes after them. So that tells me the people around them are letting them do F shit before they get in trouble. Ain't nobody telling them. And it's the same thing in society. If nobody could check you, boo, and you get a position of leadership, you're going to fumble the bag. You need to have honest brokers around you. And it scared the hell out of me. I didn't even have to try. I got a whole list, and them, since 2019, women going to jail who are mayors, AGs, defense attorney, judges, all kinds of shit. Fraud, waste, abuse, sexual harassment of their subordinate men, all kinds. I mean, it's crazy. And then we want to put Kamala Harris as fucking president. I can't imagine what our country would be like if we turn it over to these women. We would have, our borders would be overrun. It would be an absolute destruction of the United States. We'll have all kinds of fuck shit that will go on with no governors. None. Because that's how they roll. Especially if you're talking about Black women, everything goes. We're the champions of every fuck shit that we could think of. With the bullhorns. So I'm telling you, we don't need that kind of leadership. Even if I found a Republican woman who was supposed to be a Republican Black woman, but she was a plant. Winsome Sears. She did two things that no Republican woman who's really Republican conservative would have done. One, She denounced President Trump right before he won a major election. She wanted to be the governor of Virginia. And 2, her running mate was a flagrant homosexual with a little black boo as his husband. So she lost the MAGA crowd and the evangelicals, and she was going to win Virginia? No. I think she was a plant, because that's not conservatism. So I'm just saying, listen, I'm
not even a Republican.
You can go after this. You can disagree. As a man, an American man, a black man, right, from this country, when it's time for us to reap the rewards, we got so many fucking Americans ready to give our country away to fuck shit, people from around the world, illegal aliens sucking our tax dollars dry. All of this shit, man. I want America to be strong as a country of Americans, people who have allegiance to the flag, people who want to speak English, who care about the stars and stripes. And all we got is these fucking people telling us that being an American is bad because we're capitalists. Look what Mayor Mondani is going to do to New York. By the summertime comes, there's going to be rats and garbage all over the city. And he wants to put a 10% tax on all the black Negroes who voted for him.
Trump just put a 10% tariff tax on us after the Supreme Court ruling. He just put a 10% tax on all of America.
No, I said
you didn't make a rant about that.
I said New York City.
Yeah, and Trump, the current man in office who's currently covering up the sex trafficking of minors.
No, he's not. Get out of here.
Right? By the way, everybody here knows, everybody on this panel knows I'm the liberal leftist up here. I'm not even a conservative. Payne, how dare you disrespect Condoleezza Rice? Goated Republican black woman. How dare you disrespect? You're the one claiming even the Republican women are plants.
Well, I mentioned one woman.
Nah, bro, you keep saying they all jacked up, and then there's one Republican black woman who mopped the floor with everything you just said. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I was talking about Condoleezza Rice.
You don't even know what you're talking about, man. How dare you disrespect Condoleezza Rice? I ain't even conservative, bro.
I didn't mention Condoleezza Rice.
I ain't even conservative, dog.
That I talked about, I mentioned her by name. I mentioned her by name, and we ain't talking about Condoleezza.
Terus, let's take it one step at a time. Let's go back to this 10% tax that you said that Trump put across the board, right? Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Have you read his book, The Art of the Deal?
No, I didn't read the book that he didn't write.
Let me give you the cliff notes.
You hate Trump, don't you, Drew?
Yeah, I do.
Let me give you the cliff notes so you'll better understand exactly what he's doing. In The Art of the Deal, he talks about giving somebody some extreme version of what he wants to have done. The extreme version in his case was 30% across the board. We all know that's not sustainable. So all of a sudden now it's back down to 10%. So which is doable, which is the original plan that he wanted anyway. So he had to make sure he gives somebody something outlandish for them to push back so he can actually get what he really wanted, which was the 10%. So generally when you see political theater like that, that's already planned and baked into the pie. 10% is manageable. 10% is probably what we pay in the local taxes anyway. And I don't think people would push back on that. But to make it seem palatable, because we already know people are going to push back right off the bat anyway. If he had started at 10, it would have been at 5, which would have been undoable. So to make it palatable, he made it say, hey, look, this is 10. We're going to do 30%. And of course, the Supreme Court did what they thought it was going to do and say, hey, no, you can't do that. So he said, okay, well, sure. 10%. I can do that. You see what I'm saying? So 10% sounds a whole lot better. I mean, people do that in sales all the time. They'll start out, say, for instance, you ever bought a house before? They'll always take you to some raggedy, rundown house, at one point, and then they'll turn around and take you to some real big expensive, something that's out of your budget.
They do that with cars too.
Yeah, they do with cars too. And then the house they really wanted to sell you is the one you made it seem like it's your idea to buy, so you buy the house. That's generally how it works. So people are like that. That's called human nature. Psychology talks about it, especially social psychology when they do stuff like that. So that's a part of the deal. So whenever you see political theater like that, just keep that in the back of your mind. That's exactly what's going on. It's basically called called the Hegelian dialectic synthesis and antithesis. And then after that, you get synthesis. And then after that, you'll get basically what you really wanted. You introduce a problem, then there's a solution. And then after that, you get the thing that you really want. So just keep that in mind whenever you're watching political theory that's going on, because you should never take what you see on TV as face value, because most of that stuff is staged anyway. Just keep it practical, and then you'll understand in that way you'll start to see the news for really what it is. It's basically theater. Because
don't say that to Tarus. He believe all of that stuff.
Unfortunately, Lost. In order for me to agree with you, I then have to ignore all the real manufacturing jobs that were lost in our country since the global trade war started last year.
Well,
right?
actually,
Like they don't think that's in theory.
Tarus, to be honest, we've been losing jobs since the 90s, and I think it just came to a boil now.
It was growing under Biden.
Yeah, now that you have AI, you have cheap labor across seas. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things that happens, and I think this country's trying to get back jobs on this side of town. But in order to do that, they got to fix the money issue and they got to clean up house. So sometimes it may not always
be doing either. Our debt has gone up.
That's inflation.
We have lost trade negotiations. Our allies are now being driven to our economic rival, China. All right. Like, you keep talking about this, like, respectfully, this 4D chess nonsense, but that's not how Trump himself operates. And you get what I mean? Like, you keep, like, unfortunately, you Trump supporters keep trying to explain to me something that Trump himself doesn't think like. You know what I mean? Because
it's not so much
again, his whole goal for the trade war was to bring the manufacturing industry back to America. Neither the plants have came back yet, nor the jobs. We've gone backwards. By the way, that is false what you said, Lost, because while manufacturing was on decline, Joe Biden, thanks to the Build Back Better, the CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, manufacturing was on the rise and it went on the decline again during the global trade war. These are not everything you see on the news. These are fundamental facts.
Truce, let's back up a little bit. Are you familiar with the North American Free Trade Agreement?
Yes, I'm also familiar.
Do you know when it came out?
No, Lost. I'm also familiar with the USMCA trade deal that Trump passed in 2018 that fixed NAFTA. Remember?
Listen, let's go back. Let's go back to North American Free Trade Agreement, okay? And how the jobs really left. If we start there, then we'll get to the point where Trump got to. The North American Free Trade Agreement came out under who?
Clinton.
All right. So that means the jobs went away because of who?
Clinton.
All right. So now that means somebody has to fix it. And who's the opposition to Democrats?
Republicans.
All right. So if that's the case, then Trump had to fix it, right?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, so in other words, he's trying to get the jobs back. But here's the thing. You can't just bring jobs back overnight because there's infrastructure in place. And there's a lot of other things that have to go in. And here's another thing. You talked about our allies going to do business with China. Everybody does business with China anyway. They're the global labor force. They were going to do that anyway because we like cheap things. We like affordable things. And China's been selling us stuff, man, since the 80s.
If that was true, then you just
Taiwan.
By the way, again, I disagree with everything you said. And by your own logic, Lost, if that was true, then you just admitted that Trump's trade war against China was a complete waste of time.
No, it's not.
If we're going to buy it anyway, then what was the point of the trade?
Truth. It goes back to what we talked about earlier about synthesis. You know, the Hegelian dialectic.
No, dog, that's not real in Trump's case. Like, stop it, Lost. That's not real in Trump. And by the way, Lost, Trump has been president, or Trump has been in office in the political since 2016, correct? Would you agree with that? 2016
yeah,
since he became president?
Yeah. But we had to deal with something called the pandemic.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Trump has businesses, right?
Of course.
Right. And so in the last 10 years, he hasn't brought one business back that he gets made from China back overseas, back here in America. He can lead by example, Lost, and have his stuff made here in America, but instead his stuff is still made in China.
What's Bruce? Like I said, it goes back to infrastructure. We have to get the
infrastructure. We have factories here. They might cost more, Lost, but we have factories here that produce T-shirts and hats and things like that. Come on now.
Well, let me ask you a question. What about the cars? People buy cars all the time, but the problem with that.
Ooh, that's funny that you mentioned that, Lost.
Yeah.
JT and I both live in Rust Belt states. JT and I both live in Rust Belt states. The car manufacturing of the world, that started going away to China in the 70s. So, Lost, oh my God, who was president in the 70s?
Jimmy Carter.
Come on, Lost. No. Who was president in the early 70s, Lost?
Oh, Gerald Ford.
Richard Nixon. Right. Richard Nixon. So if we go off the timeline, who started the problem of our jobs going overseas? A Republican.
That's not
You
it.
see how that works, bro? Because our manufacturing started going overseas to China in the 70s. It accelerated in the 80s under Reagan. Remember, he also cut all those taxes and deregulated them in the 80s, and they flew even more overseas. And then, yes, Clinton continued it. But to say that Clinton started it, stop. You see, this is the difference when you're talking to someone who's educated like you, Lost. I don't let you start the timeline where you want to start it. We're going to start the timeline where it actually starts.
Well, we can actually go back to the 50s, if you want to be exact. When China started to come back on board, when they moved from agrarian culture to manufacturing, it started way before then.
Our economy didn't even peak until the 60s. China wasn't even close to being a number one, a superpower.
Actually, our manufacturing peaked during World War II, if we're being exact.
Our manufacturing peaked in the 60s.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
No, it didn't.
And China, and apparently China, we was letting China get away with it since the
China was just getting started.
So let's level set this right quick. Let's go back, because goddamn, that was a lot. That was a hell of a lot. I already know my brother Taru.
We educated. We know what we're talking about.
Yeah, my man Taru come over here. He'll change the boy.
That's the whole point, man.
Taru's coming,
man.
Taru's he would come, but I love it because it brings it to a different level. But let's bring it back to this part right here. Patriarchy. What was said earlier was to dismantle and destroy the patriarchy. Do you guys agree with that? If not, let me hear it. If so, let me hear it.
100 watts, man. You've been up here. You got anything to say on that one? Been a while, man.
In my personal opinion, I feel like everything. I feel like a lot of things are currently set up to destroy, dismantle, readjust, whatever nice adjective you want to use for it, is to basically get rid of patriarchy. The idea of man, the idea of men, what is manhood, the idea of what is manly and what's not, like the idea of anything that is attached to a strong man is in question, or at least an attempt to get rid of. Anything that doesn't support being emotionally intelligent and a safe space, if it doesn't have to do with any of that, then everything around us right now is to get rid of it. Like, I don't understand how anyone can see it any other way, but that's just my personal thinking. I think to tie in what y'all were talking about earlier to what we're talking about now, like the whole emotional thing, like men don't even have the grace to be emotional in the way that women do. And an example of that is women have a bunch of scapegoats for their emotions, right? So if you get a girlfriend, she'll tell you she was tripping because her period coming, or she got postpartum, or she pregnant, or there's all kinds of reasonings that justify. There are a whole bunch of reasons that get to justify why women act the way that they do. And the way that the world is set up right now is any man should not open his mouth and address a woman about how she acting or how she talking or what she look like when she leave the house. And that's
Well, the thing is that if we get rid of the patriarchy, right, then what will we have to put in its place? Matriarchy? Gynocentric ways of operating? What is it that we would do? And who will be the ones that will get rid of it? Would it be women or would it be men? If there's going to be women, how could women actually get rid of patriarchy? They would need who? Men to get rid of it. It makes sense when I start seeing like panels that we saw earlier today and men that have the ideology that we saw on that panel. There's a lot of them. Those guys were just representatives. It actually baffles me to hear men say, get rid of patriarchy. It baffles me. Now, the reason why is because we've always had wars. And who was in the forefront of the wars? Men. It's not to get rid of patriarchy. It's to get rid of how it's being led, how it's being fortified, right? That's basically what's going to happen. But if you get rid of it, then what you going to have? What we seeing right now? Because we see it. We don't have to use our imagination to say what it could be. It just get worse than what we see. What I don't like is to see a bunch of men acting as if they're women. When we have conversations like we have right now, the last thing I want to hear a motherfucker sit back and say is, we need to have a safe space. That shit is wild in a motherfucker. A safe space is crazy for men to be talking because ain't shit safe about when we just in our gestures, in our speech with one another. There's nothing safe about when we talk. There ain't shit safe about how we talk because we have to be honest. And if somebody is being honest, let me tell you the last thing they're going to end up being when they talking to a panel of people or when they talk to a group of people is safe. We as men have to be able to, and this is just my opinion, we have to be able to combat other men, right? And the ideology that follows them. Women, in my opinion, are not the threat. It's the men that comes behind those women that are the threat. I don't care how you look at it. We could sit back and argue with women all goddamn day. It's just a fucking argument when it comes down to it. When it comes down to put some action behind it, I guarantee once women sit back and say, I'm going to put some action behind it, she's going to have a man behind her or men behind her. So at the end of the day, my whole thing is this. When I talk to women, I have to be careful what I'm even talking to them about because I would get myself put in a fucking conundrum having a conversation with them that we don't even need to have. This is why it's very important for us as men to be able to have, if we have a wife, significant other, we have to be able to protect them. If we have children, we have to be able to protect them. This bullshit that I'm seeing right now, this whole thing of women versus men, first and foremost, this shit does not even exist, really. It's just all in our mind. Men and women can't go to war with each other. It ain't never happened ever, ever. There's always men that comes behind that shit right there. I don't care how you look at it. My whole thing is this. When we're talking about it and we having conversations about it intellectually and things like that, we have to start challenging ourselves in these intellectual conversations. I think that they're intellectual conversations. Reason being is because I've been in them for some years now, and I said, God damn, I do see a better, I see something that's better that comes out of it. Because it's just ideologies that we're warring with other people. But the ones that's not having these conversations with us, like how we having these conversations, what are they doing? They're going out here, they in the world out here fighting with cops, knowing that they can't beat no goddamn cops. They're out here fighting each other, going to prison because they killed somebody over their fucking emotions. When we're actually having it and we're warring with each other intellectually, and we have an audience that can understand, because we got people, I see his side, they're going back and forth. It seems as if the shit is very brutal, but it's not, because it's ideologies that we are warring with. Now, when we take those ideologies and we sit back and say, ain't no more talking, I'm about to get out here and I'm about to start protesting and marching and start tearing shit up. Now we talking about something totally different. This is the reason why we can respect one another when we're having just difference of opinions or difference of ideologies. And we can talk here, because it comes to a point where we be like, all right, this is just where it ended at right here. This is why me and Tyrus is still cool. This is why me and Arpain is still cool. Me and Lost is still cool. Lost and Arpain, Tyrus and Arpain. All of us are still cool with it. Why? Because we are just having wars of ideology. But we always at some point find a common ground, right? Because we want the world to just be better. And we're trying to show our audience and people that see this later that this is what it's about. And then they can go from there. But if we just sit back and start going off of what you guys were talking about earlier, Tyrus, that emotional shit, being led by your emotions, and you ain't got no logic in it, and the only thing you want to do is just go out there and just start tearing shit up. Why the fuck we doing this shit? When we can sit back and have conversations, and we can go back and war with each other all goddamn day, talk and get emotional with each other. But at the end of the day, we say, I love you, brother. Hey, man, that's the end of the show. I holler back at y'all. Hey, holler back at me, my man.
JT, can we stick on the patriarchy for a second? If you
I landed that right there just for somebody else to do it.
Let's just stick on the points you made about the patriarchy.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
That I think the patriarchy in our country, in the West, has been absolutely benevolent to women. I believe the women in the West are the most coddled fucking women in the whole world. They have reins of power. They do what they want to do. They say what they want to say. When they were given the vote, right, and the choice of whether they have to sign up for selective service, they weren't going to say, I don't want the vote if I got to go to war. And people said, we're going to give you the vote anyway. And nobody really, I would imagine the people in the back room knew this, but women vote differently than men do. And their power of the woman's vote now is absolutely extreme. The way our country is run, it ain't run like some hard Roman matriarchy where we just grabbing women off the street and holding them upside down and shit. They're the most protected and coddled women in the whole world. American women. The laws govern, protect them. If I was with a chick and we both got drunk, I was drunker than she was. But if we had sex, she could come up in the morning and say, I was drunk. I'm going to jail, even though I was inebriated too. So the point really is this whole notion that the patriarchy in our country isn't benevolent to women is a farce. It's an absolute farce. We got to stop acting like there's some, some real handicaps. There's no handicaps left. Okay, yeah, they can't get up to the top of the CEOs, but none of them fucking chicks want to be in the ditch. They want to just run the organizations. They don't want to do the hard labor. They're going to leave that to men. Well, when's the last time you seen them put a march out there so they can go pave the goddamn streets?
Last time you seen a CEO male do the same thing. They don't want to do hard work either. They're CEOs. We're like, what the hell are we talking about?
Say what you want to say when you get your chance. This is my chance. You know, all I'm just trying to say is anybody who sits up here and puts this woe is me story around women is bullshit, man. It's just not true. We live every single day. We don't have no middle spaces left. Oh, I'm a sports fanatic, but every goddamn sports show got to have some fucking honey telling all the men who know how to play basketball what to do. I play football, but we got to have a fucking woman in the middle to tell us how to play football. I got a woman in the middle telling us how to box. We don't got no spaces. None. And
Bring your ass up here, BMU.
We could listen, my point is, it's not that you can love women, but let's stop acting like there's some crippled goddamn, handicap. They're not handicapped. They are not handicapped no more. Not in America. That's why fucking guys are getting their passports and flying all over the world.
Clock
it. Clock it.
You know we're gonna click that, baby.
You gotta click it. Listen, Tarus, I know you want to get in here. I'm not saying we don't love them. I've got a whole bunch of them in my house. I cook for them. I love them dearly. I gave them all I got.
Over there getting
and so all I'm just trying to say is, let's stop acting like women are some victims. Not in America. They're the most coddled fucking people in the whole world. And you know what? Black women too. The only problem that black women have is that they have this incessant inferiority complex with white women. Other than that, they're running neck and neck. So let's just stop it. And I'm done. Go ahead, Tarus.
So I'm gonna actually gonna be nice, and I'm gonna go harp back on what Lost was saying and started off with what JP was saying, how Lost and I did this first in Mont. We went and looked it up, right? A lot of times we like to speculate and sometimes correctly assume what certain ideologies like to say, right? Lost, you're going to find this interesting because it's going to go back to your point, or it's going to go back to your point. Did you know that a feminist movement, one of the biggest one, the National Organization for Women, support women being put on selective service because them not being put on selective service implies that they're less than, that they're not full citizens. So a feminist idea is that, yes, women should also be on selective service just like men. And that also goes, by the way, to Lost bigger point is that these women or women as a whole, as a collective, in my opinion, they are clearly craving some sort of leadership from men to take some leadership from. Because and again, we live in the world where, guess what, guys? The world is becoming less and less physical. No, women don't need us to fucking protect them from dragons every goddamn day. Unless that dragon's an Excel spreadsheet. Okay? Like, stop acting like you got to protect your woman going up and down the elevators in the skyscraper. Like, stop it. Like, stop acting like it's just GTA out here every time your wife goes to work at the hospital. All right? Every single day, you are not physically protecting your wife from shit. You're not protecting your girl from shit. You're not protecting yourselves from shit because we are living in a less dangerous society. More and more of our society is based up here, not by brute strength anymore. And so, just like we know, and just like Lost had implied that these women are not, that we got to put better team around them, right? We also have to imply as grown-ass men that not all men are good leaders. There's a lot of men out there who are absolutely dog shit when it comes to leading anything. They can't even lead their bill payment on time. They can't even show up to their girls' school rehearsal on time. So let's stop pretending that every single man can be trusted with leadership if we're also supposed to admit that you can't trust every black woman?
Okay, so I want to push back on your thought about protection, because to tie in what you just said, it's not all brute force. Me protecting my woman isn't trying to keep a nigga from putting his hands on her. It's not always that. Protection, the definition of it, the action of protecting or state of being protected. So the state of being doesn't have to physically be me doing something, right? Me protecting my woman could be being knowledgeable about how to change a tire if she gets stuck on the side of the road rather than it being her. That's a level of protection. Me being able to provide provisions to make sure that her life is taken care of, that's a level of protection. So brute force isn't needed in protection. I protect my family every day when I decide to get up, leave the house, and not bother other people. When I decide to come home without bringing extra drama, that's a level of protection as well. So is the idea of protection being something that's only some physical thing, I don't think is right. So
well to clarify, I said we're not living in that society much longer. The threat of physical, that's what I mentioned, to be fair.
I got you. The threat of physical harm isn't there, but the need for protection is a 24/7 thing.
But it's still
365. Sure, there is no day off from protecting your family.
Right, but what you just mentioned then, now we are going to a less gender specific thing, because what you just meant is providing, right? And we already 100, I know you have paid attention to all these panels like I have, and you've been around the block. How many different times have we implied that, yes, we need a 2-income household in America to survive now? Nobody's doing this on one income by themselves. And every single time the men do the statistics, the men, single men, don't make the income to provide for a full family. That's okay, 100 Watt, because we don't live in a society anymore where men have to be the sole financial providers anymore. You see what I mean?
That's 100 right there. What you said, and it
so
was
that
also
provision that makes it easy. Like for example, I'm gonna land my plane here, JT. I know you was about to cook.
No, go ahead.
April, 100 Watt. I'm gonna be married for 18 years, bro. And my wife making the income. I'm still the leader of the house, but guess what? She loves helping out because it just makes the overall house easier to manage. You see what I mean? It's a quality of life. That provision we're all providing, because guess what? We're both grown-ass adults who live in the same household. You get what I mean? We don't live in a society anymore, 100, where only one person has to bear that weight, nor should they.
I slightly disagree, but I hear what you're saying.
I want to know.
Disagree on that, but
100 Watts. But 100 Watts. I want to know if you can, brother. I want you to elaborate on what you disagree with that on.
Okay, so because of the world that we actually live in, because as I've heard them say a few times, reality. So the world that we really live in, the fact that you have a woman that is willing to contribute to the provision, you're an outlier, my brother. Because in the world that we live in right now, the way that, especially if we're talking about social media or whatever the fuck, you can take social media out of it or put it in, or however you want to look at it. The idea that a man is not able to pay 100% of the bills, now his manhood is being questioned. A man that tells his woman that she got to go pay a light bill, his manhood is questioned. A man that doesn't have the ability to do 100% of everything, because now a man is expected to financially provide. He's supposed to provide security. He's supposed to be her best friend. The motherfucker's supposed to be her hairstylist. The nigga's supposed to be her photographer. The idea of what a man is supposed to provide in relationships is completely different than what women provide. The expectation of what is the expectation of what we bring is completely different. So even if you do have a woman that's in your house that's gonna work, it's expected of you to do more than what she is. Anything that she does is just extra icing on the cake. All of us have been on this planet long enough to know the phrase, my money is her money and her money is her money. Or my money is our money and her money is hers. We all long old enough to know what that is.
Happy wife, happy life kind of shit, right?
Yeah. All that shit because of the expectation of what society says. Men are supposed to be out here breaking their back while she at the crib getting her nails done, sipping wine.
Yeah. So
I got a question to ask 100 watts, if you don't mind, JT.
No, go ahead, bro.
100 watts. Earlier, you said that a man's manhood is usually in question when it comes down to providing. Let me ask you a question. When have you ever known a woman's womanhood to be called into question on a regular basis, like a man's manhood is called into question when they start talking about provision?
I know of plenty of situations where if you find out that a girl is a woman, I don't know what word ladies want to hear, but if in the world that we live in, if you find out that a woman is making more money than her man and she out spending money on him for Valentine's Day and she done bought the nigga some Jordans for his birthday and he can barely afford a card, that his manhood is in question. It don't matter how many tires he changed. It don't matter how many trash bags he take out. It don't matter how many budgets he put together. If he is not doing, if she's the one that's spending the money and being romantic and all of that shit, his manhood is in question. Because he's the one that's supposed to be planning Valentine's Day and buying flowers and planning dates.
I'm gonna let you cook for a minute, dog, but we gotta let that shit marinate right there. Buying that nigga Jordans and that nigga ain't got a car, and that's wild. And that shit, we be seeing shit like that. When you see shit like that, it is in question. His manhood is in fucking question because we said something earlier. I said something earlier, Arpain, when I was talking about my man Driscoll, right? Now, Tarus, you remember Driscoll, don't you? In Family Values. His wife was Family Values. He said that was the powerful thing that he said. She got him to a point where she deemed him to be her husband because of her flaws. And he had to fix some shit. And that man was deemed to fix it because if it wasn't going to get fixed, if he didn't fix it, it wasn't going to get fixed. So she was sitting back and she was saying, listen, because I look at you as this type of a man, look, this is what's fucked up about what's going on with me. And that man fixed it, right? And he was just like, God damn, but for a woman to give you some fucking Jordans and she know that you ain't got no goddamn car, oh my God. That shit is crazy as fuck. She is questioning your manhood. Because the first thing that she should have said was, we going to get you some guy, at least a down payment for you to get a car, man.
And if she's not questioning your manhood, her homegirls is questioning it. Her mama questioning it. Her sister and them questioning it. Everybody on social media questioning it. Even your own mama will fuck around and question if she find out that's how you
your mama gonna question that shit. You got Jordans on.
Yeah,
those $300.
Girl ain't questioning it.
It's fucked.
What does it matter what everyone else is?
Yeah. Because we all know that women are influenced by other women. So if your girl doesn't have a problem with it and she goes to tell her friends after enough times of her friends saying, girl, why you still messing with that broke ass nigga? She gonna leave you, dog.
100. You know how many of my wife's friends said the same thing and they asked us still single and we married, bro? Like that shit happens all the time, bro. You know how many dudes done told they homeboys, oh, break up with her, bro. She ain't working. And guess what? They still at home somewhere living in their moms and dude living his best life talking about, damn, what kind of boat I'm gonna get?
Let's go.
All right,
Let's
and
go.
everything in between, dog. Come
Let's
on.
go.
Come on.
Do you think you're typical? Do you think you're typical to Roos or an exception?
Can you repeat that?
He said, do you think you're typical or an exception?
Your situation.
I think I'm somewhere in between. I want to be clear here, and I want to be clear. JT, you've said it before, and 100 watt. I will admit that I'm somewhat of an anomaly. Okay?
All right. Thank you for admitting that.
There you go.
However,
I think just the fact that you made it 18 years already puts you in a place to be an anomaly.
But I think he's about to go somewhere with that. I want him to finish.
I'm 38.
But I know where he's about to go because I know a little bit about his history, but I think I know where he's about to go with this. But the anomaly part I get. Now let's go with the
however.
So the however is, and JT and Loss has heard me say this before, there is not a single person on this planet, including women, including my wife or myself, that could make the claim that Tyrus had his shit together as a man at 20 years old. Not one. And what? 100, what? You know, there's a lot of people, failed marriage or not, you know, there's a lot of young people be like, YOLO, we love each other. We married each other off of vibes. That's how a lot of marriages start and end, by the way.
I got married at 22, so you was right there. That's why I knew where you was going with that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so a lot of the times, man, at a young age, a lot of these women aren't really, those are pie in the sky thing. It's no different than a dude wanting the OnlyFans models, but at the end of the day, these women know that you ain't got shit because they ain't got shit either. And so the idea is we are going to build something together. You see, 100 why? If you're dealing with women who already expect you to be a perfect package out the gate, you shouldn't even be bothered to talk to her in the first place. That comes with vetting. A lot of these women y'all be messing with, you shouldn't even be messing with in the first place. Unless, of course, you, and I'm not saying you, but you as a collective, as single men as a collective, if you're leading with your wallet, expect women to always be wondering about said wallet. Because what was the message you sent? What was the first impression you made? Because what's another saying we love, 100 watt? First impressions are everything, right? You see, hey man, the world is complex. And so at the end of the day, what I've noticed, and it doesn't apply to everyone or every man, but what I've noticed is that women's standards or what they'll tolerate and not tolerate is solely based on whether they like you or not, bro. Whether they actually rock with you or not. Because the dudes who gotta have this constant money, high standard shit, those are the men that women don't want to deal with in the first place. And if that wasn't true, what? Women wouldn't constantly be getting pregnant by broke ass dudes.
Yeah.
So clearly there's a disconnect between what women say they want and what's actually going out universally.
You know, another thing too, Tyrus, is us as men, when we were young men, like we keep living, right? We just keep living. And it's funny when we see what we were at in our 20s, and then we see what we are now, right? Where we at, wherever we at right now. That shit is crazy. Being married, it's like 8 times the magnitude, right? Because not only are you observing yourself growing up, but you have somebody else on your side, and you seeing them grow up too, along with your children. And if you got adults, parents, you seeing everybody growing the fuck up. So it's crazy as hell when you say, when I was 20 years old, and then now you 30, 40, 50 years old, and you see what you were back then. But then you look at, this is the thing about marriage. How the fuck, what was the origin of me and her, right? That shit wasn't always, what you see in the movies. It was some fucked up shit. It be marriage, before you get married, motherfuckers then broke up, got back together, broke up, all kind of other shit got in between it and all that shit. Next thing you know, you got 15, 20, 25 years in a marriage. You got a story to tell, right? And the story is never, I've never heard people that have lived long and been married long ever told a story where it was just beautiful. That shit you be like, y'all still was together? That motherfucker, you be like, shit, we was separated for like 6 years. Motherfucker be like, hell no. I'm like, shit, that's what got us back to where we was at. Because we have to realize shit. We have to go through, man, when you in the middle of some shit, you can't see all the bullshit. All you know is that you in the middle of this shit. But when you get away from it, especially when you with let me speak from a man's point of view. When you away from a woman that you actually love, The last thing that you want to do is have her be with another nigga. It don't always have to be with sex, right? You don't want her to love another motherfucking man like she love you. What kind of bullshit is that? That's what will make a man be like, let me go grab this motherfucker before she do some shit that she's gonna regret. You get what I'm saying? Motherfuckers done broke up with their girl. What made a lot of motherfuckers get back with their girl because they was like, okay, hopefully she ain't fucked nobody else yet. And let me save her from getting another dick, right? That's initially. That's all I'm saying, initially. But as you get older and you start being in that relationship, like what you got, how many years you in right now, Tyrus?
17, April will be 18.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of fucking time. That breaking up, like when motherfuckers be talking that shit on YouTube, talking about some, yeah, she do something, just leave her. Get the fuck out of here. Nigga, do you understand what leaving is? Or at that standpoint right there, nigga, that's like going and getting one of your kidneys removed while you straight up you coherent. There ain't no motherfucking anesthesias. There ain't nothing. They just about to take your fucking liver from you or your kidney from you. That's how it feels I know for men. I don't know from women, but I know at 15, 16, 17, 20 years, 30 years, and you talking about breaking up with your woman, nigga, that's surgery. You ain't broke up with her. Just because we ain't seeing each other right now don't mean we broke up.
To your point,
you out your goddamn...
bro. Women say they physically get sick when they lose their man. To your point.
Come on with it.
To your point.
It's like surgery with no anesthesia.
I'm gonna tie back to what you just said a minute ago. Earlier Tuesday, we watched the round table with the gentleman, and we saw a guy got up in an old boy's face, the little sweet dude, and he was telling him all kind of stuff, being just disrespectful, right? Mm-hmm. And one thing I noticed about these 92% guys is that they don't understand hierarchy. When you have an elder speaking at the table, we as men have a rule: you need to be quiet when old folks and grown folks
just
are
shut
talking.
the fuck up, right?
You should get some respect about yourself. That's how we normally, hand out, discipline amongst us men.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that's how we disseminate wisdom amongst ourselves. Let the old folks, say what they got to say because they've earned it. They've been here long enough. When was the last time you see women do that? Young chick and say, hey, you need to be quiet when grown women is talking. Yeah. Now, I'm going to use that to preface this comment that Anissa said. She said that's because most women are not strategic and dating. They move purely off motion and make bad decisions when it comes to men. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you listened to a bunch of older women who had wisdom, who said, look, I'm going to show you how to pick the right man? Guys, we talk to each other and say, hey, look, you shouldn't date that type of woman. And here's why. When was the last time you saw a bunch of women get around a young girl and say, hey, look, that's not the type of man you need to date. You need to date this type of guy. It would save you so much trouble and time if you would listen to the elder women who've been here a while. And then that way you don't have to make those same mistakes. And that way you don't have to say I was young and dumb. Men don't have the luxury of saying that because we have to listen to each other. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And there's a certain level of disrespect that comes from when you come at your elders like that. And the guys know that's a built-in thing for us. We don't have to talk about it. There's been plenty of times where people have come up here and try to disrespect our pain, and I've checked them on the spot. Yeah. Just for the sheer fact that our pain is the elder, and we should give him the dignity, even though it's
OG.
Yeah, it's right. He the OG. You see what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, what's J Speed, right? It's the same fucking thing. Yeah, see, we when we talk to each other, this is the thing, and I didn't mean to cut you off, bro, but I wanted to just piggyback off of what you just said. With men, the thing is that when we figure out how to respect one another, right? Again, our pain, OGJ Speed, and there's been a couple of other cats out here where it gets really heated But at some point, we'll come back, bro. We'll be like, man, remember 2 weeks ago, man? And when we see the person again, what we'll say, hey, man, I apologize for that. I didn't mean, I was in my emotions or whatever. We always do that. And that's one of the things where I was just saying, like what we saw earlier on that panel, I think that's what really is sparking what's happening in the podcast Ram, where we seeing Hollywood people, they wasn't checked in to what we was doing, right? They wasn't checked in what we was doing. Listen, Tyrus, me and you got into it. I don't think it's me and our pay that got into it. Me and Love got into it. We argue, but we're men. So guess what we do? We end up saying, all right, man, we just got heated or whatever, and we understand one another. You know what I'm saying? And it took some time for us to get to that space. But
that's
women see that
the
shit.
digital version of, hey, man, let me buy you a beer, bro. Let's talk this out.
There it is. Right, but women actually see this. This is the thing where I don't like the fact that it's this bullshit of the gender war shit. Women see it and they say, that shit is dope as hell what I just witnessed. We starting to see it now because women starting to come on the panels, and now they're coming and they're kind of like, you know, they wasn't like what they were back then, right? 5 years ago, man, women was coming on this motherfucker hot. We still got a couple of them that do it, but for the most part, we are learning from one another, man. And a lot of times it's painful because that's what we call it, painful pockets, right? It gets painful. It's the same thing that we can do in our family, because that's what the families were doing. The motherfuckers was arguing all the goddamn time. My father and my grandmother, my father's mama, I seen it. I remember my father at 27 years old. And I remember him still telling his mama, I'm a man now. You can't talk to me that way no more, mama, right? I've seen that. I've seen people, I'm looking at people growing up. My whole thing is this. We already understand, y'all, it will never stay the same. And sometimes it's going to get worse before it gets better.
JT,
that's how it goes.
JT, the reason why I brought that up, because in the Bible it says the older women should teach the younger women. And I think that's probably where the ball has been dropped. Because if we had the right older women teaching the younger women, to somebody's point in the comment section, that some of these older women are competing with the younger women, they don't probably need to listen to those particular older women. They need to listen to the older women who have the respect of the older men and who will back them up and say, hey, look, this is the woman you need to listen to, and disseminate that wisdom and that information. Because if you get to the point where you disrespect the very people who are charged to protect you and to be there for you, then you can't expect them to stay in abuse. You know, women love to say, hey, I was being abused all the time. Well, guess what? Men get abused by women verbally all the time, emotionally all the time, because that's the weapon that they choose to use, because they can't beat them physically. So that's the main reason why they leverage emotions, because they can get into their head. But what happens when you have a bunch of men who are emotionless, men who've closed their hearts off? Those are men that you can't reach, and those are men that'll check out. Well, guess what? We can't afford to have men sitting on the sideline, not in this world. You know, it takes everybody. So my thing is this: once we start getting the older women to teach the younger women to respect older women and to respect older men, and I think we'll get back to the ground where we can disseminate wisdom to the point where the younger women don't have to suffer from the consequences of being isolated outside of wisdom.
So I got a question for you though. The number of older women who are in the position or who are willing to tell the younger women the truth is diminishing all the time. You know, I don't know where the turnaround is going to be because they're too busy competing. I think the more spinsters that enter the 50 and older, right? A lot of them are not only unmarried, there's a fair amount of them won't even have kids. What are they going to tell the young women?
Well, you know, what JT said earlier, you got a group of men who are willing to subvert the wisdom of the older men who know what they're doing by supporting women and those who don't want to be right. You know, they don't want to listen to what's right, so they support somebody who's wrong. And when you have a lot of people who go behind the scenes and support women who are wrong, we get the situation that we're into now, where we have people doing things that are opposite and contrary to what we've been taught. And as a result, we're having results of things that we didn't anticipate. So I think the ones that we do have, those are the ones we need to lean on. Those are the ones we need to prop up. Those are the ones who we need to support and go against those who are doing the exact opposite and say, hey, look, matter of fact, I understand you don't know what you're doing right now, but let's take a look and see where what you've done has gotten you. Right. Are you proud of where you are now? Right. You know, are your grandkids going to be proud of what you're doing now if they go back and look? Because this is a digital age now. They can just go back and run the footage. And you don't want to be embarrassed in the future of something that you did when all it took was you to get wisdom from somebody else who knows what we're talking about. I mean, just generally speaking. So our pain, to speak to your point, yes, we probably do need to start taking those women who have knowledge and wisdom, who wants to do it the right way, and start and saying, hey, look, these are the women that you should be able to look up to. And as men, we should stand on business and support those who support us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Go ahead. Torres, you had something?
Man, my bad for coughing. Like,
no, you good. You good. That shit's strong, ain't it?
The Benjamin, dog. That shit.
I just want to say, just out loud, because I want to make sure that it's at least said, because it's dangerous for men as well. Women have this problem because of competition, and men have this problem because of ego, right? Men have this no new friends thing, that men try and operate on, where you try and gatekeep or hold on to that information. So you can't, that young black dude is outside being stupid, instead of you being stuck in your ego and being on no new friends, you got to be able to give game sometimes. And I think men, sometimes we do have a habit of holding on to information because you too worried about somebody trying to cross you or trying to steal something from you or trying to take your shine or something of that way. So the same way that women are worried about it in terms of competition, I think that we just need to say out loud and make sure that men are aware, like, ego plays a part in that situation for us as well.
Absolutely. Hunter Watson, speak to your point earlier. Back in the day, women would actually, give food to other women, you know what I'm saying, that type of thing. And that was a way of bonding. Well, guys do the same thing. We just give each other a bill and say, hey, man, here's a bill. Let's sit down, let's chop it up. I think once we start getting back to fellowship again, I think this will probably, it'll clean up some of this stuff.
I think for men too, I think we've been able to find a healthy way of being aggressive with each other. And being able to grow with it, right? Like, so for example, if you have those same guys that you go to the basketball court with and you play 5-on-5 all the time, there's a level of competition and anger and frustration and argument that happens when y'all get on the basketball court. But like you said, as soon as that game is over, we can, hey, let's run over here to Ruby Tuesdays and let's have a beer real quick. You know what I'm saying? So I think that we do have a healthy way of being able to work out that bullshit so we can come back later to be friends. And I think that women do lack that space. Of being able to get their frustrations out in a healthy way and come back and be friends later.
Absolutely. So, Watt and Lost. I agree with you guys.
Oh my goodness.
Takes, right? I can't learn those lessons, the lessons that Lost is talking about because he's older than me, lessons to Pain knows that he's older than me, and I'm only 38 and I'm on the younger side, I guess. I don't learn none of these lessons, Watt, if I bail early, if I got commitment issues. Bro, there's so many times throughout this, not so many, but there's times throughout the marriage, bro. We go a couple days walking by each other in the hallway like Western gunslingers, bro. Yo, we drawing guns at high noon kind of shit. You know what I mean? You're just going to be there. You just don't like each other, bro. They just annoying. Like, she did something annoying. You did something annoying, you know what I mean? Like, there's going to be times like that. But the thing that a lot of my guys, unfortunately, Brent, we like follow through, right? We like a long-term vision and seeing things through, you know what I mean? And sometimes, Hunter, sometimes it's not even about having a plan as much as it's about just showing up. Sometimes you just got to put yourself in a situation and things just work out of itself. But women want to see you have the leadership to put yourself in a dicey situation. If you get what I mean. She doesn't always need to see you succeed. She needs to see that you're willing to try. That's what having a program is. Willing to try. And there's too many guys, bro, who lack commitment issues. And so there's a lot of women, for better or worse, again, just a perspective, that they feel like they got to do more of this stuff on their own because we have a lot of indecisive men out here.
You know, it's Bruce, to speak to your point, I think that men should be able to check their ego immediately. And that is no greater strength in a man for him to check himself immediately. I'll give an example. Last night, I talked to my girl, and I probably said something I shouldn't have said it, but it wasn't directed at her, but I think she took it that way. You know what I'm saying? And I immediately apologized because my ego is not important as to the relationship itself. You see what I'm saying? And women need to see us apologize immediately because that shows growth, and that's also strength. You see what I'm saying? I'm strong enough to admit when I'm wrong immediately. You see what I'm saying? And I think
it also puts the pressure on them, Loss, because that's the standard that they also need to live up to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So once we start putting the relationship above our egos, I think we can probably start having a lot more healthy relationships and conversations going forward, you know, and asking them, hey, what did I say? And why did I say that to offend you? And then once I say, you know, I apologize for saying that immediately. Would you forgive me? You know, that type of thing. I think being a man about doing that, it shows strength. And I think that they respect that strength in us when we are able to check ourselves, you know, and she shouldn't have to check us all the time. We should be able to check ourselves. And I think that's showing accountability as being a man and setting the standards, like you said earlier.
The only thing I'm not even gonna say push back against, just there's a part of what you said that I'm challenging in my mind right now. And you were talking about like men that try. And what I'm thinking about is, and the reason I'm thinking about it this way is because I'm raising boys and I'm raising girls, right? So trying to figure out how to teach these things, because the same lesson has to be taught, but it has to be taught a different way, whether I'm speaking to my sons or my daughters. But what I believe to be true is that a man who tries doesn't have the grace to fuck it up the way that a woman does, right? I think that the men that you're referring to that don't try or lack follow through, I think a lot of that comes from the fear of failure, in the sense of, if a man fails, it's all on him. He got to suck it the fuck up, figure it out, and get it taken care of. But if a woman fails, she's supposed to have cushions and soft landings, right? So if a woman decides that she's going to leave her marriage, there's a women and children shelter for her to go to. There's not a men's shelter for men to go to. Now, there are shelters, but there's not a men's shelter for a man to go to. There are specific like WIC, for example. It's women, infant, and children. They created a whole program for women and kids. It's literally named after women and kids. So that's just a program that was created with the program was created because men ain't shit and they ain't gonna take care of their kids. So we gonna help you take care of your kids. And I think that men, there are a lot of men, whether we agree with it or not. I don't agree with it. But whether we agree with it or not, there's a paralysis that comes from attempting to do anything when you know no matter what, you're going to be criticized for it. Even if this goes well, you're still going to criticize me for this because now I'm being financially abusive or I'm being controlling or something of that sort. Like, even when a motherfucker do it the right way, you still find a way to criticize me. But a woman's supposed to have these landings and these cushions whenever she doesn't land right. So I don't necessarily, I understand why you say that it's bad for a man not to try. I just see how it happens that way for men to not want to try.
Well, I want to be clear. I agree with you. Like, but you don't get it twisted, man. All the guys that try, whether they succeed or fail, they also have that same fear, man. They also got that same doubt in their minds. The the ability is that perseverance to push through it, right? In spite of that fear. Right? That's what ambition is. Oh, go ahead, Loss. I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to touch back what he said. 100 Watts, here's the thing. When we talk about the difference between men and women, that is a part of leadership that nobody wants to say out loud. Ultimately, you know, that is what leadership is about, taking responsibility for what you do. And I think sometimes when women say and they crave leadership, those are some of the things we need to introduce them. Say, hey, if you want to be a leader, this is what it entails. It means checking your ego when you don't feel like it, you know, and you can't just say what you want to say when you feel like it. Because believe it or not, men can say some foul stuff if they really wanted to. But, you know, we have breaks and checks in ourselves that we have to check ourselves. But necessarily, you know, you don't always want to lean on brute force, because we can tear some stuff up. But at the end of the day, you have to be able to self-regulate. And that is also a part of being in leadership as well, too, being responsible for those around you, whether you're a male or female. And I think we need to start setting the standard and let the standard be the standard regardless of the gender. And I think once we start doing that, then we'll have places where people won't be coddled and say, hey, look, here's the wisdom that you need to be successful, versus saying, hey, here's your scapegoat, you can always run away. And I think that's something that we need to say out loud for people to understand that that is a portion of leadership. Sometimes it falls on you, sometimes you fail, but as long as you try and you get back up, that's all that matters, you know? So I think that when people look at failing as an end all be all, no, failing just means you're gathering data and you're gathering information so you don't make the exact same mistake over and over again. And unless you plan things out, that's also a part of leadership. And I think if we sit down and we explain to people what all goes into leadership, I think a lot of people wouldn't run up there and want to be leaders all the time. Because like Taru said, there are some men who are garbage leaders. You know, let's just be honest about that. But at the same time, there are some women who are garbage leaders as well, too. But I think a lot of people are afraid to say that because of the way we have a society set up with those unspoken rules. We can't go around calling women bums, you know, because they always want to leech off men. And we're quick to call men homosexuals if they want to live with a woman. See, it doesn't sting. It doesn't sting the same if a woman wants to come live with you versus if a man comes with her. But those are those silent things that go unsaid that we operate off of. But if we say those things out loud, then we'll understand that, hey, everybody needs to bring something to the table and be of some use. And everybody's different. So our talents are different. So therefore, just because I know how to do one thing doesn't mean that what you do is less than what I do. And we should appreciate each other's individual talents.
Y'all cooking.
And what we what we give each other don't have to be the same thing. Like when we talk about women that have like safety nets for women, I think that's just part of the natural benevolence of men. You know, even though we don't have those same safety nets for men. I mean, I think there's an inherent thing in being a man that you're gonna have to earn your way, right? I think that some of that is natural, and some of it needs to be taught. Both of them have to happen. But you kind of, as a boy and going into man in a normal society, there's an expectation of you to earn your keep, right? They have those rituals for certain nationalities and religious groups and stuff. You got those rites of passage and stuff like that. You know, and for women, it's not the same. They got their own different kind of transitions they have to go through. But for them, it's really kind of, you know, maintaining virtue and things of that nature. For men, it's like earning your keep, right? The inherent value of women when they're born is different than that of men, you know? And I think that we don't get enough credit for recognizing that shit as men.
We won't be.
Really don't.
We won't.
No, I'm not saying we should, but I'm just thinking that I think in the natural order of things, I think that was understood at some points, even in the most savage times. And I wasn't back there in caveman days. I don't think it was a mistake that the women and children were inside the cave and the men slept on the outer ring. Right?
So, 100 Watt, I want you to do me a solid. Respectfully, I know this is the first time we've spoken to each other, but I want you to do me a solid. Every time you got a program in your head, just look it up and see when it was passed and why it was passed. The first part I wanted to address was your WIC comment. You know, I was married with 2 kids in the military, and I got WIC. And you want to know why, 100? It's because we, by technicality, made, right, JT, below the poverty line on the income. So no, WIC isn't just for single moms and F the dudes, especially when the dudes are the ones who created the program. You know what I mean? The dudes are the ones who set some of the poverty wages for you to even qualify for it. You get what I mean? So we're gonna have a hard time looking at some of these programs thinking it only applies to one demographic when it actually applies to multiple. And so that's just, that's just for everybody. When you think about a program, and I'm not saying it's immediately wrong, just, hey, do a quick little search to see, to see what it's really about. And that's what I just wanted to address real quick.
So let me say something.
For the record, I just wanted, before you go in, for the record, when I got to the part of like it was created because men ain't shit, I was being a little facetious when I said that.
Yeah.
Just that part, I was definitely being a little facetious. But just in looking at what I'm looking at from Google right now, it's pretty much just that. It's pretty much it. Women and children were malnourished, and they needed help. That men are not included in this entire thing that I'm reading. There's not a mention of man, father, nothing in any of this. It's all women and children. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just the way that things look, even when they're typed up.
Where was the program? Since you got it pulled up, where was the program created?
WIC was authorized on September 26, 1972.
Right. So you're still talking about a time when men dominated all the labor market. So women were still primarily at home. So guess what they needed if the breadwinner got divorced?
So that was
or not just divorced too, died on the job, an unfortunate accident. All of the sort of things that can happen in life to the breadwinner at the time.
But that was post. Now understand this also, because all that shit has some, come
quick, JT, Title IX, I think was after that. Was
72 was the year that I was born, but 72 was also post Vietnam. Now, when Vietnam ended, motherfuckers didn't just jump on it and say, well, we got to take care of our veterans. They didn't start taking care of their veterans until goddamn 2000. You get what I'm saying? But this is the thing. I wanted to just go back to this part right here. What you guys were talking about, the points that you guys were on was this thing about, with men, resilience, right? That's the word. Resilience. When you think about this, if you were a man that knew how to work with your hands, you were a problem solver, right? Me being a mechanic, right? Before I was a good mechanic, I say before I ended it all, I was a great mechanic. But before then, the guys I got a lot of my information from was guys that were really, really great and resilient, right? I didn't look at them and I didn't hold them to a higher esteem because they just were just good. No, motherfuckers was in some fucked up situations. You know what I'm saying? And they figured it out. When women look at men, they have to see that the failure is right there, right? That's why, like, you guys, the guys that are still married, that's what your women looking at you as, because they seen failure, but they saw how you were so resilient that you turned that shit into triumph. That's some crazy shit right there that a lot of people don't even understand. That in order for me to even be victorious, I have to be able to, at some point in my life, have failure. And if I'm married, my wife has to be able to see, how do I get out of failure? Because now the trust is really up there, right? When she see, like, we heard all this shit earlier in this show, bro, where motherfuckers was sitting back making excuses about all kind of woes in the world and shit was all fucked up. The thing is that what makes you stay with the one that has been with you for at least 2 or 3 years and make it 4 or 5 years and 6 or 7 years, they got to see your ass in some motherfucking shit and how you get out of it. Even men look at other men that way. When we down, we gonna see how you get out of that motherfucker. Everybody do it. That's why everybody want to see the plane crash, right?
I can never trust a nigga that say he don't take L's.
Right. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because everybody at some point takes an L. It's how you get out of it, right? It's how you get out of that bullshit that you in. When somebody, the only way that I can even trust, and me being a man, the only way I can trust another man is to see how this motherfucker have gotten out of the bullshit he got himself into. I ain't never met a man that ain't never been in no bullshit. Anytime a motherfucker sit back and tell me, nigga, I was never broke, I don't want to talk to you then. I ain't never been in no financial issues, and I ain't never had an issue in my family, and I've just been perfect. Nigga, ain't nobody been perfect. Women trust men when they can see how your ass get out of the fucking tragedy. How you get out of it? I've seen women, listen, I've lost my father. And the woman I was dating, she saw me cry. That shit ain't normal. She don't see me cry all the goddamn. When she seen that shit right there, but then she seen how I pulled myself up and I still was like, I'm the older child. I gotta be, you know what I'm saying? This is what was brought to me and I was just into it. She was just like, wow. You know what I'm saying? It inspired her because when I lost my father, she lost her mama. And she like, he's getting through it. I can get through it too, right? I can get through it too. It's the shit that we have to go through in life where when somebody else see you, man, we all get inspired over this shit.
Yeah, it wasn't about your moment of weakness. It was how you recovered.
How you recovered. How you recovered. Because you're going to have to say, if anybody ever told me, nigga, I've always had it like this, I ain't never had to come from nothing, you out your goddamn mind. That's why you be hearing people sitting there talking about I got it out the mud. That's some bullshit to me when they talk that I got it out the mud shit, because they just talking, in jest. But when I hear somebody's story, and I be like, God damn. Because we don't look at it as shit. You hear people say that if that shit ever happened to me, I don't know what I could do. Well, all right, motherfucker, it's about to come. One thing that we can never dodge in life is death. The only people that experience death is the people that are still living. So when we talking about this shit, listen, I heard our Pain talk about it. I've heard a lot of other people talk about it. To lose myself, to lose a loved one, I ain't talking about just any loved one. I'm talking about somebody that's right there, that's been in your life. And you got to say, I would never, ever be able to see this person ever again.
This was on the shelf. I forgot to put it in the envelope. That was on the shelf.
That's being a person to be able to go. That's an L. That's an L. When you lose somebody, you taking an L. When people, and this is the thing too. Again, and I love talking about relationships for the simple fact that in marriage specifically, is because we have so many people that would take this whole thing of being married as this thing that'll put you in Disneyland. That's not what marriage is about. It's a journey that you have to take. It's an experience that you have. The craziest part is that if you want to have that experience to be like 100% experience, you got to experience losing that person or them losing you. It's not like this happily ever after type of a thing, right? What we do, we have to prepare. So when I hear Tyrus, when I hear you speaking about your marriage, and I hear our Pain speaking about his marriage and things like this, this is about you guys maintaining it, right? Say it about y'all sitting back and talk about it makes me happy and, and love is this and that. No, you're already expressing the love because you're doing the things that it takes to do being the man that you are, right? When you got kids, it's not like the kids are going to be these loving kids. And you got problems with them motherfuckers, man, because they're trying to figure it out. You be like, man, if you hear, and our parent, what we said earlier about relationships, you hear motherfuckers talking about dating. And when they do talk about being in the relationship, what they talking about? Chores. Cooking and cleaning. Y'all, niggas are arguing on panels about chores, right? That's not real relationship. Because when you talk to some motherfuckers that really, if you really wanted to know about what it is in the relationship, and you have people that get on these panels and really talk about the relationships, it's going to make other people sit back and say, oh, okay, this is different now. This is different. This is a different type of thing that we're talking about. No, the reason why you got everybody talk about relationships because they're talking about it in the circumference of it. They're not talking about the nucleus of it. They're talking about bullshit. Only thing that they're talking about is how to get in a relationship, or if you're in a relationship, who's going to do the cooking? That's what the fuck they talking about. But when you talk to real motherfuckers and they sit back and tell you, hey, they be talking about some shit, man, and they tell you, man, me and my wife, we got into it over the motherfucking light switch. She wanted to flick on and flick off. And she was getting ready to change that shit. And she had another motherfucker to come over here. She had a man come over here and talk about some plumbing. And I had to cuss her ass the fuck out by having some man in my house while I'm not here. Like, only married niggas can talk to you about that, can it? Niggas ain't never been in a relationship. They just judge you. That's all they gonna do is judge you.
Hey guys, I gotta head out. It's late as heck, but thank you for letting me cap it up.
Damn, man, we was only supposed to be doing 2 hours.
Just from a quick final thought, Lost had said this earlier. It was a nice little dime he dropped. 100. You see how you're counting cash, right? In an ideal household, even if your old lady's making more than you, she trusts you with the money because you expect you to know what to do with the money, right?
Ooh,
even though I lead my household, my wife is a registered nurse. Shouldn't I listen to her when it comes to having medical kits and stuff around the house because she's the expert in that?
Absolutely.
You're the head coach. You draft the quarterback with a big arm. Don't turn her into a dink and duck passer. You know what I mean? Put your players in the best position to win.
Still got to coach him up,
have a great night, man.
That nigga said, don't turn Josh Allen into Dak Prescott. That is hilarious.
My man has the right ideas, man. Get them out, brother. So we on final thoughts, man.
Yeah, man. Let's go to final thoughts down. I
think when you were going, my man Mont said that we're probably giving too much power to the panel of panderers. But I told him, listen, he has a point, but I think some shit that they say has to be challenged. Something they're gonna have a wide reach. And I think some of the stuff they said just has to be challenged. It can't go unchallenged because people are hearing what they're saying. And even if we have to give views and some attention to the lady who put that panel together, we can't just let that shit go out into the ether with nobody saying something about it.
Facts.
That's my opinion.
Facts.
Here's the thing, Arpain. Most of those guys know who we are. They're just not gonna come to us because they want to hear what they want to hear anyway. If
we the professionals, ain't we? Ain't we, Lost?
Yeah.
We the professionals.
Yeah, I assure you, they watch what we talk about, and they understand that we stand on our square. You know what I mean? We know what we're talking about, and they know how to find us, just like they know how to find all this foolishness on the internet. They know where we are. We've had battles with panderers before, and we've dealt with them accordingly and respectfully, because that's what we do, because we're gentlemen. But we also have to make sure we have an honest conversation from time to time, and there has to be rules in place to have those conversations. Even though we may disagree from time to time, but it still has to remain respectful. And to your point, I think that those guys don't want no part of us. You know what I'm saying? Until we become mainstream, and then they want to come over and they want to have real conversations. But we definitely have rules over here. We've had to clean up the joint a few times. You know, but that's just also part about being a leader, and also letting people know, hey, we talk business over here. We don't worry about who's paying the bills and who's buying groceries and doing chores. You know, we talk about checking your ego. You know what I mean? We talk about, you know, when to apologize. You know what I mean? When to listen, when to understand. You know, we put rules in place for a reason. And I think once people start realizing that we have a plan, and they understand why we do what we do, and we take the opportunity to explain to them why, I think it goes a little bit better. I think we have to do a better job as men, taking the time out to explain to people, this is the reason why. Because when we came up, they just say, just do it because I said so. I think we're beyond that now. I think it's time for us to sit back and say, hey, look, this is the reason why we don't do that. Here's some examples, you know? And in that way, once we do that, I think we'll get better understanding, and we'll get better respect amongst men, women, and children as well, too, because they have the right to gain wisdom from us, because we brought them in this world. And I think we owe it to them to give them the right way. So that's my final thought.
Mm-hmm. So this is my thing, and I ain't gonna.
Let me go before you so you can wrap. Let me go before you so you can wrap it up.
You get the last.
I'm gonna clear the space.
Absolutely. I'm trying to do some shit already. I didn't even see you right there, bro. Okay, go ahead.
Good. So, you fucked me up when you said that people are just up here arguing about chores. That was hilarious. That completely changed my perspective of watching these videos now. But for me, when it comes to these conversations, I don't really like talking to women. I don't really like talking too much about women, because what a woman do ain't gonna change what I'm responsible for and what I need to do. So my final thought is to fellas, if you can control your dick and your diet, everything else falls into place. You control what you put in your mouth and where you put your meat. I promise you, everything else falls into place. Arguing about who gonna wash dishes and how much money she making, what she brings to the table is not gonna mean anything to you once you get control of where you putting your meat at. Because once you start talking to a chick that is only worried about your wallet, you're not gonna stand up for it. It's not even gonna attract you. It's certain things that's not even gonna attract you when you do have discipline to be able to control what you eating and who you fucking. Simple as that.
Facts. Man, it's been, look, we ain't did this one in a long time. It's been 5 minutes and 5 hours and 37 minutes.
Yeah.
And we rock this, but it was on Saturday. So I really appreciate everybody that came up here, man. Our Pain lost 100 watts. Shout out to my man, Mont. Dope Daddy. That's what he goes by, that man. Lapeef, man. If you guys get a chance, go over there and look at Lapeef's little hookup, man. They be doing their thing. And it's another one that I love watching too, is my man DJ Hemp with This Might Be Risky. These are people that I really I really watch, man, like in the morning time. I really be, when I be heading to work and shit, I be listening to them. I also listen to Black Man Unfiltered, RP. When I don't catch that shit on live, I catch that shit on the replay. So you do got a brother that sits here and I watch everything that you do, man, and it's very, very enlightening to me. Lost, you already know what it is, man. We sit here, man, and we talk offline and we talk over here. in front of the people or whatever, man. But Black Man Unfiltered, I'm very thankful for being on this network, man, and being able to have the brothers over here where we can congregate. And damn, 5 hours, bro. We ain't did this in a long ass damn time, bro. But yeah, thanks for everybody and everybody that came to watch us tonight on the what they call it, the not the horizontal, the ones on the verticals, and because man, we get a lot of people, flipping through. So it's pretty dope, man. But shout out to all of you guys, man. We about to be up out of here, man.
Yeah, man, come on over to the channel, man, so we can listen to some music, man, and talk relationships through song, man. I think that's an element that I think we need to investigate, because I think once we get the music right, I think we get the people right, man. Yeah, most definitely, man. And women, I don't care where Anissa, don't listen to Anissa. We don't hate women. We don't hate women. You would have more men over here that are married and in relationships with women that you're like what we got to say, man. It was pretty dope, man. So I just want to bid everybody a good morning.
Thank you,
and thank you, R Payne. Thank you, Lost in Translation, man, for being over here, bro. And we out this piece, bro. I'll holler back at y'all, man, later on. Peace out.
Peace.
At some point, we all got to come together. No. Yeah. Everybody got opinions. Let's talk about it. Communication is key. Let's build around it. We do this for the people. The people found it. Black love, stay strong. No way around it. We anti-genocide. We ride for the cause. Got love for our sisters. And love for our dogs. Respect the young and elderly. You all been invited to be inspired. Come together. Better got violent. Gotta watch for the cops. Gotta watch for the ops. Gotta watch for the politicians that play with the eyes. If you know, then you know. Plant the seed and it grows. Welcome to the show. This is what we know. 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 Yeah. This is what we know.